Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. It's a multi-day streaming extravaganza packed with brand new trailers, next-gen reveals, exclusive announcements, and never-before-seen gameplay. Exclusively here on IGN. All month long, we'll be getting up close and personal with the developers working on the most highly anticipated titles, directly to you, thanks to the magic of computers. Computers! Today is IGN Expo number 2, and we'll be showing off tons of brand new gameplay and making some reveals we wouldn't want to spoil here. And right after, a look at the PlayStation 5 in Sony's Future of Gaming press conference. But first, watch legendary speedrunner Bryonato plow through Titanfall 2 in a race against our own countdown to IGN Expo 2, all to raise money for charity. Prepare yourself, because for the next few hours, you won't want to miss a beat. IGN Summer of Gaming is here.
Hello, I'm Mark Medina, and you're watching IGN Summer of Gaming. All summer long, we're bringing you coverage from brand new video games, never-before-seen gameplay, world premiere trailers, and next-gen console coverage. Not to mention our IGN Expos. We have four of them. Each one is a conference that we've put together with a selection of key interviews and exclusive reveals, plus console coverage from big names like Sony, Blizzard, and EA, all with IGN's expert analysis. You can watch wherever you stream IGN or live on your Samsung TV Plus by tuning into channel IGN 1. Coming up, IGN 2 and Sony's Future of Gaming conference. Then tomorrow, be on the lookout for IGN Expo Day 3, and for even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search for IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for a slew of bonus clips or to upload your own awesome gameplay moments. Or leave us a Yappa comment on IGN.com and your Yap may just show up on the show. All Summer of Gaming long, IGN will bring you speedrunners racing against our countdown clock. At the same time, we're asking you to donate to the World Health Organization and the Bail Project by following links in the description of this video or by heading over to donate.ign.com. All donations will go to the COVID-19 Response Fund and work to reunite families separated by mass incarceration. By donating, you'll have a chance to win IGN gift cards, game codes, or swag from companies like id Software. Donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. I want one of those. Plus, Friday the 16th, we'll be hosting an Animal Crossing New Horizons charity stream where IGN's own Bryonato will take us on tours of amazing celebrity islands. But for now, let's get the speedrun started. I'm joined now by GDQ's Jay Hobbs, who will be helping me commentate these speedruns all summer long. Jay Hobbs, day 2, let's go.
Yes,
What's up, man?
I'm excited. I'm doing great. I hope you are as well. We got over $6,000 raised yesterday, which is super cool. And I'm hoping we can match that same pace today while we're seeing a super fast-paced game like Titanfall 2. I love this speedrun.
I can't think of a better game to watch to get the adrenaline pumping for Sony's press conference. I am so excited.
Oh, yeah.
I literally couldn't sleep last night. I'm so excited for this conference.
Me too. I'm looking forward for hopefully some surprises, some reveals that we weren't expecting, something like that. I don't know.
I just want them to bring the big guns. Speaking of big guns, you know what else has big guns? Robots. We're also joined by Bryonato. Here he is. He's going to be on the screen. There he is. There's my boy. We're going to play Titanfall 2. Bryonato, what's up, man?
Not a lot. I'm really excited to be a part of Summer of Gaming this year, and I'm always stoked to show off Titanfall 2. I love this game to death, so very happy to be here.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, we're about to see some Titanfall 2 spoilers, so just be aware of that.
A little bit.
If you haven't played Titanfall 2 yet, you've made a mistake. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you've definitely made a mistake. Bryonato, we have an hour and 44 minutes on the clock. Is that enough time?
That's plenty. That's fine. Yeah, no problem, dude.
All right, well then let's do it.
More than enough.
Let's go ahead and get her going.
All right, we're good to go. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll get the first load screen going then. So anyway, welcome everybody. This is going to be Titanfall 2. This is going to be the any percent speedrun. So I guess I don't really need to count us down. I'll just start as soon as we start. So
yeah, let's do it.
We'll count us down. 3, 2, 1, go. So
Yeah.
Titanfall 2 is a sci-fi first-person shooter. It was developed by Respawn Entertainment. They most recently put down Apex Legends. You've probably heard of that game. This game actually takes place in the same universe, which is really cool. But one thing to know about Titanfall 2 is that if you're at all familiar with the Source engine, the engine built by Valve, this game runs on the Source engine. So there's going to be similar movement mechanics in place here, and we're going to be seeing those pretty much right off the bat. So if you're familiar with like air strafing and bunny hopping, we're going to see both of those pretty much immediately.
So
Yeah, super cool tech.
I think the first thing a lot of people are going to be asking is like, why you're playing in Mandarin, correct?
Yes, we'll get to that in a sec. I do have an audio cue I need to listen to at the very start here.
All right, everyone, stop talking. Stop chatting.
It's not a big deal. I just need to know when I can jump, when I can grab the wall there.
Man, we're just like,
That was the hardest trick of the entire game.
Yeah, you can't grab the wall until a certain period there, so you have to wait. But yeah, so the game is in Mandarin. The game is actually 36 seconds faster when you play it in Mandarin. There is a lot of dialogue in this game, and so by playing the game in Mandarin, we instantly save 36 seconds basically over the course of the run. So it's pretty nice.
Is it just because it's like read faster? And...
yeah, they just speak faster, especially when it comes to numbers and things like that.
Got it.
So this is the gauntlet right here. You've probably seen a lot of Cash Mayo's gauntlet speedruns. They're pretty cool. We're not going to be worried about killing all the enemies or anything right now, and we're also in a simulation, so we can't die. So I can just throw all these grenades at myself, and they'll explode instantly, and I get massive damage boost from them. You can see we've like completely maxed out the speedometer on the left or on the right side there. And by running through the gauntlet and then exiting it again, we're actually able to skip all of Lastimosa's dialogue right here and move on for the rest of the game. So that was pretty cool. Yeah. So we have.
Meanwhile, you've been like casually just getting ridiculous amounts of speed and carrying it all over the place without like, without a second thought. What's going on there?
Yeah, so we're going to be making use of a lot of what's called air strafing in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So air strafing is based on the concept that you will move faster and go farther when you're moving like in an arc through the air rather than moving in a straight line. So anytime you see me moving forward, I'm actually going to be holding left or right on my keyboard rather than holding forward. So I'm going to be holding A and D and then using those to move in an arc through the air. And those cause me to build speed over time and then gain more distance. So we actually got a pretty cool glitch right here. If you stand on, where is he? Oh, there he is. Okay, if you stand on the, we didn't really get to see it too much. If you stand on the Titanfall call down there, the Titan comes in at an angle. So anyway, yeah, so air strafing is going to be a huge part of this run. You'll hear me talk a lot about strafe patterns, or there's a lot of depth to air strafing in this game. So to give some context as to what's happening here, we are playing as Rifleman Jack Cooper. He's just a grunt that fights for the militia. They're a rebellious military force that's fighting back against the IMC, who are a big corporate conglomerate that goes from planet to planet and takes all the resources and drives people from their homes. And so we're the group of people that had enough of it. This is Captain Lastimosa. He's basically just a big plot device that teaches us about being a pilot and everything, and he's working on training us, but we're not going to get to know too much more about him because he's going to die in the next level. So anyway,
spoilers.
Yes, so what we're doing right now is we are going down to the IMC planet of Typhon. And the IMC planet of Typhon, they're working on some sort of research experiment here. We're not really sure what it is. And we found out that we bit off more than we can chew, and we're about to crash land behind enemy lines. I believe, for anybody that's familiar with Apex Legends lore, this is the planet that Wraith had all like the experiments done on her at, I believe. I don't follow Apex too much. I play a lot of Titanfall 2. I have like 3,300 hours in this game, so.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That is a lot. Yeah, I mean, you've been good at this game for a long time too. How long ago did you start running Titanfall 2?
Yeah, so I picked up Titanfall 2 during one of the free multiplayer weekends they had after the game came out back in November of 2016. And then I fell in love with the movement and everything in the game. And I was like, I bet there's speedruns of this. And like, of course, there were. So I went and looked them up, and I started running this game in December of 2017. And then I got the record for it April 2017, and then held it for about 3 years until a controller player, actually, Cash Mayo, got it in March of this year. And then I recently got it back in May. So there's a lot of competition for this game. It's awesome. It's been really fun.
So are you the current world record holder?
Yes.
Like right now?
By 3 seconds. By 3 whole seconds. Yes.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Now is that the okay? So I remember you had like a little bit of an issue where you were on a world record run, but your capture stopped capturing, and then you had to play it again. Is that the run that's currently the world record?
No. Yeah, there's a whole story with that actually. Yeah. Let me run through this segment real quick, and we'll get back to that.
So, yeah. Could I read some donation stuff real quick?
In just a moment here. We'll have a really good segment for donations coming up. So we're actually not quite a pilot yet, and pilots have all this gear that makes them move really fast, but for some reason we're still able to move really fast. I don't really know why. And if we move fast enough, we can actually skip waiting for this drop pod to crash land behind us, so you can hear it crash land there. So we're just going to run through here. We're not supposed to be able to slide hop yet, but we still can. And now, this is the infamous 18-hour cutscene that we're going to have to sit through here. It's going to take about 5 minutes, so we have so much time for donations.
All right, well then let's do it. Guys, remember, this is a speedrun counting down to Expo 2. And then after that is the PlayStation conference, which is... I can't.
I'm so excited. It's going to be great.
I just can't. Guys, we're raising money for the World Health Organization and the Bail Project charities. You can go to donate.ign.com or click on the links in the description. I'm pointing at J Hobbs, but like you go wait. There it is, right there. I'll read some quick donations. We have a lot of anonymous ones right now. So anonymous with $100, anonymous for $50 with the note that you guys are awesome. I think they're talking about us three right now. Hopefully.
Of course. Probably just Brian, though. I mean,
we got Mark's #1 fan with $20, my favorite one so far. Austin and Amani with $30. Sweet graphics for $50, and Hollow Zix with $100. So everybody over $50 has a chance to they got entered to win the custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X, which I still can't wait to see. So right now we're at $6,608. Our goal for the end of this stream is $8,000. That seems.
We can do that.
That seems doable.
We can smash that, dude. Get your donations in, y'all.
We got it. Listen, you play with GDQ. We're pushing for that for higher and higher numbers. All right. You say 8,000, we're going for 9. That's what we're doing now. Today.
I'm just keeping us modest. Okay.
Oh man, so this game has like a fair number of cutscenes, obviously, and stuff like this that you have to kind of go through. Does that ever get a little bit frustrating to deal with in a speed run? Do you, as a community, have ways kind of around that sometimes? Yeah,
cutscenes, unskippable cutscenes are absolutely the bane of any speedrunner's existence, and unfortunately, there's a fair bit of them in this game. The big one's really at the beginning and the end, so it's not too bad. But yeah, unskippable cutscenes always suck. I think it speaks to how good of a game or how good of a speed game Titanfall 2 is, that it has like over 20 minutes of cutscenes over an hour and a half that we still have. It's like one of the most popular games on speedrun.com. So it's really cool.
It's
people just
still amazing.
Yeah, we also have a category called no cutscenes, or NCS, where it's a PC-only category where we use pre-made save files we just load them at certain segments and we skip the cutscenes. So it's just kind of like, and we all have we all have the agreed-upon rules, and we have a separate leaderboard for it, and people take it seriously. So it's cool, you know. And the standard any percent, this run is always going to be the main category. But for people that run the game and watch the game a lot, that is a nice alternative that we have for him. So anyway,
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, this was Last Samosa.
It reminds me of the it reminds me of the Mario Sunshine thing that's happening, where they're
with
creating custom. Yeah, with a lot of.
So instead of having to wait to slide hop there, we can actually just walk backwards and hit a wall. And I'm going to pick up the Eva's shotgun. This shotgun is an automatic shotgun with a ridiculous amount of range on it. And so that is going to allow us to do a lot of really fast stuff, I guess. And so this is this first level right here, BT7274. Let me try and hit this here. That's a tough strat. Is one of the most difficult levels in the game by far. Mainly because there's all this geometry you're seeing, all these rocks. Titanfall 2 has insanely precise geometry, and so anytime that we're hitting any of those rocks at a weird angle, we're going to be losing all of our speed. And the other thing to keep in mind is that we only have one jump right now. Normally in this game you'll have a double jump, but we only have access to one because in the canon, or I guess in the story of the game, our jump kit is currently calibrating to the new user. The jump kit is a little thing that kind of sits behind our butts that allows us to take really big falls and do double jumps and stuff. So any mistake that we make in the rest of the game, you can normally cover with a double jump. Right now, nah. But fortunately, we have our double jump now, so we're through that segment. I know it probably didn't look like much, but I can't stress just how punishing that segment is if you get it wrong. And so
you made it look easy.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So that big Titan that's kind of crashed back where we buried Lastimosa is BT, and we need to get him back up to speed here. So we're going to go pick up 2 batteries for him. This is the first one. We're going to be doing a pretty cool trick right here where I'm going to hit the ground at a certain angle. It's going to give me a pretty big forward boost, as you can see. We're going to carry this momentum over the river, pull a grenade, and we have to kill these guys before we can talk to BT. And I missed the grenade. I tried to hit it on the rock there, but that's fine. That's an easy backup. And so this trick coming up here is probably one of the hardest in the whole game, and definitely one of the hardest segments in the run, so I'm going to try and focus for this. This is a pretty precise grenade jump. If I don't get the grenade jump, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, so the grenade didn't hurt me. That's fine. We have tons of backups for this. So this segment coming up here, we're going to do another frag boost. And we have to be really careful because we don't want that grenade to kill us. That looks good. Okay. And now this segment's called Ravine. This is going to combine a bunch of what are called wall kicks. So wall kicks occur when you jump off a wall within 6 ticks of touching, or 5 ticks of touching it. Ticks are, or the tick rate is the speed that Titanfall 2 updates itself. So you can think of it kind of like frame rate if you don't really understand. So we have to jump off a wall within 5/60ths of a second of touching it, and anytime we do that, we get a speed boost. And so we handled that pretty well. That actually went really well. Ravine is a super tough segment, so getting through there and hitting all those wall kicks in a row is pretty nice.
Mark's familiar with having to deal with a bunch of wall kicks in a row.
You know,
Super Mario 64.
That's what we do. Also, I don't know if anybody noticed. There's this like little Mario animation that pops up on the stream every so often. I love it. That was not there yesterday. Oh, there it is.
Hey, there it is. Good timing. I think that's when people are donating $100.
That's amazing.
Cool.
That's so good.
Did it have?
I love it.
I couldn't tell. Was it actually Mario, or did it have your face on it?
I think it has my face on it. There it is.
Yeah, sure. That's all right. Someone's having some fun with you.
What are you gonna do?
Man, I love watching games with air strafing and bunny hopping and stuff. We're seeing it with Doom Eternal yesterday too. You can just watch somebody move around practically in circles if they wanted to, like all day, because you could just keep building speed up to a point and just go flying. It's ridiculous.
Movement-based speedruns are the truth. I love games that any speedrun I do, I want there to be some sort of movement mechanic that I can refine over like hundreds and hundreds of hours. So I gotta say this BT, this level is one of the most punishing, and it's went really, really well. So I have my own timer going. I have my own live split going, and we got into BT at 8:52 on the level timer, which is a really good time. So we're getting into BT here. We got them all back up to speed, and so now we're kind of calibrating to him, I guess is what we would say. So we're going to be operating him through like a neural link. If you've seen Pacific Rim, think of it kind of like that. And you can think of Titans in this game as heroes in like a hero shooter or a MOBA. We're going to be picking up different Titan loadouts, and they're all going to have different sets of abilities and strengths and weaknesses. This first one is Expedition, and this one's pretty simple. It's going to have a shield that shoots bullets back at people, and then it's going to have a multi-target missile system and a big machine gun. So this is the first one that we get. It doesn't have a ton of use, but it is nice for this segment. This is just this segment that's teaching us all the different mechanics of the Titans in this game. There's not a lot of RNG in Titanfall 2, but there is a fair amount right here just based on enemy patterns and whether or not bullets actually hit him. So, but fortunately, this isn't looking too bad.
Now, you're talking a lot about the combat mechanics of the Titans here, but I know sometimes when you have these kinds of games where you've got your normal super fast movement mechanics and then you've got a big mech or something, you actually end up moving a lot slower in the big mech. Is that something that happens here in Titanfall?
Mechs actually move pretty fast in this game. So yeah, mechs don't move like, I wouldn't say mechs in this game are like big lumbering, I don't know, hunks of machinery. They're actually pretty nimble for the most part once back here. This is a pretty tight strat. I'm going to drop the electric smoke there, and then catch these bullets, and then throw them back at him, and then he's dead. Nice. Okay, that went really well. And then I'm going to need another audio cue really here real quick, because BT is going to put a waypoint right in front of me here. There we go. And if I go too early, he'll actually put the waypoint all the way over there, which is no bueno.
Oh, weird. Interesting.
Yeah, so BT's pretty nimble, but actually, if you have enough walls and stuff around you, you can actually go faster than him, which we'll be seeing. That's good that you asked this. We'll be seeing it literally coming up here. So we're on to Blood and Rust now. And this first part is going to be a lot of Titan movement. As far as Titan movement goes, we can't jump, but we can dash, and you'll see the dash meter, those 2 bars at the bottom middle of the screen. And we're going to be wanting to dash when we go off ledges and when we go around corners, because BT does kind of slide around corners, so you can counteract that with a well-timed dash. And obviously, when you dash off a ledge, you're reducing. There's no friction. And actually, if we dash and then crouch at the same time, we'll retract our legs and slide right over the tone. Very nice there. Okay, and so speaking of pilot movement being faster than Titan movement, I'm going to go for a pretty tough strat here. This one's brand new. So we're actually going to get out of BT, we're going to hold crouch, which is going to boost us forward, do a wall kick there. Now we're going to slide hop down this sludge, pull a nade. This nade is super stupid, I shouldn't be going for it, but I'm going to. Nice, okay, we got a really good boost, and this is the hardest part. It's this little wrap around the pipe. I missed it, that's okay. As long as I don't die to the tone, I'm actually going to get on his head here to boost me up. And I'm pretty scared I might die, actually. This is really close. You can see him almost shooting me. Okay, that was really dangerous. We're fine, though. We survived. All right, normally we just get in here a lot faster.
Wow.
And I have another audio cue right here. Hold on.
Waiting.
There we go. Good. Okay. So now this segment is really difficult because this level is a ton of just really tight corridors, like over and over and over and over again. There's a ton of tight hallways in here that we're gonna have to navigate through. And I'm gonna actually just shoot this guy as he comes around the corner. Here comes another frag. See if we can get this. Nice, that was perfect.
Look at that. That's like so much to have to deal with.
You're flying right now, dude. Yeah. That, you don't see that every run. Don't block, please. Okay. So you know how I talked about Titanfall having really precise geometry? The little rings on the pipes are the whole reason I slowed down to 0 right there. So that was really cool. Right.
Yeah, to reiterate for people who aren't familiar with bunny hopping in games, we saw it yesterday with Doom Eternal too, but oftentimes with bunny hopping, in order to preserve that kind of speed that you're seeing Brian do right now, you have to jump the moment you touch the ground.
Yes.
Especially even if the game has any jump buffering, you even generally want to press it before you hit the ground. I don't know if this game's like that or not, but regardless, if you bonk into anything, or if you're just a little late on your jump, you're going to lose a lot, if not all of your speed.
It's pretty rough. We actually have actually I'll get back to that because we have a pretty important skip coming up here. So this is going to be the first really big sequence break in the game. We're going to navigate through this insanely narrow hallway with lots of pipes there. There we go, that was good. And you see that BT is standing behind the fence there. So if you'll remember this part if you play this game casually, where there's a that's annoying. Where there's a really big wave fight here with lots of little ticks that'll be running at you and exploding. Actually, if we talk to BT in the right sequence here, and then come over this way, I really hope I can make this. We got it. Okay, we can actually embark on BT right through the fence, and that skips the entire fight. That's like a 5-minute skip right there. So that's called sludge skip. It's really, really handy.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Would now be a good time. Could I do some donations?
After the boss fight coming up here, we definitely got some, for sure.
All right, let's do it. Because, man, we are getting a lot.
yeah, don't worry. We'll have about a minute after the boss fight here for lots of good donations. So, this is Kane. He has some pretty great dialogue in Mandarin. We're going to be using the loadout we just picked up called Tone to fight him. I'll explain that when we get there. We have to hear him say this, though. Wow! All right, so Tone has a pretty great ability here where anytime you shoot somebody, you're gonna get a partial missile lock, and if we shoot him 3 times, we get a missile lock there. And if we do it to both of them, we can release both the missile barrages on the Brute. And then we're gonna swap to another Titan loadout and then swap back to Tone, and that's gonna be faster than reloading by about half a second.
Wow.
We're gonna just unload a bunch of missiles on him. Okay, I kind of flubbed the swap reload, but that was a solid Kane fight. And
Super
now
cool.
we're gonna pick up Kane's listening device and his helmet, which is gonna allow us to listen in on some enemy comms, and we have time for donations.
There's so many wows in the chat.
Yeah.
I was like, what is happening over here? All right, guys. Remember, we're speedrunning. We're counting down to the expo. You can see on the clock right there, we're an hour and 19 minutes away. Bryonato still seems confident. It's more than enough time to beat.
We're gonna crush it. We're
This
gonna crush
game.
it.
We're gonna crush it. Guys, remember, we're raising money for the World Health Organization and the Bail Project. You can go to donate.ign.com or click the links in the description below in the video. Any donations, let's see. Each donation has a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda. Or if you donate $50 or more, you get a custom IGN Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Also, if you donate $100, apparently a little Mario thing jumps up. That was made without my consent. There it is. Apparently, also, if I just call it out, our goal for the end of this stream is 8,000. We're almost at 7,000, but we're just going to blow right past that. Here are the donations. We got Nathan McDonald, who's our lead right now, with $150. Woo! Oscar Rodriguez, $20 with the note, "You guys rock." Tom Nook for president, $20. IGN has been an awesome source of entertainment and positivity during these tough times. Keep it up. Will do. Levy Lambright with $20. Evan Berg with $50, who says, "Let's go." Nicholas Rott with $55. And Andres with $25. Guys, Expo 2 starts in an hour and 15, and then the Sony conference is right after that. I'll stop talking.
Yeah, so we're on to Into the Abyss. This is the first mission that's split up into 3 chapters, and this mission is all about maneuvering our way through a big giant assembly line here. And using, if we do some well-timed Titan dashes here, we're actually going to be able to kind of skip ahead of the assembly line, and one of these walls is going to boost us really fast. This is a pretty make-or-break trick, so I hope I get it. We're going to boost here, then boost here, and then... Okay, so I'm gonna have to disembark here so I don't die. If I don't get out of BT, that wall crashes into me and I instantly explode. So that's a bit of a safety strat there. We're gonna
I hate instantly exploding.
Get out of this way! Yeah. Get out of my way, man. Okay, that's very rude. Please do not do that. Okay, so now we picked up another Titan loadout. This one is called Scorch, Papa Scorch, for all the Scorch lovers out there.
This is the one I remember the most.
Yeah, he does a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Like, as you can see, we just cleared all those Titans instantly. He has a lot of really good area effect and burst damage abilities. So we're going to come in here to act...
that line of fire on the ground. I always remember that one being super effective in those tight hallways.
Super sick, yeah. So we're going to come in here to activate the bridge, but while we're doing that, oh no, BT's gotten captured by the crane arm here. Oh, I hope I can make this jump. I might actually die here. No, that's fine. So we're going to get a quick spawn, I think. Right? Yeah, okay, that's fine then. So a quick spawn's fine. We're not going to lose too much time to that. We're going to press the button, and actually if we fall all the way down here, we're going to hit the trigger to advance to the next level a couple seconds earlier, which is pretty nice.
Interesting. Do you know why that happens? Is it because there is a trigger down there that like expects you to come there later? Or?
Yeah, it's because there's a trigger after you press the button that expects you to ride the elevator down. And so if you just fall down, it removes the kill floor, and you hit the trigger. Really.
Ah, okay. Because I was gonna say you just fell in that same pit right before hitting the button, so I guess.
Yep, that's correct. So this level is a beautiful tragedy. You'll notice that we're zooming right now. We're going real fast. Yeah. And we're carrying all this momentum, and it looks really cool, and we're killing it. But it doesn't matter because this level is an auto-scroller. So that's really great.
No.
Yeah. This is I would say. This is probably my least favorite level in the run, I think. Only because you can do so much cool stuff here, which you'll see coming up. But it doesn't matter because we're stuck to the speed of the assembly line here. So one of these big platforms, we're gonna have to be waiting for at the end of the sequence, and we can only go as fast as the platform. I'm gonna go for a pretty dumb swag strat here though, real quick.
Swag strats. Let's go.
We'll see if I get it. If we don't get it, it's fine. Oh, I did. Okay, so I was supposed to carry that momentum all the way across the gap, and that's okay.
Here's what I'll tell you. If you just say you got it, we'll just believe you.
Okay.
The entire game looks swag, so it's just kind of like, yeah, nailed it, guys.
Yeah, like jumping out to the rocks here. I remember watching this run for the first time and seeing you do all this, and I was like, man, I thought you had to wait in this level on this big platform, and you're just jumping out onto the rocks and stuff. It's like, yeah, you still gotta wait on the assembly line.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
This skip doesn't save any time, but it is really nifty because there's a lot of moving parts and hazards. You're going through this level, the intended way. So this is pretty nice that this exists. We're just gonna get all the way down to the staging area where we have to wait for the robots. And while we're waiting, we have a fun little game we can play here. So we're gonna make 2 robots fight each other. One of them is gonna be red team. The other one's gonna be blue team. Cast your votes in chat right now for which team you think is gonna win, either red or blue. And choose wisely. We take it really seriously.
I'm seeing a lot of blue, a few red, mostly blue.
Yeah, my vote's for blue.
I'm gonna go with red. I'll just be the opposition.
My man. I always go for red as well. Cause red's kind of the underdog. I'll be real with y'all.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have to clear out all these enemies so they don't interfere. We don't want any interference with this very serious, very real event.
Yeah.
I think we got about everybody. Oh, there's one more big boy left.
It's like in Dark Souls where you complete 2 quest lines and they interact with each other, and now you just gotta like watch it happen.
All right, so this one's gonna be blue. The other one's gonna be red. It's a fight to the death. Here we go. All right, so red's looking around the corner. He's getting some shots in. Blue rushes him. He's got a couple shots in too. This could go either way. Red's looking at him. He takes a hit. He has to look to the side to kind of shake it off. Oh, he's getting smashed right now. Oh, that was easy for blue.
Oh, yes.
That was super easy for blue. Not even close, actually. Not even close. Yeah.
Blue,
Let's
I'm
get some-
repping my colors right here, too.
Let's get some. Oh, I'm wearing like a reddish shirt. Let's get some L's in the chat for red, guys. Let's get some L's.
It was great. That was so unintentional. I just happened to really like the color blue and wear a ton of blue shirts naturally.
So yeah, and that whole time we didn't actually lose any time. We were just waiting for this platform here. And so as you can see, it comes into place at the perfect time. And now we have to wait it out until we get to.
Wait, are you
here.
Are you having fun in a speed run? You better knock that off. You better watch it.
More salt needs to be flowing here. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I saw like a Hard Times article the other day, and it was like I just saw the headline, and it was like Speedrunner accidentally has a little bit of fun during their game. For you're like, oh no fun allowed.
You see, Brian and I are both staff members of GDQ, and we all know that GDQ is not allowed to have any fun. You can't have fun with GDQ.
No, right? No fun allowed at GDQs. Obviously.
no fun allowed.
No fun.
We're having all our fun here.
So there's actually a pretty sick skip coming up that was found by Taskanos. He's our resident glitch lord. This crane arm right here is going to rotate in kind of an arc upward. And when you jump off a moving platform, as you might have seen earlier in the level, you preserve all your momentum, and that includes platforms that move up and down. So this is going to rotate up, and we're going to jump off it at a very precise time. And it's going to give us the momentum for both our first jump and our second jump. And so we're going to shoot all the way up there, if done correctly.
Oh yeah, because in this whole section, you're kind of like platforming up a wall. Like, you're platforming vertically up a wall, but the wall is like flipped horizontally, right? Like it's flipped differently.
Yeah. I jumped at the wrong time, so I didn't get the right boost, but fortunately we have a really, really nice checkpoint that's just here that allows us to try it again instantly. Super nice.
Alright, let's see.
There we go, we got it. Yep. I can tell instantly. Hell
wow.
Yeah, nice.
We got it, guys.
It didn't even look like it was going to get you that high, and you just keep floating. That's super
cool.
You
just keep going. Yeah, so that was dome launch, and then it instantly transitions into dome skip. So, again, if you play this casually, you're going to remember the big wave fight here. But there's actually a pretty cool story behind this skip. So we submitted this game to SGDQ 17, and then one of the Respawn developers actually saw our submission video and was like, hey, I worked on this level, and just so you know, there's a faster way that you guys could do this skip. And he didn't tell us how, but after quite a bit of searching, we ended up finding out that this wall right here just has a hole in it. So you just walk straight through.
You just walk through
and
the
then
wall.
We're out of bounds. Yep, you just walk through the wall. The geometry's not there. And so you can actually just go all the way out here. And we're gonna go stand in a pretty precise spot because there's gonna be something kind of interesting that happens down here. So we're gonna stand exactly right here. and the screen is going to go black, and it's going to teleport us to like the actual dome. There's 2 different dome sequences like this. There's one here, and then the other one is like way up out of bounds over there, and we're going to get teleported there.
This
But because
looks
we're standing,
unnatural.
yeah, but because we're standing at this spot in particular, when we get teleported, we're going to get teleported exactly on top of the end level trigger. So this end level trigger actually exists through the entire level, but we can't get to it until right now.
I love out of bounds where the paint doesn't get cleared from like wherever you're going, whatever you're looking at whenever you're moving. Wow, and just level ends right there. That's super cool.
That's it.
We did it.
Yeah. And now we're on to Into the Abyss Chapter 3. If you're wondering about donations, Mark, we'll have time for donations in about, I would say, probably like 4 or 5 minutes. That sounds good?
Yeah.
Cool. So this is kind of like the final boss of the early game, I would say. This level's really, really ridiculous. There's a lot of really tight movement strats. One of them I already messed up. But this is a pretty cool skip here if we can get it. This is called, well, it's not a dumb name. It's just called Cylinder Skip. But if you get inside of this rotating thing here, you actually get tossed all the way to the other side really quickly. And we're going to go for a pretty tight route through the caverns here. This is called the Sept Caverns because it was found by S Deception. We're just going to try and navigate through all this geometry and all these enemies. And this is actually a cycle-based trick where we can beat the cycle to get to this platform. And they use the momentum from the platform to launch us down here alongside that damage boost.
Just inching over that wire wall, too. That was cool.
Yep. Now we get in BT and we're off. So now we're going to transition into the next skip, I guess. So that went really, really well. We got in BT in about 45 seconds. That is fast. I'm going to try and keep my shields down here, because if my shields are down and I get punched by a Titan, I'll get a boost from it. If he needs to punch me at the right time, he's not going to do it. That's fine. So we're going to... We normally have the Ash boss fight coming up here, but we're actually going to skip Ash. So this Titan loadout in particular has the ability to fly. And so if we fly into an unintended location, like so, right about up here on this pipe, we're going to get over this ring right here and then disembark. And the only other place that both Cooper and BT could be standing just happens to be out of bounds. So we use the disembark to clip out of bounds. And now we're definitely... Oh, well, that was close. We're definitely very thoroughly out of the boundaries of the game. And I think I can actually get up here without having to hover again, which is fast. That's good. And so we're actually going to walk around this razor's edge right here.
It looks pretty normal.
And we're going to walk around the trigger for Ash fight. So if we were to move any farther to the right there, we would have triggered the fight, and it would have played out about a 20-second cutscene, which is really slow. And so now we're going to clip through this invisible wall right here. I know the screen looks crazy. The alternative name for this skip is Solitaire Skip. So we got through there, and we're good to go. So now we're just going to walk right here, and this is where the end level trigger is, and the level will just end.
Wow. That's super cool.
You guys still hear me?
No, I think the stream still can though. Hopefully,
I think I lost.
Yeah, no, the stream seems to be working. I think we lost you on the old Discord.
Yeah,
that's a little behind the scenes here, everybody.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
We're
hopefully
back.
You can hear us again too.
That was super cool though. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I was talking. I was like waiting for the reaction. I was like, oh, okay, maybe they didn't think it was that cool.
Sorry, guys. We just you're just not impressive anymore.
Bro, so we've seen it all. I mean,
we got any more speed runs, or got another video to watch? Or?
Yeah, I don't know. My Discord decided to stop working. It's whatever. All right. So if you played this game casually, this is gonna be the level you remember. This is Effect and Cause Chapter 1, and this level is awesome. So you can already tell that something is kind of funky here. This is the research facility I mentioned at the beginning of the run. This is where we were supposed to meet up with another pilot, Anderson. He was doing some sort of reconnaissance here. I'm going to go for a really gnarly frag boost again. Nice. Not a big boost, but that's fine. Not super important to go too fast here. Oh, I think I messed up. That's okay. Anyway,
yeah,
dude,
all the time
it's
jumping.
so cool.
It's so good. This was maybe my favorite
Anderson.
mechanic in the game, the time jump stuff, even though it's limited to this level, like, it's still just super cool.
Yeah, so this is Anderson. He's somehow inexplicably stuck in the ceiling here. We don't really know how, but his helmet contains a lot of data, and we're going to give that data to BT, or that helmet to BT, and he is going to deliver us a bunch of plot here. So We're gonna give the helmet to BT, and with that, we have time for donations.
Well, there are a lot of them. Guys, remember you can donate, and the links in the description of the video that you're watching on whatever platform you're watching on, or go to donate.ign.com. Our goal was 8,000 by the end of this segment. We have an hour and 4 minutes left, and we're at 7,500. So that's pretty good.
I'm telling you, the goal's 9,000. You got to push higher.
Okay,
Come on,
guys,
folks.
the goal's 9,000. We're
We
blasting
got this.
right past it. All right, so let's read the donations. We got Jay Bill with $20, Jason Torres with $20, Barslim with $100, who says, "So much fun, keep it up." We will, for an hour and 4 more minutes. And then IGN Expo 2. And then the PlayStation conference. So we're good. The Dead Guy with $50, Scooter with $50, Tom Nook is a crook, which is a fantastic name, with $20, saying, "Watching from Thailand, staying up late for this stream." That's awesome. Amazing work, guys. P.S. Titanfall 2 is a sleeper. It's the best shooter and deserves more attention. Amazing work. We got Chief Lunchbox with $10, who says, "GDQ is always a work of beauty. Love it, guys." Not GDQ, but we have some GDQ people here. But thank you. Transform with $20 and another $30, so that's awesome. Untamable Piece with $50, saying, "Good, keep on the good streaming." Will do. And then Austin Walker with $200. Love Titanfall 2.
No, dude.
Love this speed run and love everyone coming together for these good causes. Keep it up. We got an hour and 3 minutes left to get to 9 grand, guys. That's Jay Hobbs has mandated that is the new goal.
9K. We can get there. I
Gotta get
believe.
over 9,000, dude.
Exactly.
What?
Exactly. See,
9,000?
Ryan gets it.
So we have a super radical trick coming up here. You've noticed that the time has been swapping back and forth kind of erratically. And there's different things that are happening in different timelines. We can actually manipulate that. So I'm going to try and stand right at a very precise spot inside of this laser grid here when the time swaps. Dang it. Okay, I'm going to try again because it looks really cool. And if you can kind of get an idea of what happens here.
I was gonna say, just that little boost right there already seemed like. I think I have a feeling what's going on soon.
Oh yeah, there we
man.
go, dude. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, that's very nice. So
It
yeah,
looks
that boosts
even
us all the way down
better.
the hallway.
Even with all the like warping and stuff going on because of the time switch, it looks even cooler with how fast you're going.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really cool. And it's important to go fast because if you don't go fast enough, you will soft lock essentially. So you have to go through there really, really quick. Yeah. And so here's the other half of Anderson. Say hello to the butt. And there's a little smiley face there too. Hello, Anderson. We're going to take his wrist-mounted device here, and this is going to allow us to travel through time at will. And so this is one of the best missions in like any FPS. It's really cool.
Anytime people talk about Titanfall, they talk about this mission.
Yes. We're going to be swapping through time like crazy. We have different strats or different timelines. This level just looks really cool. It's also one of the most technical levels in the game and has the single hardest room in the whole game. So we got some action coming up for sure. And so I'm gonna have to get squeezed through there without getting hit by that prowler. So we can actually punch somebody through the elevator there, which allows us to get through a little bit more smoothly. Pretty great. That's a Cash Mayo strat. Shout out to Cash.
That's super awesome.
That's...
Yep.
You're just so
now we
strong
get
you can
here.
punch through steel. It's fine.
So the only thing about this level that's a little bit unfortunate for the speedrun is it's broken up by these 2 dialogue sequences. They're not too long, but we just gotta hang out for a bit. We can like draw some pictures, draw a smiley, you know, maybe like write the words like donate or something like that. I don't know, it's kind of hard to
There you
draw
go.
bullets.
Yeah.
9K, let's go.
Yeah. Right,
Make
so
it
now we're
happen.
moving to the next sequence here. And I would say we have time for donations, but that there's like a really important audio cue I have to hit at the end of this, and it kind of syncs up on me all the time. So I'm just gonna stand in a very precise spot here.
I can just plug where to donate real quick. Remember, guys, donate.ign.com. We're pushing for 9K by the end of the stream. We got an hour left.
Okay, here we go. This will be a really precise frag boost.
I'm always waiting with bated breath for all of these.
I know. It gets so quiet. We're just like,
I'm not gonna lie, you guys talked over the audio cue, so I couldn't get it.
Oh no! We ruined it. We ruined it, Mark. It's on us.
We were so quiet
good.
until the moment he needed us to be quiet.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what we're here for, boys.
So here's the hardest room in the whole game. This is another stupid frag boost that I didn't quite get. That's fine. We have like backups on backups on backups for this room. So we're getting through here relatively smoothly.
Ooh.
There we
The
go. That could have
save,
been a lot
dude.
worse.
There we go. That was beautiful.
This was
Also
a section.
intended.
The like one time I attempted a Titanfall 2 speedrun, this was the section I remember trying to find as many platforms as I could skip as possible, and you could do quite a few. Not, I was nowhere near as many as you did there. I skipped a few.
You can do that that room actually like about 10 seconds faster than I just did. It requires like 2 frag boosts and everything. It's pretty nuts. That's like an incredibly hard room to get right in like a marathon setting like this. So now we're on to Effect and Cause Chapter 3. And so you've probably noticed that we've been swapping back and forth between time. And if you're wondering how they actually did that, they actually built 2 different levels. And when you swap between them, you're getting teleported between these 2 levels, which is really cool.
Wow.
And we can actually abuse this by swapping time at the same time as we initiate an animation. If we do that, it's going to keep us in the same timeline, but it's still going to swap time. So when we swap time again after that, it's going to put us in the wrong spot. So I just initiated what's called time stop. And what you're going to notice here is I'm going to... okay, I'm going to go for something stupid. Let's do it. Okay, so...
Let's do it.
Dang it. Okay, I messed it up. We're going to try again. Oh god, there we go. Okay. So I actually swapped through time, got a frag boost to send me back the other way. I hit a trigger out of order and I'm gonna hit this trigger. Yes! Okay, cool. So I used the time stop mechanic to do a crazy out of bounds skip. And then I hit the trigger that I'm supposed to hit last, and then I hit the trigger that I'm supposed to hit before that, and then it still advanced it. That was sick. I can't believe I just did that. That was dope.
That's super cool.
Okay. I might go for another dumb skip here. Why not?
I like how the time stop
I got it. Oh, let's go.
Oh jeez.
Okay, sorry.
All I was gonna say is I like how the time stop trick comes right before the literal time stop in the game.
Yes, yeah, dude. So we just did some really cool stuff. We did that skip, and then I did something that's called ship skip, which uses that ridiculous wall kick off that little piece of pipe to skip having to go through the ship and everything. So that's pretty cool. I always, those are things I will never do if I'm going for like a world record attempt, but whenever you're showing your game off the marathon setting, I'm just like, let's show off all the coolest stuff. So we gotta go for that.
That's also
YOLO
when you...
strats.
Yeah, exactly. That's also when you gotta show off all the stuff that's like, this is actually 2 seconds slower, but it's way cooler, so I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Always love that kind of strat. And now, unfortunately, the time changing mechanic thing is gone. Right?
It's over.
It is gone.
Broke.
It's
heartbreaking.
There's definitely something to appreciate about the brevity of it, though. There's a lot. There's a couple level-based gimmicks like that in this game that don't overstay their welcome, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that they any longer, and you're right, it would have been a different game. It would have been a game about changing time, as opposed to this is a game about big titans and stuff, right? And awesome, and also you can change time in one level.
Yeah, dude. And so this level sucks too. This is the Beacon Chapter 1. All the geometry that you're seeing here is a suggestion. It doesn't actually look like it. It doesn't actually behave like it looks. But we have to navigate through it quickly anyway. So this level has gone through quite a few routing changes over the years, because there's a lot of dialogue that we have to sit through here. But we can actually skip a really good portion of it by doing this quickly. So we have to come down here and kill all of these, they're called stalkers that are sitting on the wall here. There's some militia that are trapped inside this little hub room that we're trying to save them from that. And by killing all of them quickly and then getting back to BT, we can actually skip about 45 seconds of dialogue between BT and our allies that are trapped inside that hub room. And so you'll kind of hear, if you're listening, it's going to cycle through a ton of it coming up here. I have to be careful though, because if I embark on BT too fast, the game has a chance of crashing, so I'm going to chill for a bit right here.
If the game crashes, do we panic?
No, it'll be fine. I got a good checkpoint.
I'm down for a good panic.
The worst thing that can happen there is you embark on BT and then the game crashes and you don't get a checkpoint before it and you have to go do the whole level again. That's a run ender right there.
Guys, real quick, I just want to point out that we just broke 8K. So
let's go, dude.
Awesome.
Let's go.
One more to go before we then
You
increase
can read
the
some
goal to
donations
10,000.
actually if you want. Go for it.
Let's do it. We got Toadie's Got Soul with $50, Zweek with $20, Bowser
Hi,
in the
Zweek.
Dark World with. Hi, Zweek. We got Bowser in the Dark World with $1. It's a
Nice.
fun level. Jonathan Joyce with $15, Anonymous with $29.95. They say this stream is pretty dope. I love when it's like $29.95. It makes me just like call now.
Well, I'm like, is $29.95 like the price of Titanfall 2 right now or something?
I'd be $5. Yeah, I don't know.
We got Dinkelberg 90 with $15. We got Half Court Slim with $50. Much love, you guys are the best. We got Mips with $1 who says catch me if you can. PTSD. We got Trey S with $100. And then we got Who is Will Sims with $20. I hope you get a Vegeta prompt ready when you pass 9,000. Jordan, I need you on that immediately. What, 9,000?
That'd be amazing. All right, now
All right,
back
so
in a similar looking section, actually.
This level is incredible. This is my favorite level to speedrun. But real quick, we have a very difficult skip here. So we're going to use a death warp. That's going to warp us right back in front of the skip location. I'm going to try and use this little grenade launcher here to boost me across this gap. I don't think we got it. No, okay. So normally if I get this within like 5 tries in a marathon setting, I'm like, yeah, that's a success. This is one of the hardest skips in the game.
All right, so that was one.
Oh, we got it. Oh, yeah. Easy
Oh
peasy.
man, second
Hell yeah,
try.
man. That was really
amazing.
good.
First
So,
try
yeah,
every time.
yeah, second try is awesome. So
yeah,
that's
first, second try, guys. That was the first, second try.
So that's kill room skip. That's a really important skip to hit if you're going for record attempts. That saves about a little over 11 seconds. And it's pretty safe to try it over and over again because that checkpoint is so good. So now we're going to grab the arc tool. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Thanks for turning off, fan. I appreciate that. Okay, so now we're going to grab the arc tool. And this is a little big shooty zappy gun. Yeah, this is a big shooty zappy gun that this is the gimmick of this level, and we're gonna use it to turn things on and off. Did I make that? No. Okay, we got backups, so we'll go There we go. Okay, that's an easy backup. Grab the wall. Thank you. Okay.
Jeez,
the backups look so fun. So.
I know the backup's almost cooler than the first try.
All right, and so now this is a pretty cool frag boost. This is called heatsink skip. We're gonna skip the heatsink movement puzzle here. I think I'm gonna die. No, we got it. Cool. And so we're just going to boost ourselves across, hit a trigger inside here. That saves about 15 seconds. And now we're going to get pushed by this huge fan. Looks really cool. And if we time it right, we're going to be able to convert all this momentum into basically like a single or 2 wall kicks at the end of it here, if I can get this.
Wow.
Up a
And
little
some
bit
of
high,
this
I don't want to be
is just like intended, right? Like that you normally go really fast in that section, but
Dang
not
it.
all
Yeah,
the way
I
to this
messed
part.
it up. That's
Oh.
okay. I missed the second wall kick just barely. You can see the speed you can convert
So
off that
close.
wall kick, though. It's pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is intended that you go that fast. It's definitely not intended to convert it into all that speed right there.
Right. Yeah.
All right, and so now we are out of Beacon Chapter 2. That went pretty decently. We got second try killer skip, first try heat sink. That's always good. That's always good.
That's super
We
cool.
take those.
Yeah, and so now we're going into the Beacon Chapter 3. This is oh yeah, Hecutron. This is a big level. There's a lot of stuff that happens here. This is definitely like the coolest level in the speedrun. We have a little bit of stuff to sit through though. We're gonna go do some plot stuff. We're gonna go turn on the beacon out there to communicate with our homies back up that are orbiting the planet. So we definitely have time for donations while we sit through this.
Real quick, what's the Hecutron? My chat's got a lot of Hecutrons.
Oh yeah. So there's a strat there where you can slide. If you time your jumps right, you can slide up the stairs. That was found by Tron Javolta, and so every time that we mess it up, we just say Hecutron. We curse his name.
Oh, okay. All right, guys. Donate.ign.com or click the links in the video description below. Here's a couple of donations here. We got Maverick Globe 27, $20. Awesome game. Dig the stash, Bryonato. We got Meta with $20. He says, "Good luck, Bry."
Thanks, Meta.
And then we got Bonsai, $20. Good luck with the run, Bryo. Plus,
Thanks,
no
Bonsai.
Bryo bonk.
Oh, Bryo Bonk. That's one of my emotes. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're at $8,131, almost to 9K. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get there. And what, Mark, if people were to donate $50 or more, would they potentially have the chance of winning something?
Let's see. This is the first I'm hearing about this. That's why he's here, to keep me in line. Yeah, every donation actually you have a chance to win game codes, IGN store gift cards, swag from companies like Bethesda Software. That's the id Software. That's great. $50 or more, you get entered into a raffle to win a custom IGN Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. That sounds amazing.
That'll probably go really well with that PS5 we're going to see today later in the conference, hopefully.
Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
So this is one of the coolest tricks in the whole game coming up here. You're not supposed to be able to disembark while you're flying, but if you actually kind of like wedge yourself in a corner, you can disembark while flying. There we go. And when that happens, for some reason, your gravity gets reduced by 15%. We're not really sure why exactly. It has to do with the way the game reads flight, but as you can tell, we're like super floaty, and so we call this trick moon boots. And what's going to happen here is BT is going to throw us, but we have reduced gravity, and we also found out, thanks to a QA tester at Respawn, that if you hold jump when BT's throwing you, you'll do a frame-perfect jump off of his hand. So a bunch of crazy stuff is going to happen. Please enjoy Super Fastball. I'm definitely setting up a safety save for this because this is the.
Can we just talk about like how cool this like just scenery looks?
Yeah,
it looks so good.
Rad.
This is my favorite trick in the whole run. Like this was one of the coolest moments just casually in the game, but like to see what you do within a speedrun. Look at this. It looks so hard. Just utilizing everything, the double jumps, keeping the momentum with jumping off the ground, all the wall kicks too.
God, this is nuts! It's so good.
You can go so far. I know Brian's focusing super hard. This seems like a really difficult trick.
That was perfect. That was
wow.
Perfect. Great. Onward.
Super cool, and it's not even
We're not
done.
done
Yeah,
yet.
because you have so many hard tricks with the grenade boost here too.
Yep, okay, and so this is another really hard trick. We're going to use a grenade boost there to skip the zip line at the end. If we get this, it'll be called zipless. This is very serious time right here. I need to focus for this.
You got this.
Jack, quiet down.
Good.
Oh man, even having to activate the platforms in order to be able to wall kick off them.
Okay, I wonder if I can make the wall kick with this. This will be close! Yes, we got it, we got it, we got it.
Wow.
Hell yeah, man. Oh, man.
Well done, dude. That's super
Reminder
cool.
that those wall kicks, those are a 5/60th of a second trick, or to hit those without losing speed. So it's pretty cool. What's the fraction of 5/60ths? What's the like reduction there?
Whether it be one wow, I can't math. That'd be 1/12, I think.
1/12 of a second. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Anyway,
I've been told from my producers that it's 1/12.
Yeah.
Okay, it was 1/12. Yeah. I can't math at all. That's why I speedrun.
Yeah, I've been taught to never do math live on stream, but I was pretty confident on that one. 1/12.
Yeah. The second he said, "What is it?" I was like, "Oh gosh, this is my defining moment."
Dude, doing math on stream is the easiest way to get roasted by your chat.
Yeah.
I was like, "Nope, here we go, boys."
But man,
All right, so anyway.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say this is a big fight here. I'm just waiting to hear like a base drop. You can actually skip this fight, but it's faster to do it. And I'm just waiting to clear all these enemies, and I'll hear a base drop, and they'll indicate to me that there we go. There's the base drop, and that indicates to me that I can now do the climb. So what were you saying, J-Hobbs?
What I was gonna say is I love in that last section how that big satellite you go to, the whole like reason they put it where it is, I feel like, is to show like that thing's so far away you can't get to that until they provide you a way to get to it, and you're just like, no, that's fine. We're just gonna grenade boost, jump our way over.
Pretty much, dude.
Oh man,
that climb thing was insane.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty big skip, but it's like so easy that I think a lot of speedrunners just forget about it. That skips a ton of stuff. That skips BT throwing you. That skips a lot of platforming. It's definitely a huge time save, but it's really, I mean, you just mash space on the way up. That's it. So
that
now
was another
our
one.
back is definitely not going to break here. when BT
No.
catches
No,
us.
no.
And we should have some nice little fireworks that I set up for us, I think. Oh, BT's covering him. Oh well. Anyway.
Come on,
I was
BT.
wondering what those grenades
I know.
were for.
Yeah, the little fireworks. All right, and so now we have, which should have been the third boss fight, is actually only the second boss fight of the run since we skipped Ash. This is going to be Richter fight, and Richter fight is split up into three different segments, four. And so we're going to have different strats for each of them. So these two Reapers are going to land right here. We're just going to hit them with an arc wave, 1, 2, 1, 2. And we're going to be doing spawn manipulation here. So when we're standing and looking in certain areas, that causes enemies to spawn in certain spots. We're going to see that right here. So I want to go 1, 2, 3. That's pretty good that he stood right next to that guy. That'll lower his health. And the strat that's coming up for the next wave is actually... Die, please. Don't do that. Thank you. The strat that's coming up for the next wave is actually brand new. This was routed by Cash Mayo. It's really hard to get right. So we're going to spawn up those guys to land there. We're going to lay down these two flame traps and ignite them. Now we're going to come over here and lay down this flame wall right here, and if we do it right, yes! The Ronin will dash toward us,
Wow.
and we're able to damage both of them at the same time, but we kind of messed it up. That's okay. Oh, are you still alive? Okay, so we got the pattern that we needed, but we messed up the actual execution. But you can see what I'm talking about with like how that could be really fast. They can both die like instantly like that.
Yeah, just dashing in right in front of you, so you can use a lot of close range stuff. That's super cool.
Yeah. It's really hard to get the Ronin to dash toward you. That Ronin can behave really erratically, so the positioning of the flame, of the fire there is really important, for the Thermite, I should say. So here's Richter. If we do enough DPS to him quickly enough, he'll just start his self-destruct sequence as soon as he reaches a certain health point. Kind of tough though, sometimes you have to do an execution animation, that's really slow. We should get it though. Yeah, okay, cool. So, we're good to go. That is an 8:05. If this was an IL, we would stop the timer right there. That is an 8:05 Beacon Chapter 3, which is, I think it's 5 seconds off the world record for the level by itself.
Wow.
So that's pretty good. That went pretty well.
So it's really
So
just
I hear,
that one enemy staying alive, basically. Those two
Pretty
enemies
much,
that
dude.
dash at you.
Yeah, if I would have done that better. Anyway, so that's it. That's it for Beacon Chapter 3. We have quite a bit. Oh, something to say about the Mandarin dialogue for this level is that so Mandarin saves 36 seconds overall. 12 seconds of that time save is in this level by itself.
Wow.
So a third of all the Mandarin time save is in this level, which tells you like how much dialogue there is. And with that, we have time for donations.
But how do you know the story? That's the problem.
Gotta play the game casually, I guess.
Yeah, guys, donations. Let's do it. Remember, we're raising money for the World Health Organization and the Bail Project charities. You can go to donate.ign.com or click the links in the description below. Each donation has a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda or id Software. A donation of more than $50 is eligible to win a custom IGN Summer of Gaming Xbox One X, and $100 triggers my little Mario guy. We'll see how Nintendo feels about that. There he is. All right, guys, we're close. We're trying to hit 9K. The paper here says 900 or 9,000K, so that's they set
if we
some
could hit that, that'd be
goals.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
That's
that'd be unbelievable.
All right, donations. Afro Ninja with $50. He says, "I love speedrunning. I love Titanfall. I love charity, and last but definitely not least, I love Bryonato."
What
Wavy
are we at
K.
right now, donation-wise?
Right now we're at 8,387.
Okay, what about how? Can we get? So we have a level coming up here called Trial by Fire, and I hate this level. So can y'all make me feel better? Can we hit 9,000 before the level's over? Can we can we do it?
Let's do it.
Can we do can we do a $5 donation train? Like let's hit
Yeah,
9,000 before
yeah.
this level's over. We got 5
definitely need it.
minutes.
Yeah.
We got 5 minutes, dude.
SWJS, $50. For the good of all the suffering of brothers and sisters, the prizes are just the charity on the top. Fade Fire with $1. Every dollar counts. Beacon Chapter 2 Pog. JP with $50. Angelina, I love you with $1. Elias with $5. I miss doing speedruns of Titanfall 2. So excited seeing these new skips. RTC with $50. Thanks, IGN, for all the team is doing. Thanks for having a voice and caring about everything that's going on. And I believe that is all I have for now.
Cool.
Hey, get donating, guys. Get donating. Yeah,
What?
this level is hard. The last 3 levels in this game are extremely difficult, and they all have a ton of run-killing potential. The first half of this mission is a ton of Titan combat. It is very much like an escort mission for the first half of it, too. Commander Sarah Briggs, the one that you're talking to us, is basically we have to escort her to this elevator at the end of this level, and she can get caught up on a million different things. So there's a little bit of randomness here, but you can also control a lot of it. And I mean, this level has killed so many of my runs, I can't even tell you. So many good pace runs have died here.
Did you just casually walk through a wall and we're thinking that you're just going to get away with that?
So we have to kill a ton of Titans ASAP. Because we need Sarah to say a certain dialogue line for her to advance us. What the heck? I think this got eaten. Okay. For her to advance us to the next sequence here. So you can see that we're just like a ton of people dying left and right here. I'm just going to nuke you. I don't want to chase you down. Oh, I might die! Oh my goodness!
No.
Okay, that was really close. Holy cow! All right. he put up his flame, or he put up his core, his laser core. I was like, dude, please no, not like this.
Yeah, because these Titans, they don't go down easy, man. They get a lot of health.
No. I don't know why there's so many Titans here, or why I haven't gotten the dialogue yet. This is crazy. Is the door open? There it is. Okay, so that's the dialogue line I'm waiting for, but I'm also almost dead. Okay. Oh my god. This is sketch. This is sketch as hell. All right, we're gonna do this, and then we should get that. Okay, we're good. Man, what the heck? This has been the craziest trial by fire. I guess like all planned. This is really slow because I want you guys to reach 9,000.
Exactly. The dialogue was just taking a little longer, so that way we had more time to reach 9,000 before the end of the level.
Yeah. This level's really hard. Get your donations in, y'all. Yeah, I'm going slow.
I think this was also the beginning of this level was also the level we were using, because we did this on a Games Done Quick show that I'm on called The First Step, and we were using this as our sound check level at the beginning, because there's so many Titans.
Loud.
Yeah, there's so many Titans, and you can just shoot into this like rock wall right at the beginning. It's great. But for anybody who is seeing this and like thinking that this is unbelievable, you can never do this, trust me, you could totally get into speedrunning. And if you want to like tune in, like shameless self-plug a little bit, if you want to tune in Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, which, hey, conveniently today's a Thursday, then like we do, we show you basically how easy it is to get into speedrunning if you want to just kind of get started. Just super cool.
I think apparently Buttsbot donated and I didn't see it. I don't see it, but God, I want to read it so bad. I just don't know what it is. Our chat needs a Buttsbot. That'd be so good.
Whoops. So for this sequence, we're going to abuse Ronin's sword core, or his ultimate ability that just gives you constantly refreshing dashes. So if you want to read some more donations, I really want us to promote those donations for this level, because I'm just going to be dashing through the rest of the level.
We got a lot, but my doc here hasn't updated yet. But I will remind I will shout out that we are at $8,700. We need
$300.
We need $300.
It's over 9,000.
We got like 2-3 minutes. Oh yeah, we're going to have some over 9,000 memes. So let's go, guys.
I just saw it pop up. Somebody was testing it. we got it ready.
Yeah, we also had I made another really weird mistake again that I don't normally make. So I am definitely going very slow. You guys have plenty of time to do this. Let's do it.
Let's go. $230. We need a train going. If everybody in chat donates like $1, we are good to go.
We get there easy. Oh man, I love the just constant dashes there. The ultimate, that's so good.
Yeah. There's Superman Brute. Hello, Superman Brute.
Now you actually skipped one of the Titan loadouts on your way through this level, didn't you?
I should have picked up North Star. I might have missed it. I don't know.
I thought I saw you just go right on past it.
Let me check. Did I get let's see. I'm definitely not delaying at all. Yeah, we got it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You must have just picked it up so fast.
We are $17 away.
Oh yes.
Let's go.
That's close enough.
Let's go.
Okay.
There it is. 9,000. We just hit it. I think we just hit it.
The level just ended. Hell yeah, dude.
It's over 9,000.
I am so proud of everybody right now. I am so proud of everybody.
That was
We
sick,
said
dude.
by the end of the stream. Bryonato says by the end of the level,
Yeah.
and we get it.
Well, there's not too much
That was
left
awesome.
in this game, right?
Guys,
I mean,
we
No,
I-
no,
I-
we only
I-
got about 20 minutes left, roughly.
I hate to
Wow.
sound crazy, but we have 35 minutes left in this stream. If we can hit 10,000 before the end of this stream, oh my gosh, you don't know how happy I would be.
that would be incredible.
Donate.ign.com. Click the links in the description. Every donation, you get you get entered to win all sorts of prizes. $50 or more, you get a entered to win a IGN Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. We're already at 9,100. Let's go, 10K.
That would be
All right.
unbelievable.
That would be amazing. So this level is called the Arc. This is one of the scariest levels in the speedrun. One of the main reasons is because it's the second to last mission, but also because it has multiple like run-ending bugs and glitches and skips. There's a ton of crazy stuff that can happen here. All of these ships that you see flying around all have their own individual like. They can all move erratically and different things can happen. And so I'm definitely gonna need like very serious time to hit this audio cue. Coming up here, it's gonna be called Barker Skip. We're going to be jumping from Barker's ship to another ship, and it's very dependent on a couple different. There's like some RNG involved. We have to hit a perfect grenade depending on the kind of the seed that we get, more or less. And then after we do the Barker skip, we have to do another skip right after. So we're going to see if I can time this grenade correctly. So here we go. This is one of the biggest run killing skips in the game. That doesn't look good. Oh wait, did we get it? Oh, so close, so close, dude. Yeah. If I had a little bit better grenade boost, I would have got that. So if we can get this within 5 tries, I'll call it a success.
Just bonked on the wing, barely.
That was very close.
This looks better. Maybe. Nope. Okay, try again. All right.
Oh.
I'm just barely off on my grenade timing. It's really important to hit this grenade perfectly. It's really tough. So audio cue again. Don't slide over, please. There we go. Okay.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
Third try. Let's go.
So to put in perspective why this skip is so important, when we do both of these back to back, it saves like 45 seconds. So it's a huge skip. Yeah. Anyway, so that was Barker skip and that was 6-4 skip. So third try is I would say is pretty solid for a marathon run. I got no complaints about that. And now coming up here, we have to kind of clear out the ship. So the 6-4 can land, but they want us to clear all 3 gun batteries, but we only need to clear the last one, and the rest of the enemies despawn, which is pretty nice. I'm gonna go for a pretty hot strat right here if I can get it. We'll see. It's gonna be like a really precise grenade, and then I'm gonna shoot some people in a pretty cool way. We'll see. So I'm gonna pull the grenades here. Did I get it? Yes, I did. That's very
Wow.
cool. Very cool. Awesome. That was fast. That was a good clear. All right. You know that you got it because the 6-4 dialogue will appear there.
It's always great
Alright,
when
so
you just
now-
see a grenade get tossed and have no idea where it's going, but then eventually something just
It's
dies.
over 9,000!
So this is another skip. This is just called Early Sarah. Sarah, the person that we escorted last level, is sitting in that ship, and so she's going to rise up here, and instead of waiting for her, we can actually just get on top of it and then continue on in a pretty handy way. There's a really cool trick you can do here that Zweek routed, but it's very hard and doesn't save time as far as I know. So I'm just gonna do the old-fashioned way. And so I totally botched that grenade. So this is called room clear. So the 6-4 are our allies right now. They're helping us out. And so they're scripted to kill like a certain amount of enemies and like move through this room at a certain pace, assuming the enemies are dead. And so we're gonna kill all the ones that basically they would have trouble with. I'm kind of behind my cycle, but that's okay.
Whoa! We
What?
just got $1,000 donation.
Whoa,
We are at
bro!
$10,747.
Wow. All right.
Oh my
That's
god.
amazing, dude. That's amazing.
It's over 9,000!
That's cool. I wasn't so impressed with that.
Right, we're literally like $98 away from $11,000.
It's over 9,000!
Oh,
Dude.
incredible.
What is happening?
stuff.
Let's
Good
go.
Stuff, good stuff.
Keep up the generosity, folks. Oh man. Well, one of the
This is
small. I don't know.
amazing.
I don't know how much a factor it plays in the speedrun, Brian, but like one of the small things I love about this game is that when you're reloading weapons, if you switch weapons, it will like remember where in the reload animation you were exactly for each weapon, which is just super cool because it means that you never have to worry that like. Yeah, you never have to worry that you're switching weapons and like canceling a reload from happening. You're still being just as efficient with it, which I think is super neat.
All right, guys.
Yeah, we
so
don't really have that routed in. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna. We just broke 11K. We're already
God,
200 into that. And so the
It's over
$1,000 came from.
9,000!
Hold on, they're trying to type it to me, but they're typing in black letters with black highlighted.
There's also just so many coming in. I have to imagine it's hard to keep track of. Meanwhile, Brian's piloting a ship with a knife and everything. That was fine. Very
So
casual.
that was the
There are many things
Blankos.
happening right now.
Yeah, no. So that was the Blankos block party, $1,000, and they'll actually be on our stream later. So
wow,
thank
cool.
you guys. Thank you guys.
All right, so
That's
this is Viper Fight. This is definitely the toughest boss fight in the game. There's a lot of different crazy stuff that can happen here because we have these two Scorches as well, and they both have a ton of HP, so I'm going to try and get them to behave in a certain way. If I punch this guy, he might fall off. No, oh wow, that guy's still alive. Okay, so this isn't working out like I wanted to. That's alright. We're going to do another swap reload here. Here we go. He punched us back that way. That's actually fine. Thank you for that. I have to watch my health, though. It's possible I could take some damage here.
pretty low.
And then... Oh, don't do that.
Whoa.
There we go,
Like
got him.
flying
Very
around.
cool.
Nice.
Okay. That was, yeah. So that definitely, I wouldn't say that was good, but we didn't die, so we take it.
That was
When you take
sketchy.
when you take that much damage, Viper actually has like a very real chance to kill you on basically any difficulty. So, yeah. So that was Viper Fight. We're through the arc. Aside from third try Barker, that was relatively smooth sailing, so that's pretty cool. And now this is one of my favorite sequences in the game just to watch. It's really visceral. It's really well choreographed. It's a super dope sequence to watch here. So Viper is we almost got him here. BT's gonna fight him, and then we have to do one more shot to kill him. Hopefully one more shot. If I aim right, it's one more shot.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the boss fight I remember the most in this game.
There we go. Yeah. All right, and so that is effectively the arc. Fortunately, now the rest of the segment is on rails. So if you want to keep reading donations, I would say go for it.
Yeah, so the only issue is there are so many.
Rapid
So
fire, you got
I
this.
just want to do a very blanket, like, everybody is amazing right now. Thank you so much for all of the donations. I have a few here that I can read. We got a gamer in pink with $5. Why is this game in a different language, Kappa?
Oh yeah, Gamer Pink's a regular in my stream. They know. For anybody that is just joining us, Titanfall 2, we're playing this in Mandarin because it's 36 seconds faster due to shorter dialogue. Okay, continue.
There we go. And then we got Spiff with $100. That was just right now. We got King of Ewoks with $50. Let's get Schwifty with $4.20. Blaze it. We got Torok Makto with $100. Babu TV with $50. That's my boy right there. So thank you for that. And then let's see here. We got Smooth
It's
Course
over
with $50.
9,000!
I'm also being told that if we hit 13K before the end of the stream, another fun pop-up thing is going to happen. Those are happening while I'm on stream, so I have no idea. And then Matt Doley with another $100.
Wow, we already got the Vegeta one coming in.
I know.
Okay.
We are almost at 12K. I'd say we're 2 minutes and 45 seconds away from 12K, so write that down. And we got 25 minutes till IGN Expo 2. How are we doing on the speedrun? Are we how much longer do we have, do you think?
So we just reached the end of the arc, and the last level is usually between 11 to 13 minutes, depending on if things go really well or really bad. So I would say we have roughly like 10 to 12 minutes left.
I was gonna say,
Awesome.
so 10:39 is what you're saying. If it's 11 to 13 minutes, you're gonna crush it. 10:39 left.
It's fun. It's funny you say that. I believe the IL record for this level is 10:39. So or 10:38.
Dude, I know.
Yeah.
I knew it. That's that speedrunner intuition, man. Just going, if somebody says
Yeah, for
11, it probably means it's about 21 seconds left. That's great.
So what happened
12,000.
off-
We
what-
did it.
Oh, go. Oh, we did it. Yeah.
12,000.
12K. 12K.
Remember, like, 10
we did it.
Remember 10 minutes ago when we were like, "Yo, can we hit 9K?" Remember that? That was 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's
I
over
think that we
9,000!
already passed what we raised during the speedrun yesterday. I think so, just
we,
on day
we,
2.
We raised 5,000, and then we
Yeah.
started today with, I want to say 6,400, and now we're at 12,000.
Wow, yeah, so we
Nice.
already passed what we did yesterday.
That's
This
amazing.
is super cool. Let's keep that momentum going, everybody.
It's this game. It's Titanfall 2, man. People
was
love
gonna
it.
say, Brian's whole point of this entire speedrun is to keep the momentum going. So you just got to keep the momentum going with the donation.
It's true. It's true. Titanfall 2 is a very momentum-based speed game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. All right, we got important cutscene lore stuff going on here, right?
All right, guys.
Yeah, so
Everybody
what
quiet
happened-
down. We're
what
learning
happened
the
off screen-
story.
Yes. What happened off screen there in the load screen was the ship that we were on crashed, and BT has contained within him a really important power source for like what the IMC and the Apex Predators here are working on. And so Blisk is trying to convince BT to open up. It's actually a really funny thing that happens right here that you can only see because I have my FOV maxed out. So Blisk right here is gonna like dodge off to the right. He's gonna do a little pirouette. I think pirouette's the word. And then he's gonna literally like he's gonna zip into the floor. It's really great. I love watching it.
Really?
Yeah. So
That's
yeah, I always imagine him like screaming up through the grates of the floor here for the rest of his dialogue right here. So he's gonna do the little whoop and then watch him closely, whoop into the floor. So it's great.
This section coming up here where you get, because you're about to get the auto targeting weapon,
Yep.
right? This section coming up, I think is maybe like one of the best examples, one of my favorite examples of any game ever wanting to make you feel powerful ever.
Yeah, it's
They do
awesome.
such a good job you could tell you're near the end of the game, and they're just like, go nuts, have fun. You are gonna fly through this section. You will not die, but you're gonna feel like a badass.
It's delivered
the whole
really
time.
well too, because BT's like death here, quote unquote, is so violent, you know,
Yeah.
and so words are hard. Coming after that sequence, I think makes it delivered really well. And we're actually
Yeah.
going to do a little dialogue skip here. For some reason, if you hold backwards into the fire, and then you hold forward, BT's like, "Wait, don't die," and he just starts talking to you instantly instead of having to wait for another 5 seconds. So it's great. That's called Flotsa strat because it was found by Flotsa. I really appreciate that strat. It's very good.
My favorite thing
So
about
now-
speedruns is when things are just named after whoever found this strat. It's so good.
Yep. It's now BT's gonna rip off his face, and then inside of his face here, we have what's called the Seer Kit, the SERE kit, that is survive, evade, resist, escape. And so it has the smart pistol that J-Hops mentioned. That is the
Smart
auto-aim
pistol hype.
It's
Yeah,
so
which
cool.
for some reason is in the multiplayer for this game. I don't know what aimbot
What?
mechanics are doing in an FPS
Really?
landscape, but it's there. And then we have our very convenient plot knife that we use to hack all the stuff and advance the plot. And then we have BT's data core, which is kind of BT's entire being, all of his AI and everything. Okay, and so we're not gonna have this sequence right here is actually really tough because, again, we don't have a double jump for the first part. So it's really hard to do this smoothly. And there's always a hitch that's going to happen when you come up the stairs here from the smart pistol targeting people. It always happens unless you like play level already. So there's a hitch that happens all the time.
Huh.
And
Oh,
now
weird.
we have our double jump. But now we have our double jump here, and getting through the sequence smoothly is hard and also kind of scary because if you die here, you kind of go back to the right before. Hold on. Okay, I need to focus here. You go back to right before you get the smart pistol, and it's like soft locks. It's terrible. Okay, let's see if I can get this zipline strat here. There we go. This is a relatively new strafe pattern through here.
Man, yeah, I love this
Messed that up,
section.
but that's good.
Because like my casual experience, there's no way I was doing it this well and going this fast, but it makes you feel like you are. Like that.
Yeah.
The whole time that I'm like jumping off the walls here, I felt like I was doing it this well, which is like how many games can accomplish that. That's so cool.
Yeah. I definitely botched this, but I mean, we didn't have any big hangups, so we're good to go. Instead of going like through all these enemies, we can just go over the roof here, so that's pretty nice.
That's cool.
And we're gonna call down another Titan right here, and then install BT's data core. And so basically, we're gonna get BT back real quick here.
I think I could just feel myself leaning closer and closer to the monitor whenever you're
I
doing.
know.
Like,
I know. I have to like
If
reposition because like
just oh, it's
we call that
so interesting.
we call that the gamer lean.
The gamer lean, yeah, exactly.
If you've been watching my face cam, you've noticed me leaning in and out of stuff all over. So now we have this is one of the final sequences of the game here. So we're gonna try and build core really fast, and we build core quickly by doing damage to Titans. So we're gonna get missile locks on a ton of Titans here, and that's gonna give us sword core, which is that dash core, basically ASAP, like so. And so we're gonna dash through all. Oh, we got a really nice damage boost there. We got a punch by one of the Titans that boosted us forwards. That was pretty cool. And so Titans can climb geometry in really weird and unintended ways. And so instead of going around here, we're actually just gonna kind of wedge ourselves onto this rock and go straight over it.
Huh.
And now this part is really, really scary. So I'm gonna switch to a different Titan. I'm gonna try and disembark jump through. Oh, I got killed? No way.
Oh,
No way, dude.
no.
I don't think I got a checkpoint. Oh my god, that's terrible! Okay, well, we got more time to get donations in.
okay, well that's good because I have a bunch.
Okay, so I just want to say, I mean, that has literally never happened before. That is actually the first time that's ever happened. So, and again, I have 3,300 hours in this game, and that has never happened before. So that was brand new for me. Just to put it in perspective.
We told everybody that there would be exclusives and surprises. There it is.
Yeah, dude.
All right, guys.
Exclusive.
13K, I believe. We have 18 minutes. We can do it. Guys, remember, this speedrun is counting down to Expo 2, followed by the Sony Future of Gaming conference, which we are all very, very excited for. Remember, go to donate.ign.com or click any of the links in the video player in the description to go donate. We're raising money for the World Health Organization and the Bail Project charities. Each donation has a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like id Software and Bethesda. And of course, a donation of $50 or more, you have a chance to win a custom IGN Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Guys, 13K. It will trigger an annoying pop-up. I'm told we have a new pop-up. All right, let's start going through these donations.
Do you mind if I talk about Sloan fight real quick here?
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. So this fight has actually gone through a ton of new strats in the last few months or so. And because of that, we have like a new kind of skip because of it, which is really cool. So I'm going to have to do a ton of damage to Sloan in this first segment right here. So I'm going to swap to Ronin and get this off. Shoot her 4 times, and then do attack the cancel over to Brute, and she should swap right out. That's good. We didn't get her laser there. Now we're going to spawn manip these guys to land here, drop a flame core on them, and we have to get up to around 50% core. We got 52. That's good. Now we need to get over here to manipulate Sloan. To spawn? Where is she spawn? She didn't spawn there. Where is she? I'm gonna get in the right spot to spawn manip her. I think it's fine. Okay, there we go. She's right here. That should be okay. She's somehow standing above the flames though, which kind of sucks. Okay, so now we're gonna go back over here. I think we kind of botched it. I don't know if we can get the... dang it. I think we definitely botched it. That's okay. We're not going to get the skip, and that's okay. I messed up the spawn manip, so this is still fast. So now we're going to get Sloan to spawn here, and we want her to... There we go. Okay. Yeah, we didn't get the skip, and that's all right. It would save about 10 seconds if we got it, but you have to do that fight fast enough. So that way, this guy right here would still be. Wait, oh, that's right. I can't do flame core. Okay, hold on. You know what? More time for donations. More time for donations. We're doing it again. We're doing this again.
Let's do it.
Keep the donations going. I messed up that whole thing so bad. I'm like, you know what? Let's just try again.
Chuckwagon 253 with $50 who says Titanfall 2 is so underrated. Glad to see it getting some love. I agree. Yeah. Miracle Bird LOH with $1. Brandon Ridlin with $100, Alan Tucker with $5, Kylo Ken with $11.38. You guys are doing amazing work. Keep it up. Hashtag Summer of Gaming. WeeMan_com. He says, do a reaction, guys. Pose. We have to do it, guys. So basically what I need everybody to do is stare at the screen and just do something like this.
Oh. Like just something wild or that exactly?
Just do something wild. Ready? And hold it.
I definitely can't right now.
That's what the hosts are for. Don't worry about it. We got Neil CZV with great reason to donate while watching some great content. Also, PS5 hype. Viz with $50. He says Lego.
Hi, Viz.
Assassin with $10. Stevie with $100. And Alexis LeMay with $15, who says good luck. Guys, we're at 12,364. We need to get that train going again and get us to 13K. Let's do it. Everybody donate $1 right now.
This final boss already done now, right?
So check this out. Check this out. We did a glitch right here that activated a core right before we pulled the arc injector here, and because of that, this is the final boss. He's just gonna die. So we just gonna shoot him right there, and that saves 33 seconds. It's pretty rad. Okay, continue.
Wow.
Continue.
No, that's it. We're good. We're caught up.
Oh, we're good.
Wait, so
Okay,
did we beat the game?
That's a huge amount.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
We got it. Yeah.
That's a huge amount of time
Yeah, so-
save, though. That's super cool.
Yeah, it's big. It's big. It's a miracle that it doesn't crash the game.
Yeah. And then you get the
Anyway.
Apex card.
Yeah,
there
you get
too.
the Apex card. Yeah. Apex Legends wasn't even a thing when this
Nope.
game came out. A lot of people think that's an allusion to Apex Legends, but it's really just because those are the Apex Predators. So, anyway, because Blisk is dead, Apex Legends is no longer canon now. So you're welcome.
Sorry, guys. Just got another
So there's
donation. Aaron H, $50. Awesome speedrun for an awesome game for an awesome cause. I agree.
Hell yeah. Yeah, there was a strat I was going for here where I was supposed to, if you hit it fast enough, there's a whole sequence here where the gun is kind of charging up, and if you did it fast enough, the gun you would kind of like skip the charge sequence in order to be charged. It saves like somewhere between 10 to 15 seconds. Anyway, we missed it, which is why I went for the whole boss fight again. We didn't get it, but that's fine. I mean, we're over 13K now, right?
We are not over 13K. We're at
Oh, we're not.
12,400. We got
Oh, okay,
13
gotcha.
minutes.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, we got about a minute left of the run, so this is your last chance.
Yeah, guys.
All right,
so
so
don't
here
forget.
we go. BT's go for it.
No. Go for it. Game's
Oh, okay,
almost
okay,
over.
BT's gonna throw himself off into the void here. Goodbye, BT. And this
Rip.
is the final. This is the final escape sequence of the game here. We're not quite home free, but fortunately, there's not a lot left that can kill us. So here we go. We're gonna instantly do a wall run on the right side here, and we're gonna try and get a wall kick close to this blue kind of what is it, hexagon there, and that should allow us to advance here without doing any more wall runs.
This section's just filled with so much spectacle. It's
I know.
great.
Really cool.
It looks wild.
The funny thing is that this is basically how you've been playing the entire game. It's just looking
true.
at various little pieces of geometry floating all over the place.
A little swag strat. Peace. We're good. Cool. 123.50 was my final time for that. That's time. That's time, by the way.
Is that
awesome.
good? Is that?
That's it. That's game over. That's GG. That's a GGer.
How's a 123 for you?
How was the time?
If so, for me, it was with loads removed, it was a 123.50. And if you recall my SGDQ 2019 run, I got a 123.45 there. So with all those mistakes, I was only 5 seconds behind that time somehow. So it's just like, yeah.
And some of them even reloaded just to show it off again, like that was just to show stuff off.
We reloaded a few sequences just to show stuff off. Yeah, so that puts in perspective how good that run was overall. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, that's really good. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, dude, great job. That's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
But we're not done. We have 11 minutes and we need to hit 13K. I'll go ahead and read some of the donations that have come through so far. Whoa. Oh, we just got a $500. Let's go!
Oh man.
Guys, we need $14. All right, so we got Aaron H with $50. Awesome speed run for an awesome game for an awesome cause. I think I read that one, but you know what? I'm gonna read it again. Sir Purdy with $50. Love IGN. Glad to see y'all fighting the good fight. 13K, let's go!
We did it. That's amazing.
That's awesome, dude.
Where's the pop-up?
I was
wanna
promised
see the
memes.
pop-up.
What's
I'm
going
waiting
on?
for it. I'm waiting for it. I specifically opened up my feed so I can see
Yeah,
it.
me too. I was promised memes at 13K.
I need memes.
They're probably
I know,
loading. It's fine.
I got a reward for 13K. Do you guys want to meet my dog? Do you want to meet my dog?
Yes!
Yeah.
Okay, let me go grab him. Let me go grab him.
Yes,
Whoa!
yes, I can win. I feel great.
Here come the pop-ups.
I think they just
It's
hit
going
all of
wild.
the buttons there. That was just every button that.
He's just hitting everything he can. 14K, let's go! We got 10 minutes, let's go!
Yes, I can win. I feel great.
Okay, let me try to see if I can catch up. Okay, I almost read Aaron H's for the 90th time. Oh, there's the puppers. There he is. What's your dog's name?
I think Brian doesn't have the headset back on yet.
Oh,
He can't
yeah,
hear you.
obviously he can't hear me.
It's over 9,000.
I thought he was putting it on the dog.
Not quite,
Oh.
not quite, not quite.
Can you
So
hear
here's
me?
Dragon.
Yes,
Yeah, I can hear
I
you.
think
I
we
can
lost
hear
you.
I feel
We
great.
lost you.
I muted my mic.
Oh, there we go.
This is Dragon. This is my good boy. He's a very good boy.
Donate for the good boy.
Go donate for the good boy. How's this for a 13,000 reward? Yeah.
Everybody in the chat is yelling dragon right now, so I think most
Yeah.
people already knew.
He's a little superstar. Yeah. He's very good.
Oh, what a good dog.
all of my pretty much all my stream emotes are based around him. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, guys, I don't want to sound crazy, but I feel like in 8 minutes we can hit 14K. So let's just go for it. Let me read what
Let's
we
just
have.
Go for it, dude.
We have Sir Purdy with $50. Love IGN. Glad to see y'all fighting the good fight. Andy Lemoyne. I've been to jail. It's not fun. Thankfully, my dad bailed me out. Not everyone has that option. Let's help them. Yahoo Isu Sue with $1. We got Adrian Deadweiler with $60. Respawn is amazing. We got Mark McKitschak with $50. Love IGN. Tambora 75 with $1. Enjoying some good content. Anonymous with $2 who says yeet. Robert with 15 that says keep up the good work. Tough. And then we got Perkinshaw with 9876. Tough times and happy the IGN teams helping support these causes. And then another anonymous donation with $100. And then King of Ewoks with another $100.
Y'all are
The
killing
feed-
it. Oh my god.
The feed
wow.
is wild. Let's keep it going. Man, remember once upon a time, I'm looking at my notes here and it's saying the goal for this stream is $8,000.
8,000. Yeah, no, I rejected that immediately. I was like, no,
You
we're not
did.
doing
You
8,000.
did. You did, Hobbs.
You did.
I mean, even
Guys.
then, 9,000 was what I put it at, and we're shooting way past that. That's super cool.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna hit 14K. This is gonna happen. I can't believe it. So we got 7 minutes left. I want to hear from each of you. Jay Hobbs, we'll start with you. What is something you think we're going to see from the Sony press conference, and what is your out of this world prediction?
Right.
Real
okay.
quick.
So like something I think we're gonna see and something I wish but don't think we're gonna see, basically.
Yeah.
Like,
Let's
okay.
do it.
I think we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see Elden. Is it Elden Ring? Is that the name of it? The
Elden Ring.
the
Yep,
next
Elden Ring.
From Soft Project. I think we're gonna see something from that. I'm really hoping for that as well. But I think we'll see another peek at that one, since it's been a while since we've seen that. My out of this world prediction that I don't think we're gonna see is I would love to see a Spider-Man 2 announcement or something, Marvel Spider-Man 2, something like that, whether it be an announcement for that or like an announcement for some gigantic DLC for the original Spider-Man. I personally don't think we're seeing it, but that would be my top. I would love to see that happen.
All right, Brian, what about you? Just a realistic.
Realistic? Yeah, Elden Ring was my pick too. I think we might also maybe see a tease for the next God of War. I think is a pretty safe bet. I'm not sure about that, but I feel like it's been a while now since they came out, so I'm sure they might be might have some sights set on that for PS5. My out of this world thing, I mean, We all know it's not coming. You know, Respawn has said it's not coming, but like, it'd be cool to see Titanfall 3. I don't know. You know, not gonna happen. But that would be like that would be my dream. You know. So
yeah. I have my own, but I'll read the donations real quick. We got the Wins Man with $10. Loeb, you're doing what you're doing. Love what you're doing. Inspiring a generation. The French Tuck with $20. Protocol for Cooper. Dash. Hi, Bryo.
Hi.
Monkey Dog with $50. It's my birthday today. Also, hooray for a good boy. House Redfoot with $10. A human's concept of love requires admiration, attraction, devotion, and respect. Conclusion: we are 100% in love with Bryonato. What a great run.
That's so cute. That's a line from dialogue, or that's a dialogue from Titanfall 2, actually. And House Redfoot's the name of my stream community, so that's really cute. Thank you.
We got Matthew Adler with $20, 14K hype. We got Eric with $10. Yeah, we're like literally like that. We got Jojo Game Reveal with $5. Diego C with $10. Keep being the heroes of today. Kirby C with $20. Platinum Game Devs with $1. New JoJo game coming to Stadia. All of that. Yappy Door with $1. Okay. So my what I think will happen at the PlayStation conference is I think we're gonna see the console. I know it's supposed to be like gameplay driven. But I think that they're gonna surprise us with the console.
Do you think it's gonna be a render of the console or like the actual box? Like
14K, let's go!
Yes!
Well done. Well done. I get a Snoop Boop for that.
Oh, that's so exciting.
That's amazing.
Someone's name is I ate too much salt. His note was, dang, I ate too much salsa. It happens to the best of us. My out of this world prediction, but when I think about it, I don't know how out of this world it is that we're gonna see Horizon Zero Dawn. I love Horizon Zero Dawn.
That would
Guys,
be cool.
We are just getting a ton more donations. Bring her. If we're doing the animals thing, this is Emily. There she is.
Let me see.
More pets.
Here she is.
Aw, Emily is her name?
Yeah, her name's Emily.
That's
She's 14 years old. 13, 14, I don't know. She was a rescue.
I sadly do not have a pet to
guys, we just got some nuts more donation. From Black Lives Matter, $250.
Yes,
Cash bails an outdated system and harms all community. It's time to get rid of it. Terry Schwartz with $50. Love you, Mark. Aw, thanks, Terry. Great job, team. And then we got Kenneth with $100. Less mass incarceration and more IGN. So we're at 14,429. I don't want this stream to end. It's so good.
Mark, I want to say when he went like, "Aw," it was perfectly timed with the Mario thing. You had like the exact same expression. It was great. It was great.
It was so good.
That's perfect. That's one of my coworkers. So I was like, guys, real quick, we are almost out of time. Bryonato, where can we find you after we have to leave this stream?
Oh yeah, right down below. I stream speedruns, especially Titanfall stuff, pretty much every day, almost. I've been doing speedrun content for a long time. If you want to see more of my stuff, I've done quite a few runs at GDQ, so if you just search like Bryonato GDQ, you can watch any of my runs there. I'd love to see you guys in my stream. Again, that's twitch.tv/Bryonato. Yeah, that's my plug. That's what I got. Oh, one more plug if I can.
Oh, no, go for it.
If you want to speedrun Titanfall 2, go to speedrun.com/Titanfall_2. You can find the link to our Discord there. We have so many resources to get started, and like anybody can get into it. It was my first speed game. It could be your first speed game. It's really dope. It's a very good run.
It looks really fun. Thank you for stopping by, guys. If you like our Devs React series, Bryonato is he's one of the people that kicked it off. I think you were like the second one. With Control. So go watch that because that video is awesome.
A good video. Yeah.
Yeah, Jay Hobbs.
That's one of my favorite ones, no bias. Yeah.
Jay Hobbs, where can we find you?
I'm at twitch.tv/jhobbs296 or on Twitter, J_Hobbs. Also, don't forget, everybody, that if you enjoyed all of this, we raise money multiple times throughout the year for Games Done Quick. So Summer Games Done Quick is moving online this year. SGDQ Online is in August. I'm definitely not stalling for time to remember the dates. It's August 16th to the 23rd. Please check that out. GamesDoneQuick.com for more information there. And also, you can catch me here tomorrow, 12:45 p.m. Pacific, because we're going to be right back here doing the same thing. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we'll be doing
tomorrow?
We're doing Bloodborne with Jesus Here's Toast, so make sure to show up for
dude.
that. Guys, this stream has been amazing. Give me the camera. Here I am. Guys, don't forget that all Summer of Gaming long IG. Oh no, I'm reading the wrong thing. I'm like out of it. I literally can't believe what we've done. All right, guys, we're mere moments away from IGN Expo Day 2. Even more exclusive trailers, new gameplay, and interviews with some incredible developers. As for our charities, we've raised a collective total of $14,673 so far for the World Health Organization and the Bail Project. The Bail Project works to restore the presumption of innocence and reunite families separated by mass incarceration. The COVID-19 Response Fund responds to COVID-19. You know, we're trying to stop it. Both very worthy causes, so keep the donations coming in, and we'll be back tomorrow with Jesus Here's Toast with Bloodborne. For extra Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search for IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag to watch along with live events and submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays. Also, don't forget to leave us a Yap video comment on IGN.com, and it could wind up on today's episode of News, Games, and More. Guys, that's going to do it for me. Thank you all for everything you guys have done. I will see you tomorrow, but for now, get ready because IGN Expo Day 2 starts right now.
Yes, yes.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. It's a multi-day streaming extravaganza packed with brand new trailers, next-gen reveals, exclusive announcements, and never-before-seen gameplay. Exclusively here on IGN. In just moments, IGN's own Summer of Gaming Expo Day 2 kicks off, where we'll be showing off tons of brand new games and speaking with the people behind them, like Samurai Jack creator Genndy Tartakovsky, who's bringing world premiere gameplay from Samurai Jack Battle Through Time. But we can't spoil all the surprises in this intro. Prepare yourself, because for the next few hours, you won't want to miss a beat. IGN Summer of Gaming Expo number 2 starts right now.
Can't remember a thing.
Hey, I've got him! It's payback time! I see him! Over there!
Well, well.
Can't you see? Don't you know what I am? I'm a man with a plan, and it's time you understand.
Get him!
Yeah, goddamn, man, I make it look easy. I make it
He can't get away.
Like I make it look easy, yeah.
We better create a diversion. Bad place to be. This is not good. I've fallen into my own trap. Jones, do you read me?
Use the scope. I'll cover you. Come on!
Alpha to the burger. Suspicious individuals.
Who am I?
All agents alert. Get ready. He's on his way.
Hey! IGN Summer of Gaming has just begun, but you probably already knew that because we've been promoting this since April. I'm one of your hosts, Cindy Goodman, and joining me are Up at Noons, Max Scoville, and Brian Altano.
Hey, Sid. Normally in June, we would come to you live from a big studio down the street from a massive trade show to check out brand new video games for a whole week straight. But this year, we are doing things a little bit differently. And instead of just 1 week, we are bringing you multiple weeks of completely ballooned out, overstacked gaming coverage, which is good for you. And I don't know if that's great for our mental health, but we'll make do.
We'll make it work. We'll be carrying all the big video game announcement streams being dropped by all your favorite publishers and studios, so you can get all your info, IGN and otherwise, in one place, which is right here. And we're doing it for a good cause, too. Throughout our Summer of Gaming, we're hosting a slew of gaming events for charity. You might have caught the Titanfall 2 speedrun before we started. We're doing one of those each day before our coverage kicks off to raise money for the World Health Organization and the Bail Project. Later on today, we'll have special Summer of Gaming episodes of our regular series and potentially even more important Sony State of Play showcase, which was widely expected to be the first reveal of the actual PlayStation 5, potentially even the box itself, which we haven't seen, despite talking about it for years now.
You know, I think if they hype that up and show PS4 games, people will be pissed. Anyway, on Tuesday, June 16th, we'll be getting an intimate look at some celebrity homes and Animal Crossing islands as these celebrities take us on virtual tours on stream to raise money in support of the COVID-19 Response Fund and to reunite families separated by mass incarceration. You can donate at donate.ign.com or by following the links in the video description. Make sure you check in all month long for nonstop gaming news, and if you're watching from your living room, you can even watch it all on channel IGN1 on your Samsung TV Plus.
Check out the full schedule at IGN.com. You can also follow IGN on the TikTok app. Search for IGN's Summer of Gaming hashtag to unlock a bunch of bonus content and to upload your very own awesome gameplay clips. Anyway, enough delightful talk from three gorgeous professional presenters. I think very highly of us.
Disagree.
Oh, that we're not gorgeous, or that it's not enough talk from us?
I think it's the word professional, really. That's the one that I get hung up on that. Look at this nonsense.
Fair enough.
Both of you are wildly unprofessional, and that's why I'm very excited to work with you. All right, it's time to get things kicked off with a bang. A fresh stack of brand new game trailers only here as part of IGN Expo Day 2, deep in the heart of the Summer of Gaming. That sounded threatening, but it's going to be really fun. Roll it!
My name is Evan Capnose. My identity has been foreclosed.
You are in a stalemate, Mr. Capnose. Until the auctioning, your ID is going to be suspended.
The implants we get at birth are state property. Corporations buy the ID debt from the state. Your implants are not exactly compliant.
They took everything from me, but they left me with nothing to lose.
If we don't work together, we will both lose everything.
Have a nice day, Mr. Capnose.
portals of a place where everyone comes together to play and dance and race and shoot and jump and fly with jetpacks or maybe bat wings. And there's lava and a mountain made of junk food. Where you can create your own worlds and have your own adventures where you are in charge. Where you can make your very own games with your very own rules. And all your friends can come and play. Like this one here. Yep, them too. And I don't know what that dude is, but he is cool. What? They're all toys? Come to life. And I can actually play with them and own them all. That's f***ing sweet. But you see, this place isn't a legend at all. It's a party. Let's party.
Oh, hey, check out spellbreak.com/IGN to get a free exclusive in-game skin. Coming up later in the expo, we've got tons of never-before-seen trailers and interviews with the developers of some of the hottest upcoming titles. But right now, it's samurai time! Samurai! Cartoon lovers should be no stranger to Samurai Jack, the time-traveling swordsman whose long-running cartoon adventures came to an end in 2017. Well, now he's back in video game form. We got a chance to talk about it with Samurai Jack creator Genndy Tartakovsky. Max, take it away, Samurai!
Samurai Jack's animated adventures came to a grand finale in 2017, but now this time-traveling samurai is back in Samurai Jack Battle Through Time, a brand new original video game. Here to tell us about it, I'm joined by Samurai Jack's creator and animation legend, Genndy Tartakovsky.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for making a bunch of amazing cartoons that have clearly inspired my own personal laboratory. Let's talk about Samurai Jack. This is a brand new story. It's by Derek Bachman. It takes place within the sort of Samurai Jack timeline, but walk us through exactly sort of where and when, aside from Through Time, this is taking place.
Well, I think it kind of picks up right where we were finishing the last season, the finale of the whole thing. And it starts, we created a new mythology where it kind of starts as an alternate timeline, and Aku sends Jack through that timeline, and now, of course, Jack has to fight his way back and defeat Aku. But this time, the adventures are kind of similar, fresher, because for the first time, you actually get to control Jack and really fight all those amazing villains and henchmen and have the friends along the way that we've experienced through watching the show.
Now, this is the first Samurai Jack game in 16 years. There was the PS2 game that came out in 2004. Can you sort of talk about sort of the difference in perception of not just Samurai Jack, but kind of video games in general? It feels like it's you're under the Adult Swim mantle this time around. Which, does that give you any more sort of leeway?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 16 years ago, it was video games were, especially for licensed characters, for a kids' TV show, so to speak. You kind of get the B-class treatment, right? You just kind of go into whatever engine they have. They do some new graphics, but generally it's not great. And they were doing it while I was in production on the show, so it's hard for me to be super involved. And because it takes a commitment and a love to do this right, even for video games, for a TV show, for anything. And so it kind of came out and it kind of lacked what we all thought a video game could be. And then now, fast forward here, the show is more popular. The show has existed for 16 years more, and people have really gone to love it. And there's a more of respect towards it. So the new game is a lot more of what we wanted it back then, and even more. So it's completely different from my point of view, from what it was to how far it's come now.
Very cool. Well, let's talk about the gameplay a little bit here. Obviously, we're going to see lots of sword swinging action because he's a samurai after all. But we also got sort of a pole arm here with some magic coming out of it. We got a shot of him in the trailer with some heavy firepower. Can you tell us about the combat a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's inspired by of course the normal samurai stuff, the classic, but just like in the show, Jack's able to use a lot of what's around him to be inventive, and I think there's some stuff where he actually uses one of the Ku drone's arms, and he slashes with it. There's a bow and arrow, I think, and so there's a lot of variation. There's a trident like we see here, and also taking cue from when Jack was lost in the last finale season. He also uses some guns and stuff where we never would have him use a gun in the first few seasons. But a lot of the locales are totally inspired by what we did in the show. And so it's kind of great because if you're a fan of the show, you'll recognize the environments instantly, and you can kind of look forward to some of the villains from that environment. At the same time, we've also swapped some other villains to come in all the different various environments.
Nice. And you've got some familiar returning characters as well, I hear.
Yes, of course. I mean, you could never do it without the Scotsman, and here, of course, is Demongo, who's one of the fan favorites, always has been. And what's also fantastic is we were able to use the original voice cast, right? I mean, besides Mako, of course, who passed away. But yeah, so there's an authenticity to it that I think is sometimes, you don't get in other games based on properties.
This is awesome. Now, something I'm really curious about, this is developed by Soleil, which is a studio based out of Japan. Obviously, Samurai Jack is a Western cartoon heavily influenced by Japanese media and culture, and now you've got a Japanese team developing a game based on that. Can you talk a little bit about that relationship?
It's been really good. I mean, I think for whenever you do these things, it's always great if there's a fondness and appreciation from the team that's actually going to be doing all the work. If it's just all about money and they feel like they could take advantage of the name of the property, then it becomes kind of, they don't understand the essence of it. But I know, like Derek, who wrote this, he traveled to Japan and he met with them and he walked into their offices and they had Samurai Jack posters and they were asking about me, so they were appreciative of it. And doing even I remember back then when I first started the show and it actually started to air in Japan, I was really worried. I'm like, oh no, they found out I'm a fake. They'll see through everything I've done. No matter how much of a whatever fan or appreciation that I had of Japanese culture and especially the samurai code and culture, they would still know that I'm a phony. But so I remember I was at the studio once and we had some visitors from Japan, some of these cable operators, they were just businessmen. And this is years ago. And they came into my office and I was introduced to them and Samurai Jack just started airing on their cable network. And they were like, you got it right. You did a really good job. We love the show and it feels sincere. And that was the biggest compliment I could ever get. That it worked in Japan.
So cool.
It didn't. I didn't embarrass their culture or appropriate it or whatever. All that kind of stuff.
I love that. So now, obviously, like Samurai Jack has been around for almost 20 years, and people who maybe were watching Samurai Jack as kids they're now adults and they're out making video games and stuff. Have you sort of had any encounters with people working on the game who fanboy out and get completely overwhelmed by it, or is it?
A little bit, like it's more about in general, I think, like you said, it's been around for so long, it's been able to influence a lot of artists going into video games and animation in general. And so when I go to conventions and all that kind of stuff and I meet these people, when I was influenced by, Bugs Bunny cartoons and Popeye and some Disney stuff, Tex Avery, and of course, by the time I got into the industry, most of them were all gone, if not all of them. And so I was never really able to meet any of the people who inspired me to go into animation. And now it's been pretty incredible. When I go to conventions, I meet the people who say, well, yeah, I got into the industry because of Samurai Jack, or I love to draw because of Samurai Jack and all this stuff. And it's beyond comprehension that something like this can, affect people and really show them the direction in their life, which is so, it's such a huge honor to inspire anybody, really.
That's phenomenal. That's really cool to hear. Now, I have to ask, you mentioned it very briefly there, Popeye. Do you have any word on the Popeye movie that I heard you were working on at one point?
No comment on any of that stuff, so.
Fair enough. I had to ask, though.
No worries.
Fingers crossed. Thank you so much, Gandhi. This was a huge pleasure. I am looking forward to checking out Samurai Jack Battle Through Time later this year.
Welcome back to check out this game on IGN Summer of Gaming, highlighting exciting, under-the-radar games worth your time. Strategy RPG Star Renegades has without a doubt one of the coolest looking pixel art styles I've seen in a long time, but it backs that look up with an exciting time-based combat system as well. Take a look at some exclusive new gameplay. Like what you see? Then head on over to IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN to watch the full extended version of this gameplay.
That was the wonderful Tom Marks with some inside info on Star Renegades. If you like Tom, I have great news because he will be right back to tell us all about Iron Oath along with one of the game's developers. But first, a little tiny break. Stay tuned.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. My name is Tom Marks, and I'm joined today by Chris Wingard and Nick Mueller, who's a little bit static today, of Curious Panda Games. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Doing very good. How about you?
Good. Thank you so much for joining me. We're here to talk about your game, The Iron Oath. So, just to set it up, tell me a bit about the game. What is The Iron Oath?
I think, like at its core, the game is about taking a mercenary company and just like living the life of a mercenary, like owning your own mercenary guild and managing all of that. That's sort of like the main thing that you'll be doing.
And that's through, as we're seeing here, pull up, tactics-based, kind of hex-based gameplay, right? It's a turn-based tactics game at its core as well.
Right, yeah. Right, yeah. So you're managing your guild, and then you take them on missions, and then the combat plays out on a hex grid.
And one of the things I wanted to touch on too is you guys started out on Kickstarter, I believe.
Yeah.
How long?
2017.
2017. So you've gone on long, like 3 years now. How has kind of that journey been?
It's been longer than we wanted it to, but we've made a lot of improvements to the game. And we've come a long way, and we're really happy with the state that it's in and where it's going, and really excited for people to get their hands on it, hopefully soon.
Well, since we're seeing it right now, since we're seeing the combat, let's talk about that first. There's a lot of different flavors of turn-based tactics and hex-based stuff and all that sort of goodness. What kind of sets the Iron Oath apart? What did you want out of the combat? What's important to you, and what are players basically going to be thinking about? Like, what do you want them to think about while they're fighting?
You want to tackle that, Chris, or want me to?
Yeah, you can jump in.
Yeah, so we really wanted, like, firstly, like, our hero design, we really wanted them to be pretty diverse and not, I guess, a bit different than, like, your stereotypical classes that you'd normally encounter in an RPG, like a guy who's just a tank and, you know, a typical mage who has ranged abilities sitting in the back. So we kind of, that's our main focus, just, like, having powerful characters who are unique, and then just like the Pyrolancer, for example, that's a guy with black armor and the lance. He's a melee fire mage, so he's an example of that. And basically, like, we really just wanted to. Sorry.
I was just saying, yeah. Initially, he was just a guy that stood in the back throwing fireballs, and we decided, like, you know, that'd be kind of boring if we just completely took the tropes of every RPG and instead decided to give, like, a little bit of a twist on all of them. So instead of just standing back and throwing fireballs, he gets up and close and deals fire damage like that.
And that was one thing I was noticing watching this gameplay as well, is it seems like positioning is really, really important here. We already saw it a little bit earlier, but one character placed a little fire sigil, and then another character knocked them into that, which then knocked that person farther away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of synergies between abilities. Like, the Pyrolancer places down that hex, and then there's a lot of abilities that can push or can pull, and so you gotta try to plan ahead and take that into account when you're trying to manipulate your positioning around the enemies and all that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of environmental hazards too. Like, just then he was standing on the little, like, glowing hex, and that one, if you're standing on it, you can't use certain abilities. So you have to, like, really plan out where you're going to go. And that was created by one of the enemies attacking. It spawned that beneath him, so you have to move around. But then also you have to really think about where you're going to move to, because like Dungeons and Dragons, there's, like, attack of opportunities. So if you get close to someone and then move away, they're going to get, like, a free hit against you. So you can't just move off of that hex. You have to really, like, think about what you're going to do. Is it worth taking the damage from the movement?
Yeah, it's funny. I feel like attack of opportunities is something that I would think I've seen more of that in tactics games, but it feels like this is one of the first I've actually seen lean into that idea.
Yeah, we really wanted to lean into that, and then also have ways around it. Like, it's not gonna, like, one of the problems that we thought we might run into is just characters would funnel to a point, and then they would just trade blows, and then it's done. So, but to counteract that, we have a lot of characters with mobility. So instead of just running into a place, like the Valkyrie is a class that she can fly several hexes across. So if she needs to get out of somewhere, she can use that to make a whole lot of distance. And then we have other abilities that, you know, can knock back, and then that allows you to walk away without getting hit with the attack of opportunities. There's, like, environmental hazards, like in a later part, there's, like, grass on the ground, and if you're standing in the grass, you can freely move through that and not get hit with an attack of opportunity.
And now we're seeing an overworld map screen. Can we talk about? Tell me a little bit about this world and kind of the outside of combat, but, you know, this part of it. You're walking between towns. You're taking on missions as part of this mercenary company, right?
Yeah, this is where you'll be doing like half of the game. Half of the game is kind of in these dungeons doing combat. The other half is where you're actually managing your guild and exploring the world. And, like, just then what happened was it was moving to a town, and there was, like, a dynamic event that happened that said that you've encountered these this person that looks like they're in trouble, and you could choose to help them or not help them. So that's where, like, a lot of the events will come about, is from these just dynamic encounters that come about as you're exploring the world, or dungeons. Like, you might run across other events mid-dungeon that are unrelated to the quest you're currently tackling.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, text-based encounters. That's part of the inspiration is from D&D in that aspect. It's just, you know, little choose-your-own-adventure type things while you're on a mission. It's not necessarily part of that mission, but it's just something you can choose to do or not do.
And that's also what I feel like what a lot of Dungeons and Dragons campaigns end up becoming, or are from the outset, is essentially a band of mercenaries just running around taking jobs.
Right.
Yeah. I was also a big fan of, like, Berserk, like the Band of the Hawk, the manga, and I always thought that would be, like, really fun to really, like, play out a scenario like that.
And we we mentioned Valkyrie, which is now we're actually seeing in this fight as a class, but the characters specifically, are these randomized characters that kind of get assigned a class? Are they set characters that you'll meet out in the world? How does that sort of aspect of it work?
So they're each class, you recruit them, and they age, they retire, or they die in combat, and then you'll eventually have to replace them by recruiting new people. So the classes themselves, there's 8 classes that we'll be launching with, and they're not tied to a person. The person is dynamically generated whenever you need to recruit someone. And yeah, you just recruit them, you train them up, they have traits, they have personality traits, and there's different skills that you can level up within, they have like their abilities, and you can level up those abilities with different skills to try and augment them.
The characters can also be customized a little bit too. You can tweak the colors, also the portraits in the top left. Those can all be changed, so you can like give people different hair or hair colors or different, eye color, things like that.
I know one of the things you guys mentioned before we spoke here was the inspirations of kind of Darkest Dungeon and that coming into it. And you mentioned aging, and that sort of reminds me of that these characters are they're finite to a certain extent. You're not going to take one person all the way from the beginning of the game to the end of the game necessarily.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Everything you do in the game kind of like costs time, essentially. Like when you're traveling around the world, it takes time. It might take time for characters to heal. Like they can be injured. Like right now on the top left, you'll see there's little icons that show that he's got like an arm injury, a leg injury, and those things take time to heal. And different injuries take longer. Like if you get a light laceration, he might be ready for combat in a week. But if someone gets like a broken leg, they might be out for a couple months. So you have to make sure you have like a nice rotation of characters that you can bring in and out of combat.
Is there a base building management sort of aspect to it? Like how much is that actual management side of things? How deep does that go?
You definitely have to manage. Sorry.
No, sorry, you jump in there.
All right, sure. So you have to manage, the recruitment, obviously, first and foremost, and that was just a violent death right there that just occurred. And it, so you manage the recruitment aspect, and then you manage when you're recruiting someone, you have to manage the contracts. So the contracts kind of work like sports contracts, basically. So you sign someone, and they'll be with you for 5 years at a certain amount of gold per year. And then once that's up, you got to renegotiate a new contract. And then aside from that, you also have to kind of manage each individual's happiness a little bit. So if you're not using them, or you're not using them in the way they want to be used, or you're making choices that they don't necessarily agree with, they're going to have problems with that, and they might end up leaving your company. So you have to manage that aspect, and then as well with the whole overworld, there's a bunch of different factions. So you have to kind of manage your relationship with all these different factions, choose who you want to ally yourself with, and be wary of who you make enemies with, because they might send bounty hunters after you and stuff like that. So there's a decent amount of management to go on, but there is no base that you have for your company, but there is a skill tree that you can work towards getting different upgrades.
I got to tell you, Football Manager, but for D&D nerds, is something that appeals to me on a deep, deep level. So I'm very much looking forward to this. Thank you to both of you for sitting down with us, talking about it, and showing it off.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us. We appreciate it.
For even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag to find a slew of bonus gameplay clips and upload your very own epic gaming moments.
I certainly do love the epic gamer moments. We just took a look at Star Renegades and Iron Oath, and now it's time for a chat about Foreclosed. And although it might sound like a depressing game about real estate and mortgages and your landlord, it's actually a colorful cyberpunk adventure. Here's your first look at some gameplay.
Foreclosed is a gorgeous new cyberpunk game with a beautiful graphic novel aesthetic. Here to tell me about it are Andrea and Lara from Antab Studios. Welcome.
Hey, thank you. Hi, everyone.
So Foreclosed is set in obviously a beautiful cyberpunk dystopian future. Can you tell me a little bit about what this universe is like, who the main character is, and what is being foreclosed exactly?
Okay, yeah. So the main character is Evan Kapnos. You can see him into the gameplay video. And he's the everyday man in this dystopic future. And to tell about this story, we have to explain a bit about the context. So in this future, everyone has brain implants, and brain implants are used to be connected with cities, so to have any kind of interaction. The key concept is that the identity of a person is basically just a bunch of data, and it represents a node into a gigantic blockchain. And it's embedded into your brain implants. So it's something that is given to you by the state as soon as you are born as a way to interact with the universe. The absurd story of our character takes place because when you are old enough in this universe, companies can buy what we call the identity debt of the citizens. It means that since the implants you get from the state, they have a cost. That cost represents your debt to have an identity in this environment and to interact, to have any kind of transaction with the city, to buy stuff and so on. So companies buy this debt from the state, and you actually work for the companies basically to pay your debt. And the absurd thing that happens to Evan is that in a mysterious way, the company you work for goes bankrupt, and you have to understand why. But the main thing is that your identity gets foreclosed just like any other goods of the bankrupted company. And
Yeah. And like at the very beginning, you just reach the court and do some paperwork just to try to find an escape from this bureaucratic mess, we may say. But what actually happened is that while you're trying to reach the court, some mysterious agents start to chase you and try to kill you. So now you have to find a way to escape from the city before the auctioning, but also not to get killed.
Yeah. Then there's a quick escalation of things that happens to the main character. As soon as you think the story is about fixing the paperwork, basically, what happens is that you are involved in something bigger than you, and the key story is that you have to understand what's going on. You have to try to survive and to get out of the bureaucratic mess.
So it sounds like some good dystopian noir, appropriately cyberpunk. Can you give us a sense of how the world is structured? We've seen some sort of, looks like some good exploration and going to different areas, but sort of how are players engaged with this world?
Okay, so we wanted to give the idea of that you will be playing a comic book, and we worked really hard to give this feeling. So the game is not an open world game, and it's mainly story driven, but we blend everything seamlessly together. So you will not have a feeling of different levels, or level 1 or level 2 and so on. The storyline builds up as you move into this world, and you will not see loading times or something like that. So it's just a fluid, continuous experience. This is just to make the feeling that you are playing it's a fully playable cyberpunk comic book. Yeah. So this is the key thing. Yeah.
Let's talk about the combat a little bit. It looks like we're using some implants to throw dumpsters at people. Explain that, please.
Yeah, so as you're seeing, like, implants are extremely important in Foreclosed. They are like your curse and your blessing. And that's because you have an experimental firmware installed inside your implants. And this firmware is going to give you like incredible combat skills and powers. You may see inside the video you have like telekinetic kind of abilities, so you can lift object, throw the object, through the enemy. You can lift your enemy and like freeze them in the air. You can slam them down. You can do this kind of stuff. You also have a very special weapon, which is built to connect and work with your implants. And this is a symbiotic gun, we may call it. Yeah. So you can actually equip different kind of bullets, and this allows you to turn your weapon in what you want. So let's say you can transform a simple gun into a machine gun, or into an explosive kind of weapon. And you can also combine different kind of bullets together. One thing that you have to take care about is that because your powers and your implants are experimental, the system is a bit unstable. So when you use your powers, you're going to overheat your implant, and you have to take extremely care of the heating level of the device, because if you overheat the implant, you're going to stun. It's a very painful kind of overheat, and you have to wait until the system cools down completely before being able to use your powers again.
Yeah, so it's a continuous balancing of using the and mixing the power, and be careful because of the overheat system. And the powers are unlockable in a RPG style. So since it's depending from your firmware, it's going to upgrade itself as you progress through the story and you fight with enemies. In that way, you will basically have some upgrade cycles you can spend to decide what power is most suitable for you. And so you will see also in the gameplay video that you can throw stuff in the air. You can use telekinesis to attract objects and use them as shields, basically, to protect yourself. Or you can lift enemies, throw them on the floor, keep energetic shields on yourself. And mixing everything together with the gun powers, you basically make your own strategy for fighting.
Oh yeah, and like you're also seeing that in the video. You can also hack devices and systems all around, and depending on the device you're hacking, you will perform different acts, we may say. So for example, opening a door or making a cabinet explode, and you can even act brain implants of an unaware enemy.
Yeah, so we can use some stealth elements in some fight. It's not something that is always there, because we have stealth when it makes sense for the storyline, but it's also an ability you have as a player.
Yeah.
Well, you've both been clearly hard at work along with the rest of the team. What platforms are you looking at, and what kind of release date are we expecting?
For release date, we can just say it's going to be Q2 next year, so 2021.
Yeah.
And platform, we aim to, we are working on PC, on Xbox, Switch, PlayStation, so, all the main platforms.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for showing off Foreclosed. It looks great.
Foreclosed has closed for now. We're closed. Don't forget, all summer of gaming long, IGN is asking you, Brian, to donate to worthy causes by following the links in the description of this video or by heading to donate.ign.com. You can give to the COVID-19 Response Fund dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating COVID-19, or to the Bail Project, working to reunite families separated by the mass incarceration system.
And for even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search for IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for bonus gameplay clips and to upload your own awesome gaming moments. Next up, Blankos Block Party looks like a cross between Little Big Planet and collecting Funko Pops, but first, a quick break. We'll be right back with more IGN Expo number 2.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on Mixer.com/IGN, YouTube.com/IGN, and Twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
You are a good giraffe, and that's why I love you. Yeah. Oh, hey, Sydney. Welcome back. Question, do you think children's toys come to life when no one's looking at night and you need friends?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they made like 4 movies about it, so it has to be true, right?
What about high-end designer vinyl toys for artsy collectors such as myself and my friend, the giraffe?
You know, they probably come to life too, since there's going to be a video game about it, and video games are pretty realistic.
They certainly are, and so is my giraffe. I can't fault that logic anyway. The game's called Blankos Block Party, and if I'm not mistaken, we've killed enough time with this fake back and forth for me to queue up an exclusive interview with one of the developers, so let's check it out.
Sweet, let's see it.
Let's see it.
Blankos Block Party is a game about a bunch of little vinyl figurines that come to life and get into all sorts of trouble. Here to tell me about it is Jamie Jackson, the Chief Creative Officer for Mythical Games. Jamie, how's it going?
Hey man, what's up, Max?
Who are these Blankos and who allowed them to have this block party? Tell me about this game. Tell me what's going on here.
Oh man, so Blankos, like you said, their vinyl toys come to life. We allowed them to have the party, I guess. There's a whole kind of this is where the kind of idea of is where Blankos go, or where vinyl toys go when humans aren't in the room. So the place that they've created is their block parties. And then there's a kind of big place we call the Junction, where they can go and hang out and train up and hang out with their friends. But the stuff that you're seeing now, this is actually all in the UGC side of it. So you can kind of build and create your own worlds too.
So that's a huge part of the whole like vinyl doll collectible scene, people customizing sort of existing figurines and stuff. Can you talk a bit about how in-depth the user-created content side of this is?
Yeah, sure. So from a Blankos side, we're actually working with a bunch of really cool vinyl artists to come and have their artwork in-game on Blankos, much like in the real world. But from the UGC side, this level, everything we're looking at now is all levels that we've been built in our editor. And the point of the editor really was to build it with a controller. We wanted to make it really easy for players to build worlds, whether it's just a hangout, somewhere they can go and hang out with their friends and do whatever they want, or they can actually drop gameplay in really easily. And it's not about having to code or open any boxes to type in code. It's everything can be done with a game controller. You just have to drop a toy in, really easy parameters to set, Season 1, we're going to be dropping things like this, shooting and racing, vibe collecting, kind of platform-style gameplay. The key part is it's really easy to build levels.
Cool. So you're talking about controllers. What platforms are you guys looking at?
So we're going to be launching on PC later this year, and we're going to be announcing our console strategy in a couple of weeks, hopefully.
Very cool. Now, this is going to be a free-to-play game, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be free to play, so there's going to be a ton of content for players just to come in, play, build, even kind of train up a Blanko to a point. But then if you want all the cool Blankos and that kind of stuff, that's where you're going to be using the in-game currency to buy those.
Now, I can tell by the shelf behind you, you are a fan of urban vinyl and designer toys. Can you talk a little bit about some of the artists you've got involved so far?
So we're not getting into the artists yet, but if you know anything about this world and any of those artists that are in there, we've definitely got an amazing lineup coming. And we live in a world of seasonal content now, so we're going to just keep getting better and better.
Nice. Now, so in terms of sort of how how you said you're gonna have racing and shooting and obviously plenty of platforming. What are you using to determine sort of what direction you want to go with things in terms of sort of you see?
Sorry, I missed that last bit.
Oh, sorry. Like what? Are you going to be sort of following the community's lead in terms of this, or do you guys have like a pretty strict plan in terms of what you want to roll out first and what kind of content you want to let people play around with?
Yeah, I mean, we have a really good idea of what we want to launch, but the main thing for us is to listen to the community as well. So we want to really kind of build for them, because the idea of Blankos is you kind of build what you want to play. That's the kind of approach we're taking with the UGC side. So although we have a ton of plans about what we want to bring, as we get through seasons, we start to see what players do and how they do it differently. We definitely want to listen to them. I think, the big thing for me, having made games for as long as I have, is players always play the games we've made in a totally different way than we expected them to. And we want to take that on board and just try and provide a bunch of really easy tools for them to do exactly that. And then watch what they do and listen to what they want and then drop that in them in future seasons.
Cool. Now, Mythical is a fairly new studio, is that right? But you've got a bunch of people who have like really a lot of experience and some pedigree. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, so we're almost coming up to 2 years old. But it was founded by myself, John Linden and Rudy Koch. John and I were both studio heads at Activision, so my background was DJ Hero and Guitar Hero. John and Rudy both worked a lot on Call of Duty, Skylanders franchises. So, even from just the three of us in the beginning, we kind of had a great pedigree, and we've just added to that, bringing in people from the mobile world as well. So having that great free-to-play expertise, World of Warcraft. So the games everyone's worked on have been pretty incredible.
What kind of lessons did you learn from sort of working in the AAA space that you're bringing to the table here and really sort of turning players loose with?
I mean, that's a great question. I think some of the biggest ones was don't assume you know everything the player's going to do at the beginning. Allow a little bit of room for them to make the game their own. I think, you see that in a lot of products these days as players find new ways to play. The developer's able to kind of switch around and kind of really enhance some of those options for them. So I think that's probably one of the big things. We've really kind of spent a lot of the first part of this project prototyping and playing with it and thinking about how do we want to play with these games? How would we want to build it, and not being a programmer or coder or anything like that. So making sure it's really, really easy to get into, I think, has been the biggest one for me.
We're seeing a lot of level design here. Will the Blankos themselves be customizable? Will people be able to sort of do their own character creation?
There is going to be some things you can do to Blankos. As you play through the game and you play both like in the single player and also in the multiplayer and the kind of UGC modes, you're going to unlock different attachments. So you're going to be able to put different backpacks and jetpacks and various attachments on a Blanko. Some of them will just be cosmetic and just look really cool, but some of them are going to enhance the abilities that a Blanko has. And you can train your Blanko's abilities as you go through a game. So when you get a Blanko at the beginning, it will kind of start at 0, and you can train it to be good at different things. So you can make it really cool at the shooting, you could make it really fast and responsive for the platforming or racing. And we're going to announce some stuff a little bit closer to launch about some of the other things you can do to customize them.
Cool. Now, obviously, free to play does make some gamers raise their eyebrows, but we've seen a lot of really sort of successful models lately that manage to, balance making a profit with also offering a good user experience. Can you talk a little bit about how you're approaching monetization here?
Yeah, I mean, like you say, I think there's some great examples out there now, and we're in a different world than we were 5 or 10 years ago. Our key thing is that anyone coming in just has a really good time straight at the beginning and feels value even in that free-to-play piece. We're going to talk a little bit later on about our structure, but, you're going to be able to buy Blankos. I think there's some great games out there that are, we all think in seasons now rather than Blankos 1, 2, and 3. So definitely expect us to kind of take that same approach and be dropping some great content in a seasonal approach.
Now, you mentioned some of the team, has a background in Skylanders. The sort of Toys to Life craze hasn't really had the best history recently. Are there any plans to make physical Blankos, or is this strictly going to be a sort of virtual collectible?
Well, Mythical's kind of thesis really is, owning digital content is the future for us. So the thing about Blankos is with each Blanko, you actually own these things, right? So they're yours to do with what you want. And that's about the digital ownership. Who knows whether we bring them into real world later on? I mean, they're designed around real toys, so it would be very easiest to do that. But right now, Blankos is all about digital ownership and you building the games that you want to play.
Awesome. And when are you expecting to sort of launch or have more information about that available?
We're aiming to launch at the end of the year, so towards the holiday period. And like I say, we're launching on PC. We're actually going to be having our kind of beta phase sometime towards the end of the year as well. And then we're going to be letting you know about our platform strategy pretty soon.
Thanks so much for coming by. I look forward to checking out more about Blankos Block Party in the near future.
Our next exciting under-the-radar pick for check out this game is called Bravery Network Online. It's a competitive RPG with a combat system that's a bit like Pokemon, but if all of the monsters were swapped out with some highly fashionable combatants. Check out some exclusive new gameplay. Like what you see? Then head on over to IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN to watch the full extended version of this gameplay.
I'm Sydney Goodman, and fans of Spellbreak are probably super stoked about what came at the end of that trailer. And here to talk more with us about Spellbreak is Seth Seebach. Hi, Seth.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So let's just start off. I mean, like I was saying, coming to Xbox and Switch. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, it's super exciting. We're really we've been working on this for a while, and we have been hoping to deliver this. A lot of people in the community have been asking, when are we going to bring it to the Switch and to the Xbox One? I mean, I personally can't wait to play it on my Switch. I love sitting on the couch and using it, so I'm definitely really excited to be able to bring it to those audiences. So we're looking forward to it when we get to full release later this year.
Great. And so it's already on PS4 and PC. Are there plans for crossplay?
Yeah, so we currently, the beta itself that is on PS4 and PC right now has cross matchmaking, and we definitely are looking for to continue to allow for crossplay when we get to full release, and we're excited about really letting players that are anywhere play with their friends. It's one of the things that we have kind of built the idea behind Spellbreak around, is the ability for people to be able to play with their friends whenever they want, and so we're excited to be able to do crossplay at launch.
Yeah, no, I mean, I have a lot of friends that play on a lot of different platforms. So anytime a game supports crossplay, I am all for it. So with that said, I feel like a lot of different games handle crossplay different ways. I'm not sure how far you guys are in kind of knowing how you're going to do crossplay, but is it something that maybe you can opt out of and only matchmake against other PS4 players or other controller players? Like, how will crossplay actually function?
Yeah, so definitely you will be able to opt out if you don't want to, and be able to play with just whoever else is on your designated platform. So if you're on the PS4, you can decide you only want to play with PS4 players. So that will be available. And like I said, we have cross matchmaking now. The next step is basically allowing for cross teams, so you can team up with your friends on whatever platform they're on and jump into squads or some of our other game modes as a group.
Mm-hmm. And for everybody who this is your first time seeing Spellbreak, do not worry. We are going to get to talking about the nitty gritty, but I just find crossplay is so exciting. So a few more questions about that. Let's say that I have Spellbreak on PC, but now I'm also going to have it on my Switch. Are you able to have the same profile on both? Like have your achievements and whatever carry over?
Yeah, so that's like getting to true cross progression, which is sort of one account everywhere. And that's something we're definitely looking into. And I think we would love to have be available. That's kind of the dream, right? Is that as a player, you can have your one account play on any platform of your choosing, as long as possible. So that's definitely something that we want to get to.
Awesome. Cross progression. The word was on the tip of my tongue and I basically was just given the definition, but that's okay. Okay, so let's just jump into Spellbreak. For people who don't know what it is, can you just give us like a quick synopsis?
Yeah, so it's an action spellcasting PvP game. The primary game mode that we're launching with is Battle Royale. So you'll be able to team up with up to three players, and it's a 42-person lobbies. And so the biggest difference you'll see here in all the gameplay is, I think, the core combat, which is, of course, spellcasting, because you play as a battle mage, as well as a lot of the like movement abilities. I think the key things that really define Spellbreak are the combat and the kind of sort of like verticality and movement you see in the match. So players are able to do everything from blink to levitate, and you actually equip 2 magical gauntlets, and that's what you use for all of your attacks. So it's sort of a blend of what would be like an ability shooter and a more, I think, like MMO style combat, where you things are on cooldown and you want to be tactical on when you're using your abilities at the right time. So that's kind of what defines Spellbreak.
Yeah, because obviously there's a lot of battle royale games on the market, but I think Spellbreak does a really good job kind of carving its niche, because I definitely haven't played any battle royales like it. But with that said, what similarities maybe for folks who are huge battle royale fans can they expect in Spellbreak?
So I mean, the core of the mode itself is very similar. You want to be the last either squad or individual standing, and you have a set of safe zones that get smaller over time that pull everyone together. You drop in with no loot, and you need to loot as you go. And so those are all the core tenets you'd expect from a battle royale mode exist in Spellbreak. We do try to find ways to make it really fit for the style of game that Spellbreak is, though, because like one of the big differences is, while we do have something like the safe zones, like the new areas outside, the circle areas that are iconic in Battle Royale. We also make it so that every time you get to one of those circles, you actually level up your class. So you pick a class in Spellbreak, and each circle you hit, you get stronger and more powerful. And so it's a little bit more like a MOBA in that way than it is, I think, like a standard sort of Battle Royale mode.
Yeah, no, I love that mechanic. I think it's such an interesting thing to add to the Battle Royale genre. With that said, so I'm going to squeeze in like one really quick question because we're almost out of time, but I know that we have a really special announcement at the end of this, and I don't want to cut into that too much. But I think that the community around Spellbreak is so robust, and I know you guys rolled out a new patch about a month ago, and the reaction was super positive. But how do you balance community feedback with kind of you and your team's original vision? Because there seems to be a really good line of communication there.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that we focused on as a studio. We've had players in playing Spellbreak in some form since the summer of 2018. And the way we kind of look at it is there's three components that we care about. It's really getting the player feedback, where we want to go, and the actual direction that that we see from the stats in the game, and we balance all of those together to make our design decisions. And that's why player feedback has been so critical, and the community has been really helpful for us to make the game what it is today.
I'm happy to hear that. I always appreciate like positive relationships between a game and their community. Obviously, I'm not advocating for negative relationships there. Anyways, so you and your team have a really special announcement for everybody who wants to play Spellbreak and all the Spellbreak fans that are watching this stream right now. So why don't you tell them what we got?
Yeah, so we have an exclusive outfit available for those of you that are watching. There's a limited number of them available, but being a new game and a relatively small team, we look to our community to really help us out. And so we thought this would be kind of a cool little reward for folks that are helping us in the early phases as we're still getting Spellbreak close to launch. So the outfit is called Treeline, and so it'll be available for folks that are watching now to go pick up. So we're really excited to be able to offer that to the community.
Yeah, and thank you so much for bringing that to our viewers. So before we go, I know you said an official release date, maybe you had like a time frame?
Later on this year, sometime in 2020.
Thank you so much, Seth. We look forward to hearing more about Spellbreak in the future.
Go to spellbreak.com/IGN to get your free exclusive in-game skin right now. Well, we're almost out of trailers for now, but we still got 2 more IGN Expos coming during the Summer of Gaming, and each will be filled to the brim with premieres and trailers, like some kind of overflowing frozen tropical drink with exotic fruits, and twisty straws, and crazy silly limes, and lemons, and squiggles, and sandwiches, and great stuff.
Delicious. Not only that, but more charity streams, Sony's Future of Gaming event immediately following this, and our Animal Crossing New Horizons Celebrity Island tours on June 16th. For a complete schedule of Summer of Gaming events, and believe me, there is a whole lot more, so make sure you check out IGN.com.
But we aren't done yet. You know, it's hard to think of anything more grossly irresponsible than letting an infant operate a motor vehicle, and yet, here's a game that does exactly that. I hope someone got fired for this one. Let's check it out.
Rated E for everyone.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the slime event of the year. Select your crew and start your engine. 'Cause it's race day. Battle your way through all new slime-filled tracks. Watch out, Leo! With even more of your favorite characters than ever before. Hey there, JoJo. Now race with friends. Compete online. Now that's what I call racing. Nickelodeon Kart Racers 2 Grand Prix. Coming soon!
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who'll be partying with us all summer long.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
With huge reveals, jaw-dropping new trailers, exclusive gameplay footage, and our first looks at what next gen holds for the future of gaming. And it continues here today with Sony's future of gaming. With over on Sony to reveal what the PlayStation 5 will bring to the table. Does the PS5 have what it takes to dominate next gen? We're about to find out when Sony raises the curtain on the future of gaming. Strap in, kick back, and get ready. IGN Summer of Gaming is here.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. I am Max Scoville.
And I'm Bryonato, and for the next few weeks, we'll be bringing you all the biggest announcements, trailers, reveals, and gameplay, plus tons of exclusive content that you won't find anywhere else. But the biggest event of the year, maybe even the decade, maybe even the century, might just be happening very, very soon in just a few minutes. Right, Max?
That's right, Brian. As many of you in the chat know, we are just moments away from Sony's big Future of Gaming event. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. If we could watch it just ahead of time, just push play and make it happen early, we would, but we can't do that. So we are just spinning our wheels and twiddling our thumbs and hoping that we get an idea of what PlayStation 5 has in store for next gen, but that's only the beginning.
That's right. The PlayStation Vita 2 press conference starts in no, I'm kidding. The PS5 event starts in just a few minutes, and we'll be chasing that with a post-show featuring the cast of IGN's PlayStation show, Beyond, hey, that's us, followed by IGN's Next Gen Console Watch, hey, that's other people, and then news, games, and more, hey, that's sometimes some of us, and that's the way we'll close out our day. So just nonstop coverage for the next few hours. Then, tomorrow. It doesn't stop. We'll have the third IGN Expo, our presentation of world premieres, developer interviews, and brand new gameplay. And I know we hype up stuff for a living here at IGN, but I gotta say, this is like a truly incredible slate of stuff planned for the next few weeks. Just a nonstop bonanza of insane coverage of video game madness, and I am so damn excited.
Yeah.
This feels like we're real E3 right now. That's what this feels like to me.
We're doing our best. It's a weird long E3 that's spread out over the course of a month. It might be bad for our health. But anyway, in addition to the hottest, biggest, loudest, noisiest video game reveals, IGN is also sending donations from this stream to the World Health Organization and the Bail Project. I'm sure you've heard about this if you've been watching this stream, because we have been drawing attention to it. That's called a call to action, and it does call people to action. You can find donation links in the video description or by heading to donate.ign.com. And charity is great on its own. It's a nice thing. It makes you feel good about yourself. But by donating, you can also enter for a chance to win awesome prizes, including a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X if you chip in more than $50. We have currently raised about $15,000 as of...
Actually, it's just over $17,000 now.
Okay,
we're at $17,171. So keep that going. Keep pushing that. Remember, this is not only for a bunch of great causes, but you get a chance of winning a very, very limited edition console that is going to be hunted down by collectors decades from now, and they will pay you handsomely for that because they're weird.
Anyway, enough about a limited edition Xbox. Let's talk about everything we know about the PlayStation 5 so far.
The PlayStation 5 is set to be released this holiday season, and we've finally been promised a look at PS5 games to come. While the actual games at this reveal event remain a mystery, there's still plenty we do know about the PS5 before we get a release date or price details, or even a first real look at the actual console. So, to bring you up to speed for today's reveal, here's everything we know so far about the PS5. Sony hasn't given us a PS5 price yet, but lead system architect Mark Cerny told Wired last year that the price would be, quote, appealing to gamers in light of its advanced feature set, unquote. For reference, the PS4 cost $399 at launch. Similarly, we still don't have a firm release date, but Sony has remained committed to a holiday 2020 launch window. Both the PS3 and PS4 were launched in November. Sony announced the PS5's official specs back in March, while also confirming that the PS5 won't abandon physical media, playing 100 gig Blu-ray discs and supporting 4K Blu-ray playback. Cerny primarily focused on the PS5's unique solid-state drive, one he claimed, quote, has a raw bandwidth higher than any SSD available for PCs, end quote. Cerny compared the load times of Marvel's Spider-Man on PS4 Pro, 15 seconds, to that on a PS5 dev kit, only 0.8 seconds. The SSD is also meant to allow the PS5 to render worlds more quickly than ever before, allowing developers to rethink how they design games and maybe, someday, rid us of having to ride a loading elevator or squeeze through a narrow pathway to cover a load screen ever again. The PS5 will let players install games in segments, allegedly support 8K gaming, even though that probably won't be as big a deal as they're making it seem, at least for a while, and include energy-saving capabilities for when games are suspended. No word yet, though, on if those fans will be any quieter than a PS4 Pro's. Another major push by Sony will be 3D audio, built into the PS5 on a system level, which will allow players to have a more accurate indication of where unseen enemies are or where their gunfire is coming from. Plenty of third parties have already announced games in development for the PlayStation 5. Among the biggest are Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Gearbox's Godfall, a 3-player looter slasher that will be console exclusive to PS5. We've also heard Bluepoint Games is working on a PS5 game as well, and while Sony itself hasn't revealed any first-party games for the PS5 just yet, we did get a look at what third-party games could look like thanks to the first Unreal Engine 5 tech demo running in real time on a PS5. Sony has confirmed that the PS5 will be backward compatible with the majority of the PS4's 4,000 plus games. And for those who have bought into PSVR this generation, fear not. Sony says the PS5 will be backward compatible with current PSVR hardware, which is great considering big titles like Marvel's Iron Man VR are still coming. Still no word though on when we might get a PSVR 2. Unlike Microsoft with the Xbox Series X and Xbox One, however, Sony is seemingly not interested in making sure games developed for PS5 also work on PS4. Quote, we believe that when you go to all the trouble of creating a next-gen console, that it should include features and benefits that the previous generation does not include, PlayStation CEO Jim Ryan recently said. While we wait for a look at the console itself, Sony has offered some info on the PS5's new controller, the DualSense, which puts an emphasis on players feeling what happens in-game on top of just controlling it. This includes haptic feedback rather than the familiar rumble, along with adaptive triggers to help players experience everything from the feeling of trudging through mud to the tightening of a bowstring. The controller will also include a microphone array to allow for chatting with friends, and the share button has been swapped out for the create button, but what new functionality that brings is unclear. And that's every major piece of info we know about the PS5 so far. But with presumably only 5 or 6 months until the console's launch, we're expecting to see a lot more from Sony about why they think the PS5 is worth the upgrade. For more on all things PlayStation, check out our weekly PlayStation show, Podcast Beyond. Find out what every major first-party Sony studio is working on, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
We are just moments away from Sony's big, huge PlayStation 5 Future of Gaming reveal, but we need to take a very quick break. Don't forget to download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for extra content and to be a part of the conversation. IGN Summer of Gaming will continue right after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who'll be partying with us all summer long.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm joined by the cast of IGN's regular PlayStation show Podcast Beyond, Lucy O'Brien, Jonathan Dornbush, and my good buddy Brian Altano. We thought we'd have way more time to talk about this, but Sony's Future of Gaming event starts any minute now. Rapid fire, really quickly. What are we expecting to see? Jonathan, go.
Oh, God, me first? Okay, I think we're definitely going to see something from Insomniac. They're the most recent first-party studio. I hope it's Ratchet. I don't know if we'll see Spider-Man 2 just yet, but I think we could see definitely something from that studio.
Lucy, what about you?
Horizon Zero Dawn 2, I don't think we're going to see a lot of it, but we are going to see it. I also think we're going to see Bluepoint's remake of Demon's Souls.
Brian, you're a big FromSoft guy. What are you hoping to see?
More Elden Ring. I want gameplay, I want details, and I want to find out about that Bloodborne remaster that's been rumored about. I will play that game all over again and buy it all over again because I'm stupid.
I think if we don't see something from FromSoft, people are going to they're going to riot. They really want to see Elden Ring. They want to know, like, everybody obviously wants more Bloodborne, more Demon's Souls. I mean, you could always do Dark Souls 4. That would be a weird curveball to throw in there. Bring back Armored Core. Who cares? We've also heard
Inevitability. It's happening. It is 100% happening. I'm so psyched.
Also, like, weird reminder, if the rumors are true and Bloodborne is in fact coming to PC, there is also a PC gaming showcase that's happening this weekend. So it's possible that gets squeezed in there at some point. I'm hoping that we hear something about what's next for Resident Evil, whether that is Resident Evil 8, a brand new thing from the ground up, or the rumored Resident Evil 4 remake, which I would also be very excited about. But yeah, either way, like this, we have some idea what to expect, but I think we're also in for a bunch of surprises.
Guys, I'm like positively giddy about all this today.
This is the first event that I've looked forward to this much in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hyped. I'm vibrating.
Yeah, I got like the pre-E3 jitters, basically. Couldn't sleep well last night. I was just like, I woke up early. I was too excited for this.
Well, it's funny that before everything changed with E3, Sony wasn't going to be there, and now they are the ones hosting the biggest conference the week of what would have been E3. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, this actually would have been the final day of a real E3.
Oh God, it's true.
Oh my!
Yeah, and instead it just feels like the kickoff of something new. So I'll really
meet you guys at the Fig later.
Do you think we're going to see the box at all?
That you mean the console?
Yeah,
not
the physical,
not the packaging.
Packaging box.
The console.
Well, one thing they've hyped up is the 3D audio things, and there have been sort of murmurs about like will the console be a part of that, or will that just be like how the machine outputs it? I'd be really weird if the whole thing had like a subwoofer in the middle of it, but I don't know. I want to know what's up with that controller. I want to know what they're doing with like the haptic touch sensor. Like, why is there now? Oh, it's starting. All right, we'll stick around. We're going to do a whole roundup pre-show afterwards. Goodbye, everybody. Have fun. Like PlayStation 5. Let's do this.
PlayStation.
Hey.
I think there should. Yeah.
Wonder, like, different choices, how we might have ended up?
No. I like the hand we've been dealt.
We were destined for something great.
Why did I move here? I guess it was the weather. Or I don't know, that thing. That magic.
I thought we was trying to get out of this bullshit.
Sounding more and more like a snee-eye itch every day.
My job, my score, get your own!
We should talk about work.
We out here gangbanging like it's 91. Thanks.
Get me a DJ!
Give me a hand with these bodies.
This cannot be traced back to me.
Champagne, anyone?
Just sort of smash things.
So now what?
It was great to kick today off with a look back at just some of the seminal moments of the last 25 years. And what better way to bridge our past and our future than with a game that's graced every PlayStation console, Grand Theft Auto. It's been a privilege partnering with Rockstar Games for many years now, and we're thrilled to open today with the news that that partnership will continue with PlayStation 5. It's now just over a year since we began sharing technical details of PlayStation 5, but today's the day that we've been looking forward to for years, when we get to show you just some of the games that demonstrate our belief that PlayStation 5 marks the biggest generational transition our industry has yet seen. The content we've curated for today's event showcases how PS5 has inspired developers to create new experiences that are transformative in how they look, sound, and feel. Enough from me. We're going to have the games do our talking.
A hero's just someone who doesn't give up. Your dad said that. He was right. Now it's your turn. Go be a hero, Miles.
Okay, let's do this.
Feeling just don't stop me now. Try to hate on us. And wear my neck since I'm strong enough. Feeling just don't stop me now. Baby, yeah, we
今日は皆さんに僕らが作っている新しいグランツーリスモの情報をシェアできるということですごく興奮しています。今回のグランツーリスモはおそらくこれまでのねグランツーリスモのファンの方がプレイしたら本当に嬉しいんじゃないかなっていう、キャンペーンモードを中心にしたグランツーリスモになっていると思います。ぜひ楽しみにしていてください。
You all right back there? No way. It appears that the dimensions are collapsing on one another. If we cannot get to... Right, the ship. I mean, we can't be that far.
I have it in my sights.
They have found us, Ratchet. How do I steer this thing? Ask nicely. Slow down, please. That's not listening. The dimensions are weakening considerably. How bad is it? Well, it is certainly not good. Great! Where are we? Beats me.
To the depths with you! How many arms you got, beast? We've been boarded! Get off me, ship! I'll return!
Frank! Ratchet, we are too late. Ratchet?
Who?
Hi, I'm Marcus Smith, creative director at Insomniac Games. The entire studio is so excited to be able to share with you a first ever look at Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, a brand new, full-length, interdimensional adventure built from the ground up for the PlayStation 5. We're doing things we've never been able to do before, like use dimensional rifts to be able to leap from planet to planet nearly instantly, or put ray trace reflections on Clank. All of our alien worlds are filled with density and life previously unseen. Plus, Ratchet's all-new arsenal is more exciting than ever thanks to the DualSense controller's enhanced feedback. Ratchet and Clank are near and dear to our hearts at Insomniac, and we can't wait to share more with you in the future. But for now, here's another look.
Did you see that?
Like my ride, bro?
Off the Wombax!
Look! It's Ratchet and Clank!
Sand sharks from above.
Nice sand shark! Nice sand shark! My heroes!
Was that a kraken? Or at least a very large octopus. I will never get used to that. Hey, break reality.
Don't let him get to the boss!
Did Dr. Nefarious really resurface after all these years just to try and take over the universe again? Yeah! I kinda wish he was doing a worse job! He must have more planned than planned. That's what I'm afraid of.
Making games used to be about these constant trade-offs between the artistic vision and technical limitations. With PS5, we're not going to be burdened like that. We're going to be able to realize our artistic vision a lot better. It's got a ton of horsepower, which is very easy to unlock, and it's a machine that's really easy to develop on. The PS5 will present a paradigm shift as to what players will come to expect from gaming. Will let us tell stories, make worlds, create gameplay that I think will truly captivate the player and really surprise quite a few people. Please take a look at this new franchise for Warlords Studios, coming exclusively for PlayStation 5.
Over and over, I relive my first moments on this alien planet. The crash. The attack. My death. The crash. The attack. My death. Trapped in this endless cycle. Even death is no escape. Each time I awake, this planet seems somehow different, as if changing. This world is becoming part of me, infecting my mind, my memories. The longer I spend here, the more I can feel my sanity slip away. But I cannot lose hope. answers. My only hope is to break the cycle. Before the cycle breaks me.
Hello everyone, my name is Josh Greer and this is my brother Mike. We're from Ember Lab, a small team with a background in film and animation.
And we're very excited today to share from me. You have no power here, Kena.
You ever feel like you're just waiting for a sign? To do that thing you've always meant to do. Sometimes I feel like I'm just standing on the edge of doing great things. But something's holding me back. Maybe it's just nerves. Maybe it's the fear that I'll never be as good as what I imagine, when I'm still just standing on the edge. But if we've got nothing else to lose, might as well jump.
Hi, I'm Lorne Lanning, and I'm here to share with you a game that I've been dying to make. It's an emotionally engaging story where rescuing is rewarding, failure is devastatingly hilarious, and the memories should last you a lifetime. Take a look.
You are no longer a slave, Abe. They believed, trusted, followed, and it led them here. You may have escaped the murderous blades, but the fate of your entire people is up to you.
プレイステーション5によって我々の考える東京のビジュアルを実現できました。今までに見たことのない東京の魅力を見て、聞いて、感じることができます。これからお見せするのはゴーストワイヤー東京の世界初のゲームプレイ動画です。スーパーナチュラルでミステリアスな東京、そこに潜む驚異と美しさを感じ取っていただけると思います。ぜひお楽しみください。
You see things others can't. Hear threats others don't. Fight when others won't. It's up to you to save Tokyo.
stretch, no limousine. If you're talking one that's gotta intervene, I'm the biggest one of those you ever seen. I'ma need a crown. I'm the only one that ever held it down at the tip top. People flip flop every day, not I. Top 5, I'm a big shot. I'm the one that wanna take the big shots. Big balls, big rings, big rocks, big bag, big moves, big cars, big man, big plan. Get lost in this wall. Look at me now, you can't hold me down. So give me the crown. Wait for the tank. We're not the same, we're not the same. We're not the same, we run everything. We're not the same, we're not the same. They ain't got us running through these things. Make way for the king.
It was always gonna end like this. All your hard work, all your sacrifice, only sped up the process. Yourself alone. Only death awaits.
Hacker Nabrak here from IGN Interactive. In Hitman 3, Agent 47 is back for his most intimate and professional contract in his entire career. This is also the dramatic conclusion for the World of Assassination trilogy. I'm so proud to be here to present a little glimpse of the gameplay where Agent 47 is on top of the world in Dubai. Enjoy.
What's up, everyone? I'm Zion Williamson of the New Orleans Pelicans. Here we go. The first ever teaser for NBA 2K21. Y'all are not ready for this.
Trying to bring you down, but for real, you might as well give up now. Think you got a chance, but I don't see how. Got a real tight grip when I hold that crown. I'm the first one in and the last one out. Whoever owns the place gotta drag me out. I don't make a sound when I strike. You better just run for your life. Run for your life. Run for your life. Your life. Run for your life.
Amazing, aren't they? Half bug, half snack. A very recently discovered species, entirely unique to this island. Oh, this one's lively. Beautiful seed patterns. Oh, and it's tasty too. Welcome to the island of bug snacks.
Find a bug and kind of snack. Try to catch it in your trap. Feed somebody and you'll see me or whatever we eat. Find them hiding in the sand, tearing up a ketchup patch. Come to Snack-Tooth Island and discover it's bug snacks. It's bug snacks. Talking about bug snacks. It's bug snacks.
My invitation is open. Come join me on the island of bug snacks.
Liz! I was trying to carry a lamp with my weenie hands, but I dropped it, and now the town's on fire.
Oh, again?
It's bug snacks.
Hi everyone, thank you for being with us today for this very special event. But before we get to the end of the show, I have something very near and dear to me.
Deathloop is a next-gen first-person shooter about rival assassins locked in a time loop.
This is our unique vision, what Arcane is all about.
Freeform immersive gameplay, a surreal player-driven story smashed together.
Want to see some stylish action? Check this out.
She is not making this easy. Good morning, Black Reef. Another day, another death. Aren't time loops fun? For everyone else on this island, this place is paradise. A never-ending party, where hunting me is the main attraction. And no matter how I try to escape, they always cut me down. But I'm one stubborn motherfucker. Every loop I'm learning a little more, piecing together the puzzle. There's 8 targets, and they all gotta die before midnight. There's just one little snag.
You thought it was going to be easy?
Juliana Blake, Black Reef's protector and a real pain in my ass. She may kill me 1,000,000 times, but eventually, inevitably, I will break this fucking loop.
I don't like watching you die. I like killing you. There's a difference.
Long ago, a young girl went with her mother to pick berries for her father, who was hard at work. But the forest greeted them with a dark, cold silence. The bushes empty. Yet determined to find the berries, the rascal broke free of Mother's grasp and vanished into the trees. Mother's worried cries faded fast as the girl ran on, over vine, under branch, and into the forest deep.
What is it with that creepy story?
It's just a local tale.
You're really into that stuff?
Quit being so paranoid.
no! Friendly. Friendly. Who are you? Who sent you? What's going on? They're coming. Who is? Chris? Sorry, Ethan. Why?
What is that?
Freedom. Our freedom. The old ones perished 1,000 years ago. Their great cities turned to graves. In their place came new life. And new dangers. I must find a way to stop it. Or it will get worse and worse. Until it destroys us all. There's nothing I wouldn't do to save this world. No depth I won't explore. No secret I won't unlock. No barrier I won't cross. This mission is mine alone. If I falter, if I fail, there won't be anyone left to stop what's coming. Comes. I will be ready.
On behalf of the entire team at Guerrilla, we're happy to share the first look at Horizon Forbidden West.
We're continuing Elga's story as she moves west to a far future America.
To brave a beautiful but dangerous frontier masked with mysterious new threats.
Get ready to explore distant lands ravaged by massive storms.
And take on new, powerful machines as you return
to the majestic world of Horizon.
Stay tuned for much more. We can't wait for you to get your hands on it.
I think there's a lot to look forward to for the community.
I think fans are going to be really pleased.
As a game designer and storyteller, this is incredibly exciting. We're talking a whole new generation of ideas and experiences that we can create for the player.
No matter where they are, no matter who they are.
New experiences like we've never had before.
More iconic, interesting characters, more atmospheric, immersive worlds for players to explore.
We want to wow players.
Expect the unexpected. And I, for one, can't wait. We can't wait.
We can't wait to share them with you.
It's so exciting.
Incredibly exciting.
It's really about love
for the players and for the players.
As a developer, that's an amazing feeling to have.
Welcome to PlayStation 5.
We hope you've enjoyed the first glimpse of our future today. You've seen our most striking console design yet, and you've seen games that can only be enjoyed with the full range of PlayStation 5's features and power. At PlayStation, we believe in generational transitions, and we put years of work into making them happen. We want you to enjoy the unique benefits of moving from one generation to the next. Thank you for joining us. We're launching later this year, and we have tons more to share. Welcome to PlayStation 5.
Hello.
Beyond.
I didn't even know what to say.
I know.
Well, I did that whole intro muted, so we're off to a great start. Anyway, PlayStation 5, we got to look at the future of gaming, and it's definitely a lot squigglier than I think a lot of us were expecting. Hey, everybody, I'm Max, that's Lucy, that's Jonathan, that's Brian. We do a PlayStation podcast every week, and dear God, we haven't had anything to talk about for quite some time, but now we finally do.
Too much.
I don't know what compelled me to do this today, but I brought my white Vita to the shoot today, just because I wanted it nearby, and it feels like it fits in with the family of the PS5 that we just saw.
It really does.
So much. Oh my God, you guys, this is
great.
So cool.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start things off. We got our first look at the console after like a lot of kind of wait. We still do not have a release date or a price, which is like the top two things people are currently frantically Googling. That could change sooner or later. Who knows? That might go up quietly in a Wired article, or it might be the thing that Sony reveals during whatever happens for the thing to replace Gamescom later this summer. So I was not expecting two different versions. I was not expecting a digital and digital only, and then a regular version with a disc drive on it. What did you guys make of that, Jonathan?
I think it's genius. Jonathan, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm very excited.
You're all good. No, we're all so excited. It's crazy. No, I do think that's very telling, probably, of what the price might end up being. because obviously the digital edition will probably come in at a little cheaper if they have the same storage space. And that might be a way to undercut what may be a high price point for the sort of standard version of the box. But I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, granted, a lot of people still do buy physical games, but we've seen, especially in the past few months, people are more than willing to buy a lot of games digitally when they need to. And so I think it makes sense depending on what you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we could actually see these consoles be comparable in price if the digital one is offset by having a much bigger drive. If there's something like 3 terabytes in there or more, I think that's a good way to future-proof it. I'm already torn on which one I want, which I think is a good problem for them to have.
Now, Lucy, you've been very vocal on Twitter about how much you wanted like a stupid design. You wanted it to look like the Homer, the car designed for Homer Simpson.
Well,
is it dumb enough?
It's perfect. This is what my tweet was, all right? I'm sick of black box console design. I want the PS5 to be a triangle with some sort of origami folding structure, bright orange, and it sings some real Homer's car stuff, honks when you turn it on, let's go nuts. That was my tweet. I feel like, that was obviously, I was swinging for the fences there, but I feel like what we actually got was kind of on par with that. It's wild. It's such a crazy design. It's incredibly futuristic. It's bizarre. It kind of doesn't make any sense. It looks like it does look like a sort of like a PC rig that someone very high built. And I really, really love that.
Yeah, it's funny that the Xbox Series X has the like standard PC console tower, and this one's like, oh, I spent $30,000 extra bucks on lights and doohickeys to make it go crazy. Like, I do think some of the design is definitely there for the ventilation, because as we've all discussed on Beyond, the PS4 Pro sounds like a jet engine all the time, so they probably work to fix that. But yeah, I
This is the first time a video game console has been on par with the fake video game consoles that leak before the real video game consoles come out. Like, there's always these mock renders that come out that are so ridiculously over the top, like the Nintendo Revolution, which was like this cyborg helmet. This looks like one of those fake mock-ups. If we had seen this a month ago, we would have been like, yeah, right, no way in hell, somebody made that in AutoCAD. This is nonsense, you're a liar. And now it's here, and I'm like, yeah, it's real.
But of course, it's also got the same aesthetic and design as the DualSense. Like, I don't really know why we thought it was going to be more conservative. It's very much a DualSense companion.
Yeah, I'm into that. It was really weird seeing this whole family of hardware lined up. Like, we got to look at the new headphones. There's going to be a dedicated charging cradle thing, which I guess interested in, but also sort of skeptical of, because we were told that the DualSense is going to have a better battery life. I don't know how it would have a worse battery life than the DualShock 4, but I mean, that seems like an odd peripheral to sort of cart out at launch. The media remote is kind of a bold one. That's always been sort of an after the fact type of thing. I feel like to sort of put that out front and center is pretty much acknowledging that, yeah, a lot of people use this as their dedicated, media device. We got I was expecting a little bit more details on sort of the hardware aside from what it looks like. Sony told us to wear headphones for the event to give us the best experience possible. I feel like there's a lot we still don't know. Like, they hyped up the haptic feedback stuff the DualSense does, and there's obviously going to be 3D audio things, but I almost feel like that's stuff that we can't fully properly comprehend. So I think in lieu of that, they were like, here's a crap load of games. Yeah. So let's shift gears and talk about that. We had a few like real bangers out of that. Let's talk about Horizon Forbidden West. We've been joking for ages about what are they going to call it. I think Forbidden West is a damn good name. Lucy, you're a huge Horizon fan.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like the name is very much like, hey, let's put our hand in this bowl of words and then throw it at the wall and see what sticks. And Forbidden West is as good as any, right? I think it looks amazing. I think I'm so excited. Again, I've always said I wasn't super keen on Horizon 2 coming out like at launch. But like what we've seen already is so damn impressive. I wouldn't be sad if it did. I think one of the coolest things we saw is the more kind of organic machine design. I love that kind of hulking, almost like Shadow of the Colossus vibe that one machine had. Obviously, they're expanding to underwater environments, and again, like very Jaws-like and terrifying. I felt very claustrophobic being in that scene with Aloy. And I'm very pleased that Aloy is back as well. Like we discussed a lot on the show about whether she was going to return, but I think, Sony really has established her as one of PlayStation's biggest and strongest mascots, and I'm stoked to see her come back.
Yeah, I'm very curious to check out the setting and see what they do with the new hardware. That shot at the end had a little little Golden Gate Bridge peeking up there in the Transamerica building. So I think we're going to see a totally ruined San Francisco. Ruined in a much more imaginative way than it actually is. Now, shifting gears to the other coast, we also got a look at Spider-Man Miles Morales, which was how they kicked off the show, and all of us, collectively lost our S word over that. Jonathan, you were predicting some cool stuff from Insomniac. What did you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, we cursed quite a bit in our off live feed when that happened, because first off, just like what an intro that is for this showcase. That was such a smart, kind of unexpected thing, because I think a lot of us were sort of expecting Spider-Man 2 to come a little bit later. And I think there's a little bit of debate. I saw some conversation online of whether this will be proper Spider-Man 2 or if this is maybe something in between proper numbered sequels. It seems to be likely we're staying within Manhattan, obviously, but the focus will be on Miles, who everyone loved the bits and pieces of storytelling and character building we got from him in the first game, but this is clearly going to put him as the playable character. It's set during Christmas time, so that means they can probably keep people off the streets because it's cold in New York City and you got to stay inside because of the snow. But I like this first look looks gorgeous. Spider-Man is obviously one of the biggest PS4 exclusives, and to have this at holiday this year, like this is coming in the, if not on launch day, within that launch window for PS5, is probably going to be the biggest way they're going to sell this. Like whatever the price is, you want to play the next Spider-Man game. This was such a smart move to have.
I'm pretty excited about this. I think I get the sense that it's going to be sort of like a Uncharted Lost Legacy or Infamous First Light type of thing, where it's not, it's kind of a half measure, but not in a bad way. And it's going to be cool to see kind of that like side-by-side comparison of like, we all know what that version of New York looks like on PS4, and to jump into that on PS5 should be pretty cool. I imagine the snow will look very nice. Anyway, Brian, Resident Evil, you got real worked up on that one.
Oh my God, guys! Resident Evil 8. First of all, this is I think this might be my favorite reveal of the day, if not the year. Huge Resident Evil fan, as many of you are watching the show today, and even on the cast right here. Resident Evil 8 was a really, really wonderful surprise, despite having heard a lot of the rumors. Actually seeing it come together in reality made me super happy. It looks like it's going back to a sort of like Resident Evil 4 style village mixed with the castle, mixed with like some cult elements, and then most importantly, werewolves, which is brand new for the franchise, unless it was in like some weird PS1 online only game that I missed. Who knows? And this game is sort of spiritual successor to Resident Evil 7, but also feels a lot more evocative to some of my favorite stuff from some of the more ancient Resident Evil games, like 4 specifically. Seeing that sort of like kind of rugged rural back area of the castle and the village and stuff like that coming together. Plus there's a little bit of mansion in there too. So it feels like it's ticking all the right boxes for like hardcore old school Resident Evil fans. And then obviously carrying a lot of the stuff that Resident Evil 7 brought to the table, which I think made me really, really happy. I just want to know if this is going to have VR support. Like where's PSVR 2? Obviously a lot of questions. I feel like you could make a white PSVR pretty easily, make it line up with everything in there. But yeah, cannot wait for this one.
Brian, I'm very excited for this as well. I mean, you touched on it, that it looks kind of old school. It straddles the line between old school and what, Resident Evil 7 brought to the table. But, it looks really eccentric. It's got that eccentric vibe to it, which I love from the old games. Like the characters already look completely off the wall. And I'm just so excited for that to return.
Yeah, I think that people don't give the Resident Evil franchise enough credit for like balancing campiness and horror at the same time. That's one of my favorite things about Resident Evil 4 is that it is sort of campy. It is very action movie, and a lot of the dialogue is funny and stilted. And even with this, like we saw with Chris showing up, and like that whole interaction was just like almost hilarious. But it just works. It just works. They just constantly find that balance. I cannot wait to explore this game.
I'm very excited about this. I love that we did have like rumors and leaks about how it's going to have werewolves and witches, and people are like, that sounds ludicrous. That sounds like Halloween decorations. And they're clearly leading into this kind of Grimm's fairy tale, almost a Bloodborne kind of gothic horror approach. We have a lot more to talk about, but we have to take a very quick break. If you just tuned in, we have a donation going. We are gathering donations for the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund, as well as the Bail Project. If you want to look at that, we've got links in the description, as well as you can go to donate.ign.com, kick in a few bucks. We have lots more Summer of Gaming and PlayStation 5, I almost said 5 breakdown right after this. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Packing all of the things that happened in the big old Sony PlayStation 5 event, and it's always one of the more difficult things to form coherent sentences when you're all jazzed up and excited about cool new shiny things. There were a lot of games on that presentation. We saw a whole lot of them. One of the first ones, we got a chance to talk about Spider-Man Miles Morales a second ago. Insomniac apparently has been very busy. Jonathan, you're a big Ratchet and Clank fan. Tell us about this new one.
I'm so excited about this one. First of all, I want to give a huge shout out to Altano for his misreading of the subtitle of this game. Which, Brian, if you'd like to go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's called Ratchet and Clank Rips Apart, and I thought it said Rip Apart, and that's not probably not unintentional, because this franchise has a series of sort of innuendo-based titles like Up Your Arsenal and
Going Commando. Yeah, they like to do that. So I feel like this was a really great showing for a new Ratchet. It clearly, I think, was the best example of what we've heard about from Sony for the PS5's SSD, basically minimizing or erasing load times as we know them in current games, and you see the way that Ratchet is jumping from different environment to different environment. Other elements from other environments are coming in. He's able to sort of shift the reality like via these rifts around him. It seems to really be showing off that, hey, all this stuff is going to be instantaneous and it's going to still look beautiful. It's going to run well. Like, you don't need to worry about a load in between each of those rift jumps. I think this looks gorgeous. I think this was one of the smartest reveals to kind of showcase what is probably a hard thing to show off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also love there's a gun here that turns people into trees, I think, which is like pretty on brand for, that's new, yeah?
That's a new weapon as far as I know. It may have been in one of there's been a lot of Ratchet games, so I may not know exactly every weapon, but they always have wacky arsenals, and so I wouldn't be surprised. They said this is going to kind of take advantage of the DualSense. Again, we didn't really get a sense of that, for lack of a better term, but I'm excited to see how each of these weapons plays into the different adaptive triggers and the haptic feedback that the DualSense will have.
I could definitely see Insomniac getting silly with something that would be otherwise very gimmicky, but really just having fun with it. Also, if I hadn't played that last game, I would think that this was complete and utter, like, just fakery. Like, this looks so good, but like that last game also looked insanely good. So they know what they're doing over there. Now, on sort of the other end of the visual fidelity spectrum, one of the more weird, like, little indie games was Little Devil Inside. Brian, tell us about this.
Sure thing. Little Devil Inside is, I think, one of my favorite games we saw of the show so far today. It starts off basically looking. I thought this would be sort of like a 2D puzzle platformer, and what it turns into is what looks like something like an open world survival game with this very almost like 1960s claymation looking protagonist who is trying to make his way through the world with a gun and a bunch of weapons and taking on hordes of nightmarish creatures and monsters and going through incredible, really cool stylized environments and big nasty beasts. And this is my type of game. You know, these are the kind of games that I like to get lost in for 100 hours. I don't know if it had sort of Souls-like elements. It feels like it had some of that. We were sort of saying to each other during the show that it felt like sort of like a Souls-like for kids, but then there was actually a lot more darker thematic stuff in here, such as shooting the bear in the butt, which I'm a big fan of. It also seemed like it had a really good sense of humor. Like it continually cut back to like that old man kind of like hanging out. There's a restaurant or a store called Schmeat, which I guess is a butcher shop. So I don't know if this is like, it's hard to tell if this is like an old man is recanting his stories as a child adventure, or he sent a child out into the world to do his bidding.
I mean, but really, there's a lot to try to unpack here, and it's one of those games where it's pretty hard to make sense of what exactly it is you're doing. Fun thing about this is it's actually this wasn't a world premiere reveal. This has a Steam page that has been around since 2015 and was, I believe, a Kickstarter game. So it seems like, you know, Sony's been paying close attention and scooped up some projects that really like have been in the works for a while, but maybe haven't had the, you know, correct amount of hype associated with them. Another one that's also been kind of kicking around was Stray, which was the futuristic cyberpunk game where you're a cat wearing a backpack, which is cool.
Oh, Stray looked so good, good.
This was one of those games. If you go and follow HK Devblog on Twitter, Stray has been floating around for quite some time. It was one of those things where they're like, hey, here's a work in progress. It doesn't have a title. We don't have a release date. We don't know what it is. But it was these like cool little gifs of like a cat walking around in a world full of robots. And I was like, I would love to play this game. I wonder if it'll ever happen. Lo and behold, it's apparently happening. It's kind of neat to see these projects actually get, you know, put front and center as more than tech demos or sort of, you know, arts and crafts stuff. Again, like, I don't know what this game is about, really. You're a cat. There's robots. Lucy, what do you think? What do you think you do?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's like, for me, the aesthetic is so gorgeous and it's got cats in it. So those two things combined are very much, you know, up my alley. That's all I need to know right now. I really hope you do play as the cat. It's been like, you know, what was the last game you played as a cat in? It was that ghost detective game. It was a ghost detective game. You know the one.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. But anyway, like, I love the idea of actually playing as one of these little creatures in a world that is like full of like little avenues, little like hidey holes and labyrinthian environments and stuff. And I adore the look of this game.
I'm like pretty down on any game where you don't play as like a conventional humanoid thing, because I'm a humanoid every day. Like, I wake up and I'm like, oh, look at I have the 2 legs and the 2 arms, how ambular or whatever. But like, give me a video game where you're playing as like a quadruped or some sort of nonsense animal. Lucy, you mentioned the Ghost game that we forgot the name of. What about Ghostwire Tokyo? This is a new game. We got this revealed at E3 last year. This is from Shinji Mikami's studio. Tell us about it.
Yes, Tango. I just want to point out that the power of my hype for this game has actually killed one of my lights. So that's why that's why my blue light's suddenly gone. But look, it looked amazing. I did not expect this game to be first person. I didn't expect it to sort of be this amazingly cool cross between Control and Dishonored. It looks less like traditionally spooky than we've come to expect from Tango Gameworks, but at the same time, I think it's incredibly intriguing, and it's got some very cool little horror tropes in there as well. Of course, the headless schoolgirl and a sort of Slender Man type character. I think it's still kind of an unknown. It's slightly unknowable as to how you actually play this thing, but it just looks so cool and so different and unlike anything that we've sort of seen from Shinji Mikami and his studio before. So I'm really intrigued by it, and I can't wait to see more.
Well, we have to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. I really want to talk about Demon Souls, and I know the rest of us do too, and I'm sure we're just real salty we didn't get to see any Elden Ring. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who'll be partying with us all summer long.
We're happy to present IGN Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
And welcome back. Here we are. We are discussing everything coming out of the PlayStation 5 thing. And as I said, sometimes you forget what you're supposed to say at these times. And our good friend Jonathan Dornbush had to go and get ready for the next show, which is coming up after this, which is IGN's Next Gen Console Watch, in which he will have to defend the incredibly stupid-looking PlayStation 5 that we love so dearly against the very normal-looking Xbox Series X. They're going to have a nice, reasonable, balanced conversation about that. And the chat will erupt in argument.
I'm glad I am not on that show, because I am all for this ridiculous design over the completely conservative Xbox Series X design.
I mean, I feel like it's just like an interesting time for hardware. Like that's
like we see every time. Social media is completely split on the design of this thing right now. I just saw a bunch of people comparing it to a Netgear router, and other people, I compared it to like a building in Minority Report crossed with the Nintendo Wii. Like there was a guy that took a picture of his router and put two white envelopes on the side, and like it's I mean, this is a wonderful time. I love watching people latch onto this.
We will inevitably argue about it back and forth until we all have one in our homes, and then we'll just forget that it was once dumb looking. Anyway, let's talk about Demon's Souls. This was one of the things we've heard rumors for quite some time. Bluepoint, who did the Shadow of the Colossus remastered, has been apparently working very hard on a gigantic, massive, huge project, and this was one of the many, many titles we were speculating it might be. Lucy, you are a huge Demon's Souls fan. What should we know about this?
Well, I mean, you know, for starters, this was rumored for a long time, so I'm very, very happy it came to fruition. Demon's Souls was kind of like, it was like the little fish before it became man. You know what I mean? Like before Soulsborne became the thing that it is. It started with Demon's Souls, and as such, a lot of people actually never played it. They picked it up at Dark Souls or Dark Souls 2 or Bloodborne in the case of many of us. But I did play Demon's Souls back in the day, and it is an absolutely gorgeous game. It's kind of janky enough now that it doesn't, like, it would be very hard to like jump back into, as it stands as the original game. So I'm so pleased it's getting what looks like an absolutely gorgeous remaster. And this is a proper, this is a proper sort of like remake, it seems, from the ground up, because we didn't even recognize it at first. And, I'd sunk hours and hours into this game. And Blue Point is so good at this stuff. It just has such a fantastic track record that, I'm so stoked that this is the next franchise that they're touching.
What should people who have never touched Demon's Souls know going in if they've played other FromSoft games?
I mean, again, it's been a while since I played it. It is just, and I think, to be honest, Max, it was that sort of Dark Souls-esque thing that hooked me in the first place, like that FromSoft magic that I'd actually never seen before. And obviously, we have all subsequently discovered in further FromSoft games, just that sense of scale. And again, just that sort of hugeness of the enemies and sort of stumbling across environments that you shouldn't stumble across, all those things we know and love from FromSoft. I mean, they all began with Demon's Souls. It's going to take a second for me to get refreshed on this game because, again, it was so long ago, I think 10 years since I played it. But again, it is like the forgotten child of FromSoft, and I'm very pleased that it's going to be popularized again.
Yeah, this is definitely a surprising one for Blue Point, but because we saw that tweet last year basically rumoring that or at least alluding to that it could have been any number of PlayStation games. They literally dropped the name of pretty much every PlayStation or PlayStation adjacent game in history in one tweet. But this is a nice surprise. I'm totally going to dig into this one. I skipped this the first time around, and so this is going to be a brand new game for me. I'm really, really excited to play it.
Yeah, I also just quickly want to point out that it was that and Resi was they were really refreshing changes of pace in that showing, which was like really focused on kids games for the most part, which makes complete sense because it's a holiday period when the PlayStation 5 is going to be released, and kids are going to want these things. But I was very happy to see something that was kind of like more our speed as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, a lot of people are dying to see Elden Ring, which is FromSoft's next big project with George R.R. Martin. That was first revealed on the Xbox stage, which is also, I think, where Sekiro got revealed. So it wouldn't surprise me whenever Microsoft decides to do another Direct for the Series X if we got a better look at Elden Ring then.
It's looking like they're going to talk about stuff on their side in July. I think that obviously the next gen and the lead up to it has been this giant game of chicken. We still don't have a price or release date for any of these consoles, and I think people are each side is sort of waiting. And it seemed like they had something planned because they had initially said they wanted to drop information every month, and then PlayStation came out and said, "Hey, we're doing this big thing today," which honestly is the most I've felt like it's E3 this year. Like that felt like. That honestly felt like sitting through an hour-long PlayStation press conference. It had all the great pacing. It didn't feel like a state of play, and I really liked how sort of monumentous it felt. It really felt classy and
it managed to be tight while still kind of having some pageantry to it. One thing that's interesting is that a lot of these games, obviously, I think last I checked, the PlayStation 5 is coming out holiday 2020 at some point. A lot of these games are slated for 2021. The only three that had a hard 2020 release date were Miles Morales, Jet, which was the Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery game, and then Godfall, which is Gearbox's new game, which all said holiday 2020. Meanwhile, 2021 had GTA 5 updates, Ghostwire Tokyo, Stray, Goodbye Volcano High, The Sad Dinosaur Yearbook, Throw Your Yearbook in the Fire game, Solar Ash, Hitman 3, NBA 2K21, obviously that's a 2021 game, and then Resident Evil 8, and then Pragmata's 2022. That's the weird Capcom game with the X-ray cat that looked like a Death Stranding. And then Gran Turismo 7 and Horizon and Demon's Souls and Project Athia. None of those have release dates. So I don't know. Jury's still out on what we're going to be playing this fall,
I mean, we're going to be playing Spider-Man. That's the flagship first-party title for sure. But we're also be playing a ton of third-party stuff. I think that this was them being like, this is, we're planting the flag. This is what our first-party studios that are ready to talk right now are working on. This is what you'll be playing soon. But the next few months are going to be the rollout of everything that we expect to see from third parties. And, companies like EA and Ubisoft always do a really good job of supporting next-gen consoles and new consoles on day one. And obviously the games that they're working on, these are going to be the best versions of those things will be running on PS5 and the Series X. So I think that like this showed today what they're working on internally, but third parties are going to be really padding out that lineup come this fall.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to see a lot of we're going to be playing, Ubisoft games. We're going to be playing Watch Dogs Legion. That's the kind of thing we're going to be playing to begin with, much as we did when the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One were released. But I do really love the addition of Spider-Man Miles Morales because we didn't really have anything like that with the last generation's launch. And I'm stoked that there's a sort of a very cool PlayStation exclusive in there that everyone is going to want to play.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's a half measure between a proper Spider-Man 2, that was one of the best controlling, most fun video games probably of all time. And so I'll take more of it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the third-party stuff is, because obviously with with multi-platform releases, it's always this weird sort of back and forth where we'll see games that are huge on PlayStation get revealed on an Xbox stage and vice versa. So I want to see what happens next. In the meantime, we have to sort of wrap things up here. If you want more of us rambling about PlayStation, we do that literally every week. Jonathan Dornbush usually leads the charge on us and runs a much tighter ship than I do. But that's you can find that on YouTube.com. Oh, thank you, Luz. You can find that on YouTube.com/IGN Beyond or wherever you get your podcasts. Right now, or coming up, we've got Next Gen Console Watch, where everyone's going to kind of argue about the two different shaped boxes and what they will do in the future for games. But don't forget, we keep those donations coming. What is coming up next? Am I looking at the wrong thing on my screen? Probably. I can't even read that. Anyway, we're doing a donation drive. The wheels are falling off of my particular car. But if you want to support the COVID-19 Response Fund for the World Health Organization or the Bail Project, you can head to donate.ign.com or check the description of this video for some donation links. Next Gen Console Watch 2020 brings more details on the PS5. And following that, we've got news, games, and more. That's around 3 p.m. Pacific. And then tomorrow, we've got lots more of this stuff. We've got some more game reveals. We've got some more interviews, more gameplay, all sorts of stuff. And then just a lot of stuff. Lucy, Brian, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for talking about
Thank you, guys. I could not have had a better group of friends to see the PlayStation 5 for the first time for. We were giddy in the chat. Obviously, Max plugged it already, but we will be doing a full hour-long episode of Beyond, sort of like spreading our wings a little bit about how we feel about all of this. And so that'll go up on your podcast platforms and YouTube and stuff as soon as we finish recording it. But yeah, I had a blast with you guys today. We're just getting started, so this is the best.
This felt like being at E3 for me. I missed you guys so much, and this was just such like a delightful thing to do today.
This was fun. It's nice to get excited about stuff. Well, thanks everyone who watched, and stick around. There's lots more coming up on IGN Summer of Gaming.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
We're happy to present IGN Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Welcome to another Next Gen Console Watch 2020, our show where we follow all the news and rumors on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. Something tells me today we're going to be talking about a little bit more about one than the other. I'm David Hatfield, and as always, I am joined by Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's Xbox podcast, Podcast Unlocked.
Hey, David.
And Jonathan Dornbush, host of IGN's PlayStation podcast, Podcast Beyond.
Hearty beyond to you, David.
And oh, gentlemen, so much to talk about today. So we're just coming out of Sony's big PS5 reveal event. I thought it was a very strong showing. We're in a strange situation now where Sony bows out of E3 last year, has nothing to show around E3, was going to skip E3 again this year, but then with E3 canceled, they're back with an E3 level press conference, and Microsoft is nowhere to be found. I feel like they took a lot of the wind out of Microsoft's sails today. Jonathan, let's start with you. What were your impressions of the show? Did it do its job to get people excited for the PS5? And I asked that knowing full well people were already excited for PS5.
I mean, I was excited for the PS5, but I think Sony needed to give us actual reasons to be excited. And I do really think this a little over an hour-long conference really did. It opened and closed with huge exclusives. It had a lot of really interesting mixes of independent games that are exclusive or console exclusive, some third-party stuff that is also console exclusive or multi-platform. It can't really show us all of the reasons why the PS5 is this leap leap from the PS4 when it comes to some of the SSD stuff, the haptic feedback, all of the bells and whistles we've heard about. But as a showing of great games you're going to be playing on the PS5, I think this was a stellar first showing.
And Ryan, what did you think? We've talked a lot about how quiet Sony has been talking about next gen. They've allowed Microsoft to sort of lead the conversation so far. How do you feel after viewing today's show?
Yeah, I agree with Jonathan. I mean, they did a fantastic job, kind of put all their eggs in one basket with this PlayStation 5 event. So it was a high risk. Like if they flubbed this, then the PS5 would be the messaging, the enthusiasm for it would be hurting, but they did not. They did a tremendous job right from that opening sizzle. Sony is so good at those hype sizzles where they can just show you all these cool moments. And then just opening with Spider-Man Miles Morales, which was one of the games we've talked on this show. Jonathan had theorized we'd probably either see Spider-Man at launch or Horizon Zero Dawn 2, and we're getting Spider-Man. And that was just a heck of a way to kick things off.
The show is just packed full of games and announcements. It was an hour and 15 minutes long, game after game after game. I started to wonder if we were even going to see the hardware, but of course, there at the very end, we finally did see the PlayStation 5 hardware itself, including the regular edition and a digital only edition. So tell me about your responses to the hardware. What was your impression, Jonathan?
So we've actually been talking, the podcast Beyond Crew has been talking a lot about how we hoped it looked a little weird because the DualSense was such a visual jump from the DualShock 4. Like, it looked so sci-fi futuristic. And I have to say the console did not disappoint in doing that. It is a little goofy, yes, but I kind of like that it's taking a bit of a risk in the visual design. I think some of the design you can clearly see in the video is to give it a lot of ventilation, which, given the fact that my PS4 Pro sounds like a jet engine every time I turn it on, is something I am very happy with. It looks like a high-end PC tower that someone modded with custom faceplates and things like that. Is it silly? Yes, but I kind of like that it's silly in this weird futuristic way.
Yeah, although as impressed as I was with Sony's overall showing today, I have to say I'm more of a fan of the little bit more reserved, sleek, classy Xbox Series X design. Ryan, what did you think?
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Damon. I like minimalist design in like all of my stuff, whether it's a car, a console, what have you. But I still like it though. I'm with Jonathan. Like, it looks like a skyscraper in Dubai. Like it's kind of this thing of excess, almost kind of like it sort of reminds me of a custom PC tower from the 90s or 2000s, but I do like it. I will say, as the Xbox guy on this program, I do actually think it's kind of reminiscent of the original Xbox 360 Inhale design, where it sort of, sucks in at the middle. And that's not a bad thing. Like, that was a nice, elegant console design for the time. And I think it'll serve the PlayStation 5 very well here.
Yeah, and they also revealed a digital edition, which was surprising to me. I don't know about you guys. I wasn't necessarily expecting that from Sony. There are many rumors about a Lockhart secondary SKU for the Xbox Series X, but that hasn't even been officially confirmed yet. Now we know for sure the PlayStation 5 will have a digital-only edition. Jonathan, was that a surprise to you?
It was. Honestly, the way Sony's been talking about the PS5, I really did think at launch we were just going to get one model. This does, to me, kind of possibly indicate price than we may want out of the PS5 at launch, given the two editions. My assumption is taking out that the disk drive will save on costs if they have the same storage space. We'll see if that happens. They didn't announce any of those details, but game digital sales have been up continuously over the years, and especially in the last few months as we've all been acclimated to living from home and sheltering in place. So it makes sense to offer that now. Of course, Microsoft had the Xbox One S or the Xbox One S digital edition, maybe a little bit ahead of its time now, but I think it's a smart move.
They didn't say anything about the digital edition being less powerful than the regular PS5. But Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, the rumors about the Lockhart are that it is less powerful than the Series X, isn't that right?
Correct. So this would be a definitive difference in strategy where Microsoft trying to make the next generation more affordable by having a definitively less powerful cheaper diskless, all digital edition that'll still probably have the baseline next gen features like the super fast and NVMe SSD hard drive and maybe a couple of the other bells and whistles that Series X and next gen are doing. But yeah, the widespread rumors are that the Lockhart is physically less capable than the Series X.
All right, let's start getting into the games. I think for me, the Ratchet and Clank game, I forget the full title of that game.
Rift Apart.
Rift Apart. I think that's maybe the most impressive next gen demo that I've seen yet, showing you zip between different planets and different universes in a second. You have to have those whole worlds just sort of waiting in the background of the game, ready to load in an instant. And at least from the demo we saw today, that appeared to be what was happening. So Jonathan, did you feel like that was actually a glimpse into what the PS5 could be bringing to the table?
Yeah, this felt like the clearest, here is what the PS5 can do when it comes to the SSD. They've talked about erasing loading times and not having elevators or hallways that you go through to get from one area to the next. And this really felt like showing, hey, we're not just going through hallways, we're going through space to be able to go from one planet to the next. And so I think this was a really smart showing with a familiar franchise that PlayStation fans love that comes off of the really well-acclaimed 2016 reboot refresh of the series. So I think this is a really, really smart play for them.
Yeah. Was this one impressive to you, Ryan?
I am so right there with you guys. I actually thought this was the most technically impressive game we saw today. I mean, we saw great stuff. I mean, the little snippets of Spider-Man Miles Morales were great. There were plenty of beautiful games, but for the exact reasons you guys are talking about, this was the showcase. It feels like this Ratchet and Clank game was built specifically to show off, hey, this is what our new hard drive system can do. And I'll tell you, it's a much better, it looks like it's going to be a much better showcase by any metric than Knack was with PS4. Like, a cute, cartoony, family-friendly thing that's there to kind of be a tech demo as well. This was really super impressive. And by the way, Insomniac Games already paying huge dividends as the most recent first-party acquisition for Sony, between, of course, Spider-Man from a couple of years ago, and now we've got Spider-Man 2 as the premier launch title. We'll talk about that, I know, and then Ratchet and Clank really showing off the capabilities of the console. So Insomniac, they were the big winner today for sure.
And you mentioned Spider-Man Miles Morales. Jonathan, you reviewed Spider-Man for IGN. Tell us about your reaction to Miles Morales today.
I was really excited to see that. I think Miles was kind of where a lot of us were expecting and hoping the franchise would continue, because the character and the world building we get with him in the first game is so great. And I think everyone was really left wanting, hey, let's get Miles into the spider suit and let's be Miles. And so for this to come right out of the gate and be a holiday launch day game for the PS5 is one of the smartest moves I think Sony could make. Like, the Spider-Man on PS4 is one of the best-selling PS4 exclusives. It's the best-selling superhero game of all time. Like, this is going to sell PS5s.
All right, hold that thought. We have to take a quick break, but then we'll be right back with more Next Gen Console Watch, a part of IGN's Summer of Gaming.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Oh, interesting. The Resident Evil press release just
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch 2020. And don't forget, all Summer of Gaming long, IGN is asking you to consider donating to the World Health Organization by clicking the Tiltify donation link in the description of your video player. All donations will go to the COVID-19 Response Fund, dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating COVID-19, as well as the Bail Project in support of Black Lives Matter and reuniting families in need. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like id Software. And if you give more than $50, you'll be entered for a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. For extra Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and check out IGN's Summer of Gaming hashtag to watch along with live events and submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays. Or leave us a Yappa video comment in the comments section of this video on IGN.com, and your Yap could end up on the stream. But let's get back on track to talking about all the games that we just saw at the big PS5 reveal event. As we're talking, very impressive showing today. But one of the strange parts of the show, I thought, was that it opened up with GTA 5. The fact that it's coming to PlayStation 5 and it's apparently going to be free to PlayStation Plus subscribers. Did you think that was a strange way to open the show, Jonathan?
I think it was strange. I think it shows that a lot of money went into putting that there because it almost opened before the even like proper PlayStation showcase intro graphics seemed to come up. So I think that was definitely a like Rockstar PlayStation deal that went through and led to that. But you know, GTA 5 is one of, if not the biggest games of all time. It's one of the most acclaimed games of all time. Not a bad game to tell a large audience who was obviously watching the stream that you're going to have this in next gen.
Yeah, Ryan, you reviewed GTA 5 for IGN, I believe. Was this...
Oh, I wish I had. I didn't.
Oh, no, you
boy,
didn't.
But I do think I couldn't agree with the 10 we gave it at the time more.
Gotcha.
I genuinely think it's one of the greatest games of all time, and this thing is now going to span 3 generations because remember it debuted on the PS3 and the 360 7 years ago, September of 2013. And then in holiday 2014, we got the PS4 and Xbox One versions that added the first person mode, among other things. And now here it's going to live on into the PS5 Series X generation. And I'm thrilled about that because it's just a tremendous game. In fact, I will say it made me, watching that at the beginning of the conference, I was a little puzzled, like, wait, why are they showing a PS4 game to start? But it did make me want to go back and play some GTA 5 because I love that game.
I thought maybe it was going to be a new expansion that was coming to PS5 or something like that, but no, it's just
single-player DLC that we never got.
We saw a lot of third-party exclusives today, which is pretty interesting. 2 games from Bethesda, Ghostwire Tokyo and Deathloop, and then Project Athia, which is from Square Enix, which I thought looked actually really, really cool. This is just sort of another area that Sony seems to excel in. Jonathan, were you surprised that 2 Bethesda games are going at least timed exclusive to PS5?
Yeah, actually quite surprised because we saw both of those games at E3 last year, and it was sort of this will be coming to everything. This is just, a cool new couple of IPs from Bethesda. But no, these coming, I think, on PlayStation first is going to be a big deal for people who were blown away by these 2 last year and by these pretty impressive longer showings that we got this time, especially with Deathloop coming this holiday season. That's going to be, an early PS5 game that you can pick up. That's going to be a pretty cool get for them, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ryan, what was your reaction to these third-party exclusives?
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's an area where Sony continues that's how they're going to stay ahead. Like Microsoft can't or won't get these third-party exclusives, particularly out of Japan, with Square Enix and then Tango Gameworks through Bethesda there on Ghostwire. the Xbox it's never had a presence in Japan. So I don't know if that's a factor in these deals. I assume it probably is. But yeah, I mean, we've seen Sony do this all generation long. Most recently, a month ago with Final Fantasy VII Remake that's on a 1-year timed exclusive. But Microsoft did this 5 years ago with Rise of the Tomb Raider, and it managed to publicly backfire on them, even though that was a phenomenal game of the year contender kind of game. But Microsoft's got to start doing this. I mean, it clearly works. That's the thing. So it's like, why wouldn't you buy a PlayStation 5 when you know you're not just going to be getting all the great first party Sony games, but you're going to be getting cool stuff like Ghostwire and hopefully Deathloop looked really good and whatever the Project Athia turns into. But I mean, it's really impressive stuff that is coming to PlayStation 5 first. It's great for them.
All right, we finally got confirmation that Resident Evil 8 or Resident Evil Village is a real thing coming next year, coming 2021. I'm a fairly typical Resident Evil fan in that I think the series had sort of lost its way and then found its footing again with Resident Evil 7. So I'm totally excited for Resident Evil 8. But what about you, Jonathan?
Yeah, I really liked that demo. For me, I was a bit of a latecomer to the series as a whole, and 7 kind of kickstarted my real interest and love for it. Oh, wow. But this seems to really be harkening back. Brian Altano on Podcast Beyond is a huge Resident Evil fan, and this seems to be ticking all the right boxes for RE1 and RE4 fans, with some hints of like a mansion and the more village, rural area sort of thing that we've seen here. I think this was really playing to a lot of the different Resident Evil fan bases all at the same time, and I'm really excited to see this one next year.
And then Ryan, I know you're a big racing fan. I thought the Gran Turismo 7 was one of the few maybe missteps of the showing today, but then again, I'm not a big racing fan, so I want to know what you thought.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably their most underwhelming of their major first party games that they showed. But to be fair to it, this was a stream that we knew ahead of time was going to be broadcast. It was going to be streamed in 1080-30. So that will not do any racing game, particularly a next gen racing game, any favors. So on the stream, it looked no better and possibly even worse than the latest Forza Horizon or Forza Motorsport game. But I have little doubt that once we see clean 4K 60 gameplay, it's going to look fantastic. I mean, I do think Forza has definitively shot past Gran Turismo as the premier racing sim and hardcore racing game. But that's not to speak ill of Gran Turismo. I mean, 7 still looks great. It looks like they're going to be, again, their thing is they've just got hundreds and hundreds of cars in there, which we saw glimpses of in the trailer. So yeah, eager to see more, but yeah, the 1080-30 stream did not do it any favors.
Yeah. And then a genuine surprise during the show for me was the reveal of Hitman 3. Not only that we're getting a new Hitman, but that it's a 3 and not a game as service that's going to be continually updated, which is what the last Hitman was. Jonathan, was that a surprise to you?
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those things where we sort of were expecting this studio to continue working with Hitman based on recent blog posts from them and things they've been talking about, but I didn't really expect it to show up here. I think the work that's been done in these last 2 Hitmen, even if it's not a franchise I know exceptionally well over the years, it's been really impressive to see these reboots and the continuation of the franchise go on, and I'm sure this one is going to continue to impress and bring some interesting stuff. I think it just speaks and third-party publishers that Sony was able to bring into this portfolio for this show.
Yeah, Damon, 1, the Hitman reboot was the episodic one, and 2 was a traditional release. I reviewed that for IGN, and it was good. I gave it somewhere in the 7s, but I agree with Jonathan. This one was a pleasant surprise. This one, we haven't heard that it's a timed exclusive for PS5, so this one should be coming to everything. But nevertheless, it definitely looked like it had a bit of a bigger scale and scope to it, and I'm all for that.
All right, everybody, sit tight. We got to take one more quick break, but then we'll be back right after that with more PlayStation 5 discussion.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch 2020 here on IGN's Summer of Gaming. We're talking about everything that Sony showed off today for PS5. Tons and tons of games, and we finally got a look at the hardware. But there's a couple things we didn't learn about today or hear about, and that is the PlayStation 5 price and exact release date. Jonathan, were you expecting to learn more about those today, or do you think that there's still plenty of time for Sony to sort of dole out that information?
Yeah, I was not really expecting that for today. You know, they had so much to show off with just the console itself, and obviously so many games to really highlight. I think they didn't need the price and the date on top of that, as much as it would be nice to know that stuff. Obviously, Microsoft and Sony have really been in sort of this weird game of chicken about price and date for this generation, so I'm sure they're both going to hold off until they need to get pre-orders up. So I'm not surprised we didn't get it today.
And Ryan, what's your current feeling on, are these consoles going to come in at the exact same price point, or are we going to be seeing one possibly considerably more expensive than the other?
No, well, we were expecting 3 consoles between the Lockhart, the Series X, and the PS5, and now we've got 4.
Right.
I mean, 3 officially, but Lockhart's probably real. And I'm sure we'll hear more about it in the next month or two. So it seems like it's going to be Lockhart on the low end price-wise, and then it's just a question of where does the PlayStation 5 digital edition fit in price-wise? Obviously cheaper than the PS5 with the disc, but Jonathan mentioned the game of chicken. I really think that Microsoft is going to either match, or I think there's a very good chance that Series X will undercut the PS5, meaning disc version to disc version. And Sony probably knows that, and that might be part of what the digital edition is all about, is trying to negate that and have equal footing on the price.
We haven't even gotten to some of the big games of the show, like the sequel to Horizon Forbidden. What was
West.
it called?
Forbidden
West.
Yeah.
Or the Demon Souls remaster. So real quick before we have to wrap up here, Jonathan, what were some of your personal highlights from the show today?
I mean, those 2 that you just named definitely were. I was itching to talk about them. Horizon looks so great, like exactly the evolution of that franchise that I want. And Demon Souls is a fan cult favorite from the PS3 coming back. I'm excited, especially with all the evolutions of the Soulsborne genre, to see what that game has learned and how it evolves it even further.
How about you, Ryan?
Easy answer. It's common answer, but Spider-Man. I mean, it wasn't a surprise. Maybe the Miles Morales aspect of it a little bit, but I so enjoyed Spider-Man. I mean, I've been I love Insomniac going back to. I mean, Ratchet's great, and the new one looks especially great. But Sunset Overdrive, just an underrated cult classic on the Xbox One, and then Insomniac moves back over to Sony and takes a lot of those Sunset elements and really blows it out with Spider-Man, which is just so good. And so getting to go back and revisit that world, I can't wait. Halo Infinite versus Spider-Man Miles Morales this fall. Everybody wins in that scenario.
Yeah, but the question on my mind for Spider-Man Miles Morales is it a sequel or is it like a sort of a expansion the way Uncharted Lost Legacy was?
It's hard to say right now. It definitely looks like we're going to still be in Manhattan. It takes place in a different season. Clearly, it was wintertime during the trailer. So they are likely pulling from a lot of the work they did to build New York and build a lot of the assets that they had in that first game. And so even if it is sort of a 1.5 in between 1 and 2, I don't think that takes away from this being any... This is still a major launch title because of how big that first Spider-Man game was. I can't overstate, I think, how big this will be for launch.
But if PlayStation 5 games are not working on PS4, that means everyone who has their PS4 copy of Spider-Man, they're going to have to get a PS5 to play Miles Morales.
Exactly. That's how they're getting you to buy a PS5. I think this is a smart move.
Okay, Ryan, we've been talking about how impressive Sony's showing was today. Where does that leave Microsoft? What do you think Microsoft's next move needs to be?
I mean, there's no overstating this. There is incredible pressure on Microsoft with their first-party July showcase. They've been talking the talk for years now of, hey, we know we have a first-party exclusive problem. We've been acquiring studios. We've been building new studios. I think there is so much riding on July. They have to get it right. They have to impress. They at least have the opportunity, though, because this is the first time, really, that Microsoft has gotten a chance to have the last word and to fire back, because typically Microsoft does their press conference early in E3 and Sony always goes last. So now Sony is really kind of gone first.
Yeah.
And Microsoft will have a chance to go again. But I really think Microsoft cannot hold anything back, even the stuff that's really early in development. We've got to see Fable. We've got to see what the initiative is doing, whether it's a Perfect Dark reboot or something else. They've got to just go all guns blazing in July. And I'm rooting for them, and I can't wait to see how they respond.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what Microsoft does next. Like we were saying earlier, they were sort of leading the conversation on next gen for so long. In my mind, Sony has maybe sort of leapfrogged over them now. Jonathan, would you agree with that, Jonathan?
Oh, totally. Yeah, I think the showing from this hour-plus long showcase of games that we're going to get in the this holiday season, but also in the years to come. We saw even some 2022 games knotted in there, I think. This was a really, really strong showing, and it was their first showing, so we are definitely going to get more in the lead-up to launch.
Yeah. All right, at a long time of Next Gen Console Watch, we always have a poll for you in each episode, and we share the results of last week's poll. So last week's poll was, is cross-generational compatibility important to you? Right now, 56, nearly 57% said no, I'm getting a next-gen console to play games my current console can't, while the remaining 43 said yes, I want to play next-gen games on my current-gen console. Those are the people that would like to play Spider-Man Miles Morales without having to buy a PlayStation 5. Now we have a new poll for you for next week. We want to know, what was your favorite announcement from the Sony conference? You'll be able to vote at IGN.com, and we'll share the results with you next week. And that is about going to do it for this edition of Next Gen Console Watch. Thank you both, Ryan and Jonathan. Don't forget, all summer of gaming long, IGN is asking you to consider donating to the World Health Organization by clicking the Tiltify donation link in the description of your video player. All donations will go to the COVID-19 Response Fund, dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating COVID-19, as well as the Bail Project in support of Black Lives Matter and reuniting families in need. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like id Software. And if you give more, Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Keep those donations coming. It looks like we crossed $16,000 in the last half hour, which is pretty awesome. Thanks to everyone who has donated. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for a new episode of News, Games, and More right after the break. Tomorrow, Summer of Games continues with IGN Expo 3, plus special editions of GameScoop. I like that show. News, Games, and More, and up at noon. We will see you there.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Hey everyone, welcome to IGN News, Games, and More. The only place where you can get all the news, all the games, and all the more. Just kidding, all of our shows are like that. Lots to talk about today. Obviously, we're going to dedicate the majority of this time, the next hour or so, to talk about the big PlayStation 5 reveal. But before we get started, we do have a couple of housekeeping notes. First of all, Summer of Gaming, all summer long, IGN is asking you to donate to the Bail Project and the World Health Organization by clicking the links in the description of this video player or by heading to the donations.ign.com. The Bail Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families and restoring the presumption of innocence in support of Black Lives Matter. The COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda. Anyone who gives more than $50 will also have a shot of winning a Summer of Gaming custom Xbox One X. Up at the top of the screen, you'll see the donation ticker, and we'd love to see you pitch in and get that number way, way up. Also, you can download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for even more bonus gameplay clips, news, exclusives, and originals. Or leave us a Yappa video comment in the comment section of this video on IGN.com, and your Yap could wind up on the show. But most exciting of all, I'd like to introduce you to my panel. Let's meet them. Joining me today are Matt Kim, Casey DeFreitas, and Akeem Lawson. Hey, guys.
Hello.
Hey. Akeem, I messed up your last name. I meant to say Lewanson, and I said Lawson. That's my fault.
It's okay. I get it a lot. Don't worry about it, Zach.
My former boss.
Love you, man.
My former boss used to be named Lawson. He's probably still named Lawson, but he doesn't work here anymore. Let's kick things off with some yaps. Yaps are video comments that you can now leave at IGN.com thanks to Yappa. Let's see what the people have to say about the PlayStation 5 reveal. Somebody gonna count me back in on this? Sweet. Dan, I didn't know you were counting down to me, bud. Sweet. Thank you so much for that yap. Remember, you can leave yaps on any IGN article at IGN.com. There's a little green widget. It's a brand new feature that we're very excited about. Coming up next, we're going to take a quick break, and after that, we're going to talk about all things PlayStation 5 and take a look at that big reveal in fine detail. So stick around. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to IGN.
Whew.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Guys, about 2 hours ago, we finally got our first look at PlayStation 5 games, but more importantly, we finally got our very first look at the PlayStation 5 console. I've seen a lot of mixed reactions on social. I'm not going to lie. Some people like it. Some people love it. I turn it over to you to tell me what you think about it. Casey, let's start with you. What do you think of this this new box?
It looks kind of weird, but I'm glad it's just not a plain black box or a white box like any of the other previous renditions of this console. But also, what are those flaps for at the top?
Mm-hmm.
Why is?
I think those are built. I think those are built that way for speed.
Yeah. For speed or for flying.
It's aerodynamics. Yeah, it's a very aerodynamic console.
Mm-hmm. But honestly, my first reaction was oh, this doesn't look like it will be able to be put on its side, which might be an issue for some people's setups at home. But we actually got some assets after that showed the PlayStation 5 on its side, and it does sit there, although it does look a little bit precarious. But overall, I think it looks pretty cool, and I'm glad that we're getting something unique, and I'm sure it's built that way to maybe remedy the jet engine sounds that my PS4 makes, so maybe we won't have those cooling issues that we did for the PS4.
You think those Batman ears are going to help keep the system cool?
I don't know. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a rocket doctor. I'm not a console designer. But I trust that the people know what they're doing. Maybe.
Two things I want to address here. First of all, very interesting take on your part. Also, Casey just invented a job called Rocket Doctor, which I like very much. Akeem, what did you think of this new console?
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, Zach, I think it was cool, sleek, and the thing with me is I'm a huge Pixar fan, so I was getting WALL-E Eva vibes from it, the black and white aesthetic. And like Casey said, I think it could possibly fly. I think it has a nice hovering effect, especially with when you put it on its side, it looks like it's hovering. So It's an illusion, though. But I like it. I think it's definitely a different look from all the other systems that I have over here. So
yeah, I feel like they went out of their way to say, like, we've created something that is very different from what we've done before, which I thought was really interesting. They had a couple of interesting lines throughout that whole presentation. Matt, what did you think of the console? What do you think of the PlayStation 5?
Well, my first tweet about it was, I think it looks like a hotel in Abu Dhabi, which, the Middle Eastern like hotels with the futuristic skylines from
Very
like Mission
specific.
Impossible. All right, from like Mission Impossible, you've seen it.
Very specific, yeah.
But no, the knee-jerk reaction was, this is a little weird, but I think it's growing on me, honestly. It doesn't look like any console I've owned before. Neither does the Series X, but like PlayStation really went out of their way to make it even weirder. And I think I appreciate that boldness, even if I'm not 100% in love with the design.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like design sensibilities and how they speak to philosophy of this generation, I think it's really interesting that PlayStation has done such a bold redesign, and it kind of hopefully speaks to the way that they're thinking about their philosophy of this generation at large, right? I personally, I don't really have an opinion on the box. I think it looks fine. I think that as long as it wasn't shaped like a gun or something, I would have been totally cool with it. Like, it doesn't matter to me because I'm just going to put it behind my TV and forget about it for about 8 years. But I see a lot of people online that are like saying, Kotaku specifically wrote an article right away that was just like, hey, this is ugly. So yeah, I think it's interesting that we have seen so many different opinions on it so quickly. I think that that's probably to be expected, especially this long after Microsoft has been showing off their box, and everybody knows what that looks like, and we've been wondering what the PlayStation looks like. But the actual controller itself led me to believe that this was going to be a very radical, very different design. And in that, I don't feel like I was wrong. This is definitely very different. We did see two models today, right? We saw a wider version with what looks like a proprietary slot for a hard drive, and then we saw a thinner version. Any speculation as to what those the differences in those models might be?
I think one has a disk drive and the other is digital.
Is that what it is? Am I just not in the know?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure one can play physical media, and the other one is something that we've heard Xbox rumored for a long time. And one's like an all-digital console.
Okay. So apologies, I didn't know that was already a known quantity of the PlayStation 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What else do you guys think impressions-wise on this box? What do you think about the look, the color scheme? Anything else that you're hoping to see differently from this design?
I don't know how I feel that there are two different versions of it, the digital and the type that can take disc. I wonder what the difference in price will be between those two, and if it's egregious or not. And if I'll be upset that I have to pay an extra, I don't know, if it's an extra $50 for the disk drive, I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. But if it's more than $100, I think it can cause some people to be a little bit sour.
So you're physical media for sure. You want that disk drive.
I just want the option. 90% of my purchases are digital, but occasionally maybe we get a disc sent to us from IGN. I want to be able to borrow a game, or I want to be able to borrow a game from someone, or, there's so many different scenarios where you might need a disc that like, what is the price on, like, you might need a disc someday, but
yeah, I feel like I've run into that a couple of times recently. Like, I also have done mostly digital this generation. It seems like it's just so much easier for me to have less clutter. So I've opted for digital over discs. But then, like you said, there's been occasions where we've had stuff sent to the office, or I've had to buy a digital or a hard copy of a game because the digital copy won't download or something like that. And then, I'm left like kind of clamoring to try and find those discs down the line. But Matt, where do you fall on this, the digital versus physical debate?
No, absolutely. I think if it's just $50, hell, even $100 more expensive, I'm definitely going physical media. As long as they keep making steelbook editions of games, I want a disc to be able to plug into my drive. Also, it's like my primary Blu-ray player, and I also collect those too. And I don't know. Also, actually, here's something interesting. The image of the console on its side, where it has its hover effect, I think that kind of only applies to the one with the disc drive, because it has that little bend for the drive underneath it. And I can't imagine, like, having just seen the discless version now in the trailer, I can't imagine it would be it would look good on its side or have the same hovering effect, you know?
Yeah, I think it might be minimal, if anything, because like just looking at the digital copy or the digital one, it looks like it's just a smaller bend. It's not as big of a bend as the physical one.
I do think
Just looking at it right now.
I do think having the bend there that separates the console from whatever platform it's going to be on, if it's on its side, will help with the overheating issues as well, though. So it might look silly or a little bit precarious, but it probably will make a big difference when it comes to that.
Well, let's not forget it also has those Batman ears for cooling. So
I do think that is what they are for it, but they do look a little bit silly.
And for flying.
Well, those of you that joined us at the beginning of the show know that we ran into just a slight technical difficulty. So we do want to give an opportunity to go ahead and go back and play that yap from Yappa. So here's some reactions from the audience to the PlayStation 5 reveal. Let's take a look.
Wow. Just got done watching the PlayStation 5 event, and oh my, I did not know we were going to start off with Miles Morales and end with Horizon Zero Dawn 2. And even saw the design of it. I'm glad it looks futuristic. It looks next gen. It doesn't look like another box. Matches the controller well. I like the white scheme, and I was not expecting any of this. It's insane. I'm super happy and glad to be part of the PlayStation family, and really excited for it. I can't wait to pre-order. I make sure I catch that because who knows how out of stock would it be. Awesome job, PlayStation. Awesome job, IGN, for covering it. Thank you so much.
Wow. What a great yap that was. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for submitting that.
Question to the panel. Did anybody else hear that?
No, but you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do, Zach? This is the thing. Because the cool thing about Yap is the fact that you can actually yap back. So this is what I'm going to do. And I'm putting this out to the people that are watching right now. If you yap, I will respond to your yap with a response. I don't know how many we're going to get, but I'm saying that right now. You know, I will respond with my well thought out response. If you have a well thought out response to the subject matter.
Okay,
so and we all can do that, right?
It's true.
Akeem is looking for a deep, well thought response, and he's going to seek them out, and he's going to yap back at you.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm hearing from our producers that our friend doing this particular yap was very excited about Spider-Man, which who's not excited about Spider-Man?
Are you kidding me? Yes.
I'm going to be honest.
Miles Morales.
I didn't think that we were going to get a Spider-Man 2 tease. I thought that the Spider-Man reveal today would be like a definitive edition that would be the souped-up version of the PlayStation 4 game with all the DLC. I've been banging this drum for a couple of months when I'm talking about the PS4 or PS5 launch, and now I kind of feel stupid because they definitely showed a new Spider-Man game with Miles Morales. Such a nice little tease. Akeem, what do you think of that tease?
I actually flipped out. I flipped out when I saw it. I was super duper geeked about it. And honestly, more so because I'm thinking about like the potential skins that you can get, like the Into the Spider-Verse skin, you know, a Post Malone Sunflower downloadable track to just swing around the city with. Like I was super psyched for it. Like I'm all in for this one. I thought it was a great reveal too. It's a great trailer.
Yeah, I thought so too. And our audience should know that when Akeem says that he flipped, he literally means that he did a backflip.
Yes, and I was on the wall, literally on the wall.
Yeah,
that's how I found out I have spider powers myself.
He's a very talented guy. Yeah, I was surprised to see this reveal. I'm interested in what they chose to show in this particular trailer because they did show some stuff of Miles just kind of walking around the city. It was very brief, but we played some parts as Peter Parker in the last Spider-Man game, and I hope that we get to play a lot more as just Miles in this game. I think that would go a long way in telling that story.
Oh yeah.
There's some questions about whether or not this is a full-on sequel or something similar to like Infamous Last Light, which was a beefy game, but not something people would consider a full purchase.
Okay. Where are those rumors coming from?
Just online, just the internet. I mean, I feel like if it was a Spider-Man 2, they would call it Spider-Man 2, but instead this one's Spider-Man Miles Morales. I think it's going to be a quality experience, but we did email Insomniac about whether or not, or like how to define this specifically,
Right. Well, and like you said, Insomniac has set a precedent for that. I feel like they were maybe one of the first console developers that did a more extended, not necessarily somewhere in between like DLC and a sequel.
Mhm.
You know, we obviously saw a lot more developers doing that throughout the course of the last generation. But yeah, that's a really great point. Sorry, I'm getting a text message from maybe our producer.
I also wanted to say I'm all for not tacking number 2 onto games that aren't necessarily direct continuations of the previous story. So I think it makes sense to separate it in this one way, and maybe we'll get 2 different lines of Spider-Man games going forward for both.
Oh yeah,
that'd be super cool. I'd be into that. I really love that Spider-Man PS4 game, and I liked that Miles was there. I liked that, you know, spoilers for Spider-Man PS4, but I love that tease at the end. So yeah, I'd love to have this be, you know, some kind of direct sequel, even if it's just like Matt saying, like a truncated version or like a smaller game. I think that would be a really cool take on it. I also am totally into the idea of these games being an anthology kind of take as well, where each one you could play, you know, something, a different Spider character or a different Spider universe, something like that.
Oh, heck yeah.
We don't know if this is a direct sequel to that game, but here's hoping. Am I right?
Yeah. I would play a Silk game if they in one of these sort of multiverse. You know Silk?
Go ahead. No, I don't know Silk. You tell me about Silk.
She's a Korean American Spider Woman in one of the Spider-Man universes. Actually, I think
awesome.
Yeah.
Super cool. Okay, so I think we've talked as much as we can possibly talk about the hardware at this point, right? We
It's got wings.
Spider-Man games.
I think so.
Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and start talking about the show at large, even though that's not until the next block. I'm sorry to the team behind the stage. We just don't have the time. I want to talk a little bit about what we thought of the show sort of overall, right? Did we see what we were expecting to see or what we hope to see? Do we think that this is a good showing for the PS5 coming out the gate? So let's start with Hakeem. What did you think overall of the Sony press conference?
Overall, I mean, I saw some of what I was hoping to see, like, you know, the new Ratchet and Clank video game. But I was really hoping for some Crash. Like Matt, you know this. I said it in NG Plus earlier this week. Like I was really hoping to see something pertaining to Clash. I mean, or Crash, because like he is as much of a unofficial mascot to PlayStation as Ratchet and Clank and Abe from Oddworld, in my opinion, anyway. So I was hoping, because I want to see Crash on the new system. So I was kind of disappointed that I didn't get to see anything Crash related. But again, like overall, we got Ratchet and Clank. We got a new Oddworld game where it looks like Abe's about to cut the stitches off of his mouth and finally say more than "Wait, stop," whatever else he says. Hitman 3, which I thought there were seven other Hitman games, but apparently this is the third. So I guess they're discounting a few of them in the line of Hitman games. Bug Snacks was one that I was excited for. That's a new one that I'm super excited for. So like, yeah, I saw there was a lot to be excited for coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. I want to talk to everybody about their impressions of the state of play today, our first look at the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 games. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with much more of PS5.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who'll be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
And we're back. This is News, Games, and More right here on Summer of Gaming. We're talking about the PlayStation 5. What else will we be talking about today? Big reveal, and we're just kind of diving into what we thought about the show in general. Casey, I wanted to talk to you specifically about this reveal because, I'm curious to ask you, does this sway your decision one way or the other? Xbox, PlayStation, both coming out probably this fall. Were you on the fence before and this sealed the deal, or were you on the fence before and now you've decided to go one way or the other?
So I think what usually encourages me or prompts me to buy a console at launch is if there is a game that I feel like I have to play at launch.
Mhm.
And there were a lot of games here that I am super excited to play, and I thought the show as a whole was fantastic. They showed so many games that I personally am interested in and want to play, even though we might not have a release date. So
Mhm.
right now it still completely depends on if any of these games are going to be launch titles or not. And I don't think we got specific dates. We just got windows.
No, we saw a lot of holiday 2020. We saw a
Mhm.
lot of 2021, and we saw a couple games that were slated for 2022. So pretty far-reaching lineup that they showed us today.
And I think Project Athia and Kena Bridge of Spirits are two which look like must-play games for me, but I don't know when they're going to come out. But to be totally honest, I generally get the first console I get is generally in line with what all of my friends get because I really enjoy cooperative gaming and multiplayer. So I want to be on the bandwagon with my friends. So I'm going to get the console that all of my friends get first. And that is probably going to be the PS5 because we all have PS4s now, even though I also own an Xbox One. But I don't do any multiplayer gaming on my Xbox. So I'm assuming that the PS5 will be a good place for that. And Gearbox's Godfall looks like a really awesome multiplayer game that I would play with the friends that I usually play games like Borderlands or Monster Hunter or For Honor with.
Right. So you're feeling like you're probably leaning towards PS5.
Yeah, especially with all of these games.
Launch window. Yeah.
And I mean, Horizon Zero Dawn, like the second one that they showed, what is it? Forbidden West.
Forbidden West.
I loved Horizon Zero Dawn, so I am extremely excited for this. And if this is a launch title, then the PlayStation 5 will be a day one purchase for me.
Right on. Matt, I wanted to ask you a different question, specifically the overall presentation, super focused on games, less focused on hardware. At one point, I kind of thought that maybe we weren't even going to see the hardware this time around. I thought maybe that was going to come in another reveal. Do you feel like this is the right strategy for PlayStation 5 at this time? Is leading with the games what you wanted to see today, or were you more interested in seeing, hardware and release date and price, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody wants to know release date and price for both of the consoles because neither of them have been announced yet. Going in, my expectations were already set. I pretty much expected this to be all games, and the fact that we actually saw the console was a big surprise to me personally. So in that way, that was pleasant. It was nice to see it. Whether or not it was the right strategy and it paid off, I'm not really sure. I think the games for the most part were good. It was a strange one though. They started off with the announcement that GTA 5 is going to come to the PS5, and that's a strange one to announce. That's a weird one to announce with to start your big next gen stream with, and that sort of set the tone for the whole stream in terms of what was announced going forward. Is that there was some blockbusters, but I thought it was largely indie games, which I have no problem with because they looked really good. Little Devil Inside, I can't wait to play. But the cadence did feel weird. I kind of expected this sort of like do any of you guys remember E3 2016 when they announced Death Stranding and Resident Evil 7 and just a bunch of blockbusters back to back to back? And I kind of expected that to be the case here, but it was a mix of AAA and indies, and I don't 100% know if it worked as well as it could have.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that as well. I wasn't necessarily expecting like all bangers all the way down. Like I knew that it would be a launch lineup, right? Which is typically a mix of smaller games, indie games, and also a couple of like first party AAA games. So I don't know. I wasn't disappointed with the lineup that they showed, but I wasn't like, it didn't exactly like knock my socks off. I wasn't, over the moon for all these games. And I don't necessarily feel like it dissuaded me from being there for PlayStation on day one because I'm a PlayStation guy. I always have been. But it was interesting to see that, like to come out of what is essentially a PlayStation E3 press conference and to kind of feel, less than like mega hyped about it. Akeem, what do you think? You talked about a couple of the games that you were very excited about, but what do you think about the conference or the presentation as a whole?
Well, yeah, I mean, much to what Matt said, and you echoed, like there weren't like a lot of like blockbuster games that I saw that made me like, if I wasn't already on board day one, it would push me further on the board. But honestly, I'll tell you right now, I'm gonna get it day one. I'm a PlayStation boy through and through. I actually had like a PlayStation outfit I was going to wear, but I thought that might have been too much. But
can you describe the PlayStation outfit to us? I'm curious.
It's literally right in front of me. It's a metallic jacket like this, silver, and then a black Sony shirt that also has the metallic PlayStation logo on it. But I was like, that's too much. I don't want to come on camera like that. So I just chose this lime green one instead, and just a plain shirt.
I'm going to design a PlayStation outfit that's a white jacket that has two big towers on either side for speed.
Well, that next year, E3. Actually, this outfit was purchased last year because I was going to wear it at E3 2020. Obviously, that didn't happen and isn't happening.
I love the foresight. Like I I love the forethought. Like you're really thinking ahead there. You're buying outfits last year for E3 2020. That's impressive. But yeah, I'm sorry. We digress. Please tell us more about your thoughts on the conference. Like, you talked a little bit about some of the games that you liked, but was there anything that you were also hoping to see that we didn't see from the conference today?
I mean, there was one thing that I don't think, we talked about this on Monday, I believe, NG Plus. Jonathan Dornbush, he said that I was hoping for some backward compatibility, kind of to like find out if that's gonna be a possibility with PS5, and he kind of like dashed my dreams of that being addressed here during the conference. Obviously, it wasn't, and honestly, just thinking about it, I don't think there will be, outside of like PS4. I don't think it's gonna be backward compatibility all the way to the PS1. That's what I'm hoping for, but I doubt that will be a possibility. So I was hoping that would be something that we would kind of get some more insight on as far as backward compatibility is concerned. But other than that, like there were a lot of the indie titles that we did see were pretty unique. And like, I don't know, like I don't think a lot of them really showcased the capabilities of the PS5. Like one that I'm super excited for is, where is it here? It's here on my list here. Goodbye Volcano High. Like that's like I don't know if it's if it's like a point and click game, or because it was just animated and we were just looking. I don't know if there was just cutscenes. So I'm kind of curious to know how that game plays out. It was very unique looking.
A good mix of indies and bigger games is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye Volcano High made me think of like a reptile animated version of Night in the Woods.
Yeah, I also got pretty Night in the Woods vibes from it as well. Akeem, to your point, I did want to point out a quote from the beginning of the showcase. They said that we want to enjoy the unique benefits of moving from one generation to the next, right? And you're talking about hoping to see PlayStation 1 or 2, 3 games or whatever on PlayStation 5 and having that be part of today's presentation. But, this absolutely defines them in kind of stark contrast to what Microsoft is doing, right? Microsoft has very heavily leaned into Games Pass and said that all previous Xbox games will be available and ready to play. Or at least a lot of them. I wasn't surprised to see that Sony didn't address this, but I was very interested in this quote about the benefits of moving from one generation to the next, because it definitely puts them in the realm of like, we are only really talking about the future. Matt, what do you think of this backwards compatibility conversation?
I mean, we do know that the PlayStation 5 will be backwards compatible with PlayStation 4 games. That's something that they did talk about. There was a small controversy because they couched the language a little soft, and so people assume that not every PS4 game will be backwards compatible on the PS5, and then they ended up clarifying that most PS4 games will be backwards compatible on the PS5, and that's still not 100%, but there's technical issues limiting some games from moving forward. But they aren't as aggressive on that messaging as Xbox at all, right? Xbox makes it sound, and they've already put original Xbox games on the Series X, and from the way that they're talking and the language that they're using, it makes it sound like that program is going to continue into the Series X.
Yeah. Well, we've got plenty more PlayStation 5 to talk about, but first we got to take a quick break. So we're going to go do that, but stick around, because when we come back, we're going to pick our favorite games from the press conference.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser.
Hey, so if Dan is giving me instructions, I'm having a really hard time hearing him. I think he told me...
We're happy to present IGN Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
And we're back. Guess what we're going to talk about now? More PlayStation 5. I bet you guys knew that already. We're going to go round robin. We're going to talk about some of the games that we loved during this PlayStation 5 stream. I've been calling it a conference for like the last hour, and I realized that that's not actually what it was. Please, just be nice. It's my mistake. Sometimes I get excited. I talk about things like a press conference because that's what they usually are, but we're in a whole new era. So we're going to go round robin here. We're going to pick our favorite games. I'm going to start with Matt Kim. Tell me about your favorite game from today's presentation.
I had several favorite games. If I wanted to talk about one, it's going to be Resident Evil 8, which was one of the more heavily rumored projects to come out of today's show, which was eventually confirmed. And it was cool. It actually was wild because it made me realize how much I missed the first-person perspective from Resident Evil 7. I loved Resident Evil 7, but I at the end of it, I'm like, I'm willing to go back to third person. But I've also played the remakes. And after playing those and seeing 8, I'm like, you know what? Take me back to first person. I'm wish-washy that way. But it was cool. It confirmed a lot of the rumors. There were rumors for Resident Evil 8 that came out earlier this year, and they seem to have been true. It's set in a old European village. There's some mystic elements in the trailer, like there are secret runes and also werewolves, which is weird and wild. Capcom also later confirmed secondary, like after the stream, that it takes place 7 years after Resident Evil 7, and you do play as Ethan.
You do play as
again.
Ethan, yeah.
And that's cool. And you see Chris Redfield at the end, and he looks like Chris Redfield.
He's a giant man.
He's a giant man. Yeah. I don't know if you guys remember Resident Evil 7 or played it, but he did not look like Chris Redfield in 7. And I'm not really sure why they chose that new design. Some people thought that it was going to lead into some like story elements, like he's an imposter or something like that, and it might still be the case, but it was a weird choice. But I'm glad to see that the Chris that's familiar to us is back.
I never finished Resident Evil 7, and now I know that Chris shows up in that game, so thanks a lot for that, Matt.
Sorry. I mean, if he did, you wouldn't know it was him, except for the part where he's like, I'm Chris Redfield, and I dropped my control, I'm like, no, you're not. Get out of here.
Not my Chris Redfield.
Yeah.
So I like this trailer a lot. I thought there was a lot of cool Resident Evil stuff in it. You know what I mean? Like statues and pieces missing from doorways and things like that. Like it's obviously a Resident Evil game in the same way that Resident Evil 7 was. And I know that when that game was announced, people were really skeptic, but that game felt like a Resident Evil game. And this game looks to continue on in that. So I'm stoked for this. I think it looks really super cool.
You know what's wild is it has a lot of Resident Evil 4 vibes.
Yeah, that Eastern European kind of village vibe, I think is definitely, yeah.
And it gets me really hyped for any potentially rumored Resident Evil 4 remake. At first, I wasn't on board with that either. But Village is selling a lot of Resident Evil for me.
Absolutely.
Up and down the series.
Casey, let's talk about your pick. What's your pick from the show?
So like Matt, I had a lot of favorite games that I really want to play, but I am super interested in learning more about Project Athia. It is Square Enix and Luminous Studios' new game, and Luminous Studio did some tech demos with Final Fantasy, and they also did Final Fantasy 15, but they did a tech demo called Agni's Philosophy a while back, and this game looks so beautiful, and the gameplay looks incredibly interesting. You're playing a woman who has some kind of magical powers where it looks like she can use nature or things like trees or roots and is fighting big, powerful, awesome creatures. And it looks mythical and fantasy and action adventure, and I'm all for it. But unfortunately, we really don't know a lot about it. And knowing, I think you told me before that this is Hajime Tabata's new game.
So
Zach.
I did say that, and then we remembered that he actually left Square Enix not too long ago. So this is a Luminous project, and Luminous is the team that he founded. But he's actually not involved. I said that, and I think that was a little bit wishful thinking on my part, because there was a lot of rumors that we might see Final Fantasy 16 today. Project Luminous, the Luminous engine is what built Final Fantasy 15. Who knows? This may be Final Fantasy 16. They may be working on it under a project name. But I led you astray on that one just because I'm really desperate to see what they've got cooking for 16. Yeah.
I don't think this looks like a Final Fantasy game, but I guess
Final
have
Fantasy
to wait
15
to see more.
Didn't look like a Final Fantasy game either, but I hear what you're saying. Akeem, what's your pick for game of the show, if you will?
Oh man, game of the show. I
put you on the spot.
Like I'm gonna get roasted now. You know that, right?
I know.
I'm gonna get roasted in the comments for this one. So I like quirky titles. I'm that type of because I'm a quirky dude. So I was really intrigued and caught off guard when I saw Bug Snacks, which is it's a game where it takes place on an island called Snacktooth Island, where there's cute little bugs made out of fruits and varying other types of edibles. And it seemed like it's very lighthearted in the beginning, where you're just going around eating these insects that look like food, or they look like fruits and vegetables and whatnot. But towards the end of the trailer, it looked like it kind of shifted and had like it's gonna have like a dark undertone to it, just with the way that the trailer ended. So I'm kind of intrigued about this particular game. Also, the theme song was freaking sick. I believe it's by a band called Caro Bonita or Bonito. They made the hit song Flamingo back in 2014. And I don't know. Like I was just intrigued by it because they had a theme song, which was super catchy.
Yeah, I also like that they predominantly used wiener hands in their trailer. I thought that was very
wiener
exciting.
hands.
My pick was Deathloop. I think Deathloop looks super cool. I love this like 70s grindhouse aesthetic. I like the idea that you have I think he said 12 hours to kill these like 8 folks. And Arcane, for what it's worth, like I think Arcane is one of the most like underrated developers. I think that their immersive sims are so good. I'm a big Dishonored fan. I loved Prey in 2017. This game looks like those games, except dialed up to like 11. I feel like it's just a hyper violent, super fast version of those games. And in that, like I cannot wait to play that game. We saw it last year at E3 was the reveal, and this year was the first time that we really got a good look at like how that game will actually move and play. And so like that was definitely my pick. I also love that your antagonist is like a female sniper. I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
I think Deathloop is probably the one that stood out the most to me for sure.
Well, one of the interesting things I found I noticed about Deathloop was the fact that he kept saying that he's dying over and over again. So is he like a self-aware video game character or something? Like I was trying to figure that out. Yes, you die. It's a video game, sir.
Well,
and you have extra lives. I'm like, you're just a self-aware video game character.
I hope that that's the case. Like, I hope that you find out. I hope that you find out that he's a self-aware video character. Speaking of extra lives, we're gonna go grab one. We're gonna come back right after this. We got to take a quick break, but we're gonna come back and talk about more games from the PS5 reveal event. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. This is IGN Summer of Games.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who'll be partying with us all summer long.
A clear white rain energy was on the streets, trying to consume some drugs for the eat, so I could get some phones rolling in my...
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
And we're back on IGN Summer of Gaming. This is News, Games, and More. We've been talking about the PlayStation 5 for going on about an hour now. And so for a change of pace, I figured for this next segment, we might want to talk about the PlayStation 5 some more. So let's talk about some other games that we saw. I'm going to start with Akeem. Give us another one of your picks from the PlayStation 5 showcase, buddy.
Well, you know what? It's been a very long time since I've seen my boy Abe from the Oddworld series. So it was very nice to see Oddworld Soulstorm and just like seeing that rendered on the PS5. I do believe it's an expanded recreation of Abe's Exodus.
Awesome.
And so yeah, so just like I mean, like it's kind of awesome seeing this character who's been the liberator of many alien life forms come back, and I'm kind of curious to just see the direction that this I guess it's a recreation. I'm kind of curious to see where this game goes as far as the whole Oddworld mythos is concerned, and just seeing him back in action again. Like I think I said this earlier. Like he in my opinion is one of the unofficial spokespersons, even though he doesn't speak too much for PlayStation, and I love him.
Yeah, I'm really glad to hear you say that, Akeem, because like I love the original Oddworld on the PlayStation, and I think it's super cool that this series is kind of returning to its roots. You know, it's had a couple of different iterations: first-person shooter, third-person action adventure. Like, so it's nice to see it go back to platforming. I didn't realize that this was like a remake of the original, but that's really exciting to hear because like I like these Oddworld games, and this first one holds a special place in my heart because I do feel like it was an early PlayStation 1 game, and now they're bringing it back for like an early PlayStation 5 game. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Matt, why don't you tell us about another pick from the PlayStation Showcase today?
Yeah, one that stood out to me was Little Devil Inside, which was one of the smaller indie projects that we didn't know about or didn't hear rumors about. And I don't know if you all saw it, but it was like this. The trailer had two different stories playing in parallel. One was about a knight who seemed to be exploring this world that looked like a Jules Verne's take on Monster Hunter, is how I immediately thought of it. And then there's a second story with an old man and this old, like, he's living a peaceful Victorian aristocratic life. And it's unclear how these two stories kind of intersect. But everything I saw about the knight side of the story, I was super into. Like right now with this trailer where he's like wading through this bog, was a moment where I'm like, okay, I'm in. This is very, very cool. And the aristocrat, the modern side, I guess, the civilized side maybe, had humor in it. So it's a really weird balance, you know?
Mhm.
And I had to look up this game afterwards, and it's created by like a small indie team called NeoSteam that kickstarted this game back in 2014, and it just disappeared.
Oh, wow.
And I guess, and so I guess it just reappeared on the PS5. But I don't know what it's about. I don't know what it's going to play like. I like it though.
I'm guessing it's called The Devil Inside because the night guy is actually inside of the old guy.
Yep, I think so too.
Right?
That's a good guess.
This specific cut right
So
here is what
weird.
makes me think so. He drops a bomb and then this guy's pooping. So
Yep.
I think that, I think we're supposed to believe that whatever is happening in this night scenarios is happening inside this old man, which I think is very funny. It reminds me a lot of Bowser's Inside Story. Another great game that takes place inside an antagonist. Casey, you had another pick here, a game that, for the life of me, I've tried several times to remember its name, and I can't. Why don't you tell me about this game? Insert
It's
here.
called Kena, Bridge of Spirits, and it's actually made by Ember Lab, and this is going to be their first game. And you see these adorable little creatures. I think they're called Rot for some reason, but when I was watching this, it looked like a story-driven action-adventure game. You wield a staff, you do magic, but later on in the trailer, you also see this character, Kena, kind of talking to or controlling or interacting with these rock creatures, kind of similar to how you do with Olimar in Pikmin, except this time around you're a human and you're a lot bigger and not tiny. But I really like the story elements from what I could see, and the gameplay seems really interesting and cool. So, yeah.
I think it's a
beautiful, too.
gorgeous looking game. Yeah,
It is.
I weirdly was thinking of Cameo Elements of Power when I saw this trailer, but who knows? That's such a deep cut from an age long gone. My pick is Demon Souls. I'm not going to talk about Demon Souls. Everybody knows what Demon Souls is. I'm excited that it's coming back. Love a From Software game, and Bluepoint is absolutely the developer to take that on. I hope that they get in there and make some quality of life tweaks. The game looks absolutely gorgeous. An incredible trailer today. Also, probably one of the worst kept secrets in all of this press conference. I feel like we've known, or at least thought, that this is coming for a very long time. So yes, Demon Souls, 2 thumbs away up from me. We're going to take another quick break, but after that, we're going to come back. We've probably talked the PlayStation 5 stream to death, so we're going to jump back on over to IGN stream from earlier today and talk about some of the games that we saw there. Stick around.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who'll be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
And we're back. Today's news is obviously taken over by the PlayStation 5 reveal event. Huge deal for the industry today, but we had our own huge deal earlier today, our second day of IGN Expos. A lot of great games that we got to show off and reveal today. Pretty proud of that lineup myself. I wanted to give an opportunity to the panel to kind of go around and just talk a little bit about the games that we saw and loved from this morning's event. Casey, I wanted to start with you because you have a very fun pick that I'm actually pretty excited about myself. So why don't you kick us off with your pick?
All right, this pick was just, I was watching the stream and it came on and it just kind of made me smile because the opening video was Aang from The Last Airbender in a kart. And I'm talking about Nickelodeon Kart Racers 2 Grand Prix. I also want to add the caveat that the original Nickelodeon Kart Racers currently has a 40% on Metacritic. So maybe this one is a lot better because it looks kind of fun, even though, honestly, if I'm comparing graphics to Mario Kart or even Crash Nitro Racing, it doesn't look quite as good, but I mean, I'm all for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles racing in a car against some of the Last Airbender's characters because that looks like hilarious. And just very silly.
Absolutely.
Who's your number one? Who's your number one pick for Kart Racer in Nickelodeon Kart Racer? Are you going to go Aang out the gate, or is there a deeper cut that you might want to put in a car?
Korra, the other Last Airbender.
The other Last Airbender. Got it. I want to see Cat Dog drive a car. I'd love to see Cat Dog.
That'd be a good
I don't know if they're on there. I don't know.
I don't either.
Don't take this away from me.
Odd Parents might be missing too.
Akeem.
But JoJo Siwa's on there if you like JoJo Siwa. So.
I don't. I like Cat Dog. Speaking of cartoons that we like, there was another cartoon game that we got to show off a bunch of today with the creator itself. So why don't you guys talk a little bit about Samurai Jack?
Yeah, it's cool. The thing about that is it looks like the cartoon, and that's something that you absolutely have to nail. And I think they got that down pat. And the gameplay seems to mix it up quite a bit. The comments, compared it to Sekiro, but I think that's only because they both have samurais, and I don't think that's a fair comparison. It looks like a fun action adventure game that you used to play back when they did licensed games way more. Whatever happened to licensed games?
They're back, and they're better than ever. We just talked about 2 right now.
Yeah, I mean, one of the cool things about this is when Max was talking to Gendy, it was confirmed that this is canon, and that's freaking awesome. So like even though like the gameplay footage might have looked a little bit underwhelming, as someone who's like a fan of the television series, I'm a bit of a completionist. Gendy also confirmed this takes place in an alternate timeline, so that means there's probably going to be an alternate ending. Different from the television series. So I want to play this game just to find out how Samurai Jack's story wraps up. And we also did a feature here on IGN where I personally go in depth about how this game connects to the animated series. So check that out. I don't know if it's live right now, but it will be.
It is live, and it's a very good feature from Akeem, and I was going to give that a plug if you didn't, so thank you for doing that. We have to wrap up, but I did want to ask Akeem specifically one last question about this. What are the odds that we see Cat Dog in Samurai Jack?
0, since that's a Nickelodeon property.
Alternate timeline, anything goes.
Look, it's a Nickelodeon property. Yes.
Okay. All right, fine. You guys ruin all my fun. No Cat Dog anywhere. That's it for news, games, and more. And we're wrapping up Summer of Gaming today, but don't worry. As a reminder, all summer long, IGN is bringing you Summer of Gaming. And furthermore, we're asking you to donate to the Bail Project and the World Health Organization by clicking on the links in the description in your video player or by heading to donations.ign.com. The Bail Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families and restoring the presumption of innocence in support of Black Lives Matter, the COVID tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. By donating, you'll have the chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda. Anyone who gives more than $50 will also have a shot at winning a Summer of Gaming custom Xbox One X. That's an Xbox One X. Sorry for that. That about does it for today's news, games, and more. But today's Summer of Gaming coverage. Thank you for joining us, and check back tomorrow and then Monday for 2 more exclusive IGN Expos full of never-before-seen gameplay trailers and special editions of all your favorite IGN shows. We'll keep the donations flowing and the TikToks flowing out and all the yappas that you can stand. So get over there, use Yappa, sound off, and we can put your yaps in our live show. We'll see you tomorrow wherever you stream IGN. And until then, be excellent to each other. Have a great night, everybody.
Take care.
Peace.
Bye.
See you guys on Yappa.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.